You're welcome, because we got another week of LCS action for you. The day started with a swagger walk from 100 Thieves and some 1v1s going down at the LCS tailgate. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Countdown, where for 30 minutes we look at some delicious food and get a quick Aphelios breakdown until the timer reaches 0 and we jump into Champion Select. Right now, Cloud9 are undefeated, while 100 Thieves, Dignitas, FlyQuest, and TSM sit below them at 3-2, with Team Liquid perhaps surprisingly in 7th at 2-3. But when it comes to comparing the teams, sometimes it can be difficult within the league, and it can be nebulous, to say the least. So to help us sink our teeth into the buffet of squads within the league, I've tasked the analysts with delivering some delicious dishes that best encapsulate the quality of the team they've chosen. I'm going to give you an example. Here we have a light and fluffy feat of peak performance. Notice the perfect 5-0 sheen. It's got a rich flavor, but it's not too heavy. No part of this team is, and I bet you could scarf this down in an average time of 30 minutes and 10 seconds. I present to you, not gonna make you guess this one, Cloud9.
This is the Cloud9 cake.
This is the Cloud9 cake.
It's got the orange, so we got a little healthy element to it as well.
Is that orange or lemon?
I'd say that's orange, Mark.
I would hope so on chocolate.
Yeah,
orange.
all right.
Yeah.
The fact that you think that's yellow scares me.
I was just double checking. Next time I'll just assume things. I guess so.
Great.
Let's see if you can.
What did you bring for us
Let's see
today,
if you can
Mark?
assume.
Did you
the
bring a
team.
dish?
Yes, I brought a dish.
What'd
Let's
you
pull
bring?
it up. So, mine, you know what the ingredients are, right?
All right, so
it's
this-
all these things that
making
are
this
usually
small.
I
great.
don't like a dish that requires work from me.
Yeah. Hold
on.
It feels like an incomplete dish.
Hold on. There should be a second one coming, but before then, it's like this, you know what it's gonna be, you know what
Right.
it should be. You have all the ingredients, usually the ingredients are good even on
Right.
their own. And then when you put them
fair.
all together, we'll see if we have the swipe.
It's
Monster.
something went very wrong
Something
there.
didn't work out. It might.
How did the chocolate get all around
that's not what the
the
spoon looks like, by the way.
marshmallow?
Yeah,
No, not at all.
so that's my team. I want you to guess who it is. A team that looks like it should all come together,
All right.
and you get that.
So the team's got the pieces, but when you put it all together, it doesn't quite hit the mark. I'm gonna go with Dignitas.
But Dignitas is doing okay.
No, but they had the recent slips, so I think
A
they
little
gave the
messed up.
appearance. In the first few weeks, they gave us
Probably.
the appearance of having everything, and then more recently, we've realized maybe they don't
All right,
have
it
it all
can't
together.
be Dig because I wouldn't eat that. But week 1, week 2 Dig, I'd take a bite out of.
All right,
Okay,
so who do you
okay.
think it
All
is?
right, so what is it?
I don't know. This looks like such a big mess. Is this GGS?
No, you were closer. It was
What?
evil. It was evil geniuses.
Evil Genius. Okay, all right, that's fair.
I like that.
You have like the chocolatey MVP and Sven Spearn.
okay,
You've
okay.
got
Yeah.
you got Zazel and,
Right,
and Bang.
and it was
and
beautiful
former world
presentation
champion.
in that first image.
So what-
right?
what's
It,
the
look,
big
it looks
glom
like,
of
and they have a
chocolate?
great,
Yeah.
pitch to you about why they're going to be great, and then they get out there and it's
You're like, something didn't come together here in the end.
Messed
All
that
right.
recipe up.
Evil geniuses, I accept that. Probably, what did you bring for us today?
All right, so I have a nice, delicious Oreo. This is America's favorite cookie.
Store-bought.
And I got it. It can be store-bought. That's the
Okay.
best part. This is not. You don't have to be super famous to be able to like, cook this or anything like that. You don't need much talent. This is domestically probably your favorite cookie. It's really solid.
Yep.
I will say, however, there's a recent substitution, a nice fresh substitution. And it's very minty, and I'm gonna say the filling of my Oreos right now is toothpaste. So it's not your normal Oreo, it's a toothpaste Oreo.
So somebody hit the wrong switch
So-
on the assembly
yeah.
line.
So I think
and
probably
instead of going down the frosting route,
Yeah.
they went down the toothpaste route.
the recent substitution is throwing me off a little bit. I would probably say Team Liquid for that reason, though in my head I'm like black. I want to say TSM at first for black.
No.
and white.
I like Team Liquid because he's talking about it's like now it's become the standard
Yeah, everyone
American
loves it,
cookie.
yeah.
Everyone loves it and
But
wants to
now
support
there's a
it.
sub.
You've got this beautiful expectation, and then boom, they sub in the toothpaste, and it all goes. Is that right?
It is Team Liquid.
Yeah, nicely done, Mark.
We don't have the double stuffed Oreo yet. Double stuffed Brox is coming in later.
Oh, that's
yeah.
what it is.
And then we'll have our real Oreo back.
Okay, I like it. I like it very much. I've actually got one
As
more
I say.
dish for you, as you can see. And this one we have just brought live to the studio. This, I present to you a classic CLG. Through plenty of experimentation, yes, this dish has been through it all to find its final form. It's not quite there yet,
But they picked up a win, James. It can't be
You're
just
right, Mark.
straight
You're right. It's
oatmeal
not
or-
as bad. It's not as bad as I thought. And so let me do this. Let me dress it up a little bit. I got a chocolate garnish.
That's their one win.
There it is.
Okay.
There you go.
It looks-
I present to you the new
Can I
and
eat just the
improved
garnish?
CLG.
I would
Just the garnish?
I would just the one win.
Yeah, just that
Trying-
one win.
Trying to isolate.
I prefer it like that. It looks better than it did a second ago.
It's true. It got better. This
Got better.
dish has improved. There you have it. With the new split, there's also been a lot of growing pains, not least of which comes from one of League's newest marksmen. So Riv is standing by to give us an Aphelios breakdown.
Thank you very much, Das. So Set might be the most recent champion to join the League of Legends, but all the focus is still on Aphelios, the gun-toting Lunari wreaking havoc on the Rift. Now, he's certainly a strong champion, but not unbeatable. And the first step in taking down any opponent is to know your enemy. Now, I just want to make clear this is not a defense to the valid criticisms mounted towards visual clarity. I'm hoping this is a tool you can use to better understand Aphelios' moment-to-moment gameplay. Let's get started. Aphelios has 5 guns, and they all do different things. Here's how I like to remember them. Calibrum is the green, high-powered rifle that adds range. Severum is the red scythe pistol. Just like it sounds, you sever your opponents quickly when you use it. The Gravitum, the purple cannon. Think gravity. This auto attack slows opponents down and will root them if activated. Infernum, your flamethrower. A blue fiery inferno of fun. Using this ultimate may result in shock and awe. Crescendum, indicated by the white icon. This creates the turret, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Now, because Aphelios is a weapons master, he levels up differently than most champions. Instead of increasing the power of your skills each level, you get to level up your attack damage, your attack speed, and your armor penetration. Leveling attack damage first and attack speed second is always beneficial, and your core build should have some of the following items in it: Essence Reaver, Runaan's Hurricane, Infinity Edge, and whatever you're feeling good with. Whatever items then fit the situation could be Guardian's Angel, Phantom Dancer, and a Bloodthirster, all in the right scenario. Looking at runes, Press the Attack is most common on Aphelios, but you may opt for Lethal Tempo if you expect a long game. Boots most commonly are Berserker Greaves. I feel like there's a lot of room for experiment in this department, so have some fun on that one. With that out of the way, let's take a look at some of the weapon combos you need to watch out for by taking a look at some instances of pro play. First up in FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, Viper learned the hard way that Severum and Crescendum are Aphelios' most deadly close-range 1v1 tools. You can see here as Doublelift was ulted by Viper, he activates Red Severum for the movement speed, while also stacking chakrams on his offhand weapon. Instantly switching then to that ultimate of Crescendum, he's stacking even more chakrams, and you can see him using them all on his main hand attack to take down Viper. That's kind of the one people don't understand much, but you're always stacking chakrams if Crescendum is your offhand weapon when you use an ability. Aphelios has a game-changing ultimate as well, and more often than not, you'll see this used in one of 2 ways. Gravitum for a multi-person route, or Infernum to deal tons of damage. Our first ultimate is actually coming from Lost on this one. He actually goes into this fight with Infernum into Severum, and we're gonna see him get a triple kill there. That video is actually really good at showing how Aphelios' cooldowns are not shared with each other, and they can be used separately once you switch guns. Having all these tools at your disposal makes Aphelios a very fun champion to play, but scenarios like this can be frustrating to play against. So friends, I have some good news. Designers are looking into clarity improvements and an upcoming patch, like showing icons of both available guns next to his health bar and improving each icon's readability. There are also plans to reduce his ultimate range, so long-range ults from the Fog of War should soon become a thing of the past. And we'll see how those changes and more will affect Aphelios in the LCS. But for now, I have a feeling we'll still be seeing the Hitman on the Rift, so try him out. We're taking a quick break, but when we return, we jump into Jat's stats and raid some tower dives. Don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, 17 minutes away from the first game of the day. Now we're moving on to this week's Jat Stats, where my caffeine intake has me working at maximum potential. I feel it. This is the week.
Yeah.
3 for 3. Bring it, Jet.
Well, it's 6 questions.
Six
But
for
we're gonna
6.
have to go quickly.
Okay.
So I gotta make a confession. These aren't even my stats. Our lead stats analyst-
whatever.
Whose stats are these?
These are
Generic
Chloe's
stats.
These are Chloe's stats. She's our lead stats analyst. She put them in the channel. She said, "Are these good stats?" They're
Okay.
all-time stats. And I'll tell you, I got 4 out of 6. Just going down the line and getting them. So that's the difficulty
These are
level.
Chloe Noes.
Okay, there we go. That's what
We got
that's
Jat
an A for.
Stats and Chloe Noes.
Since it's 6, and I've already spent way too long explaining
Yes,
how I got
we
the
have.
stats,
Yeah.
we got to go fast.
Let's
so
go.
first question, in LCS history, regular season history, which LCS player has the most unique champions played? Which player in LCS history has played the most unique champions? This question has been asked before on Jat Stats.
Bjergsen.
I would guess someone who's played a
Gotta
long
be a
time in mid lane or top. So
I think
would
a
say
mid laner is an
Bjergsen.
obvious choice.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Bjergsen.
I'm gonna
Okay,
go
Bjergsen, Bjergsen.
Yeah, Bjergsen's been here longest.
Okay, Zion Spartan.
Great.
So
I knew it was
Great.
a top laner.
Yeah,
for a
I
second.
got this
This is
one.
an interesting choice, too.
Yeah, 54 unique champions played.
54.
This one was actually asked at some point.
what's second most?
Question 2.
Yeah, where's
most
Bjergsen?
unique champions won on by an LCS player.
Bjergsen. He's one of the winningest players in the LCS. He's been here the longest, and he's played alive. I'm sticking with Bjergsen.
Okay, he's sticking with Bjergsen. Probably Mark.
One with the most?
Watch,
Yeah.
it's going to be Zion
Zion
Spartan
Spartan
again. It's going to
played
be
the most.
Zion again. All 6
This is
answers.
one of those ones
all
where
it's
six
so
answers
psychological,
are
right?
just Zion Spartan.
It's so
All right, quick
psychological.
answer, where is
Bjergsen.
God?
Impact?
It's Zion Spartan.
I
He
know,
hasn't
I
played.
knew it.
Oh, he's won a lot of games. How did no one get that?
Well,
okay.
I said
So,
it.
I
what
changed
is
the top laner at least.
the most picked champion in LCS history?
Zion Spartan.
Brom.
It's a
Zion
champion.
Spartan.
It is a champion.
Net Jax. Zion Spartan on Jax.
It's
That's
Braum.
wrong.
It's Braum.
Mark says Braum.
I know this one.
Probably said
All time, though, even with his
Braum is the most
later...
played.
Let him just answer. We'll get to
I'm
the
going to
next
go
one.
Braum. He is the
go
most
Ezreal.
played in every split that he's been available.
All right,
pretty
it's
much.
Braum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't get
He's
that
like-
one.
he's like
I
a-
got the 2 Zion Spartan ones. All right.
What was that, 584 games?
Yeah, that's a lot of games.
Zion played all of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
the
Zion's
most-
classic top
584 Braum.
Most banned champion. So we did most picked. What's the most banned? I got this one.
Because I'm thinking,
time.
like, well, it's
Actually,
not
more
Cassian
bans
anymore.
than Braum has picks, as a hint.
All right, so it can't be like an Aatrox, like a
Lucian.
recent OP in the
Lucian's
last
been-
year.
Probably not. That would be a lot
I
of
like
bans.
the idea where you're with casting because he was like literally
That was like
permabanned
permabanned for like
season
2 years straight.
Yeah,
Season
but-
3 and season 4 is almost entirely permabanned. Nidalee has had a lot of reigns of terror.
Yeah,
But it
but
hasn't
then,
been banned in like a year or two.
Yeah.
both those champs have been forgotten for years now.
All right,
Same
this
with
is question
Cass.
4. We still have 2 more. You got to
So,
give me a name.
like Rise is banned a lot
Rise?
because of his constant
Yeah, Rise
reworks and he's always
Yeah, I like
OP.
Rise.
I'm gonna go Rise.
Okay.
Zion Spartan on Rise.
It's not Rise, but keep
I'm
going.
gonna do jungle. I'm gonna do something like Jarvan.
Okay.
He's been in top lane and in jungle for a long time.
Akali just because it's
Sedge.
been so prevalent for so long.
That's close, but you forgot about the best of 3 days, LeBlanc.
Ah.
637 games
it
banned.
I forgot she
laner.
used to be really good.
LeBlanc's similar to a Cassidy.
Yeah, I've been around
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Question 5.
Okay.
Which player has the most first blood kills in LCS history?
Meteos?
Yeah. So it's a jungle.
It's got to be a jungle.
That is a
It's
good
a
one.
jungle.
I like the Meteos.
This isn't a trick.
It's either Meteos
Or
or Smithy.
Smithy.
It's one of those.
Yeah, Smithy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go Smithy.
I go Meteos.
You go Meteos.
Nick Smithy.
Smithy.
Good job. Yeah.
Got one.
Good job.
Boom.
Those 2. Last
I
one.
get a half point.
Most
for that.
first blood deaths.
Kiwi Kid.
There are 2 correct answers to this
Played
question.
for like a year, dude. That was so flame.
He was the death leader at one point.
It's Zion Spartan.
Zion Spartan.
We're going
He's got-
back.
I
He's
mean-
played a lot of games.
and it's just like Jat to have it all come full
Yeah,
circle
yeah,
at
it
the
would
end of
be.
the segment. So I like it. Zion Spartan for real.
Is this a style for Jet Stats? He always comes back.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Or not.
I mean, this is Chloe's stat.
Thematic.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They're Chloe
Fact.
Noes.
Yeah,
So
Chloe
But did he die? Top laners, I guess,
Did he
do
though?
die a lot.
He
but
played a lot of different champions. Maybe he didn't have like. It's not Zion Spartan. You can.
Lemon Nation.
They're both
No,
right.
I didn't
Thanks
play
for the
it,
help.
guess,
Yeah.
but Who was it?
Yeah.
Who's-
I don't
know.
care what his guess is now. I want
Yeah,
to know
All
the
right.
answer.
I don't know.
Here's the answer. Probably doesn't know. Impact and Hunter. Tied.
Wow.
Oh,
First
it's
blood
both
deaths.
top laners.
Yeah. This tie was not broken
That's
yesterday. because
okay. It's
neither of
actually
them died.
baffling to me that Impact holds
Does that
back because we
include
talked about
playoffs?
him being
he's
such a
played weak side,
phenomenal
no, regular
weak
season.
side top laner
Yeah.
that he won't give away anything. So it's
Well,
weird.
his speciality is like,
But he's
even if
so
he
weak
dies,
side.
he's okay.
He's always alone
Yeah.
too.
All those
Team just forgets
all those
about
tip
him.
days, just dying every game in the top lane. He's been around for a while.
Okay. Well, those
That
were some
wasn't fair. I
fun
wasn't here
Jat
for that.
stats.
Okay.
All
Or
time
Chloe
LCS
Noes.
history, yeah.
Thank you very much for presenting those Chloe Noes.
Yeah, no problem.
A thing often lost in professional League of Legends is the art art and nuance that goes into perfectly executing certain maneuvers. So to create a greater appreciation, we tried our hand at rating one of League's oldest plays, the tower dive.
4v2 is pretty normal for a bot lane dive when you lose mid priority.
Okay. Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles LCS Dive Competition. We are your esteemed judges, ready to provide some unbiased, keen analysis. Let's start with our first dive as CLG take a lead in a 2 versus 1 turret dive.
That's the standard turret dive in the LCS, especially in the top lane. Here we see, doesn't look like it's going right though.
No, I think this is Ruin actually gets a position to push in the lane, and then we have Wiggly come up to actually help him out. So this dive should have been correct.
Something went awry there, but I'm going to turn to the judges for their scores.
This is a classic bottom of the barrel. I think execution of the dive was very mistimed, and I think it was actually a pretty easy dive to start with the Rek'Sai ultimate and the Kayle ultimate.
They had the tools to do it. They did get the kill, but they came up short. I think at least they had something right in there.
Yeah, exactly. I split the difference between the two of you. It was not for nothing. They did pick up the kill, but they gave away more than they got, which is why they land out of 3. Next up in the multi-man dive heat, Immortals. They coordinate against FlyQuest.
Another typical dive in the LCS when you lose mid priority in the bot lane, 2v4.
Yeah, this is the classic mid difference. Mid STP, but it's not enough, and Ike actually gets the kill there.
Does trade one back, and it turns into a 3-for-3. What's going to happen after this?
I don't know, this is a pretty risky chase down here, I'd have to say.
It was a good look, though, with the initial kill to flash in. This one a lot tougher to call, but I will turn to the judges for their scores. Show me.
I'm gonna give this a classic 9.
Wow.
They're bumping up in the world. I like the Flay into the Cassio Miasma. It felt good.
They got TP out from the top laner as well to help get an advantage on the other side of the map.
And the mid laner.
Yeah, I think all around that's a very good play, even though it only looked like a 1-for-1.
Some solid valuation there on the spent summoner spells. I'm going to go with a 5 because once again, we expended the mid laner flash just to trade for a 1-for-1. Didn't net them as much as I would have liked to have seen. Next up, TSM, they showed their diving chops against Dignitas.
Alrighty, a 2v2 in the top lane. A little bit more difficult of an execution. Uh-oh, they're out of sync.
Oh, no.
Only one went in.
Where'd the other one go?
He just left. He's walked away.
Is he allowed to leave?
That was brutal. That was brutal. Let's see it.
I'm gonna say difficulty was very hard.
That is true.
Difficulty was hard. So
That is
Difficulty was
true.
hard.
You know what? Given new information, I'm going to update my score. They are now at 2. I'm going to give them that point for difficulty, but the execution was just abysmal on all
over the
fronts.
place.
All fronts, totally mis-executed. And given LCS's struggles with the turret dives up to this point, I thought it would be wise to take a lesson from a better region. One of the best regions in the world.
The best.
2 of the best teams from that region, G2 Fnatic over in the LEC. Show us how it's done. How does one dive a turret?
the 4v1 dive, the classic. Here we go.
Well, you can't screw this up.
Oh, that Braum critical damage.
I'm sure they'll get him right after this.
Right, this is they kill him as soon as, you know, it's going to end up being like a
there's a
3-for-1.
TP.
Oh, this is the dive.
Oh,
that was just a lead up.
It started too soon. They'll get Bwipo here. In the
Now I
classic
get it.
2v1 dive as it should have been.
I understand now. Oh, interesting.
Very,
All right.
very interesting.
And the verdict is?
Amazing.
That was incredible.
Revolutionary.
Did you see how many people died there underneath turrets?
A
lot of deaths.
I hope someday we
Europe
could be
is
that
not
good.
that insane.
Well, hey, look, somehow
How'd they all die?
somehow both teams got gold out of that turret dive. So
I can't argue
right?
that,
Both
actually.
teams
Yeah,
had
you're
more
right.
gold than when they started those turret dives.
I've just never seen anything like it. I'm just stunned.
It was impressive, to say the least. Hope you learned a thing or two about juggling turret damage. For now, though, we're going to take a break. More LCS Countdown on the other side. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown. 6:30 to go till that first game of the day. Before we jump into today's games, a schedule. Reminder that Monday Night League returns tomorrow, where LaTigris and the analysts will be bringing you the final 2 matches of the week. Then Ovly and Rib will be joined by Golden Glue and Keith as they kick back and chat about the week. And now let's take a look at what our schedule has cooking for us today. Up first, Immortals and 100 Thieves take to the rip with Dignitas trying their hand against Cloud9 in Game 3. As the Academy team from both squads will face off to finish out our day. For more on that Game 1, though, we've got Pastry Time and Jat standing by to give you their thoughts ahead of their cast.
Thank you, Dash. And today we've got 2 teams who are doing well, all things considered, to the surprise of many, with 100 Thieves coming in at 3-2 and Immortals at 2-2.
Absolutely, and for 100 Thieves, while they kind of crawled their way to earlier victories over COG and Golden Guardians, they had their best game of the split versus Team Liquid yesterday. You can see 2.7K gold at 15. That was propelled by their best early game of the split and finished off by 3 solo kills for Someday. So I'm looking for them to try and replicate that today, and I want to see them use the red side in the draft to secure someday a good matchup, and then rely on Stunt and Meteos to create the same type of early game they had yesterday.
On the other side, though, looking across at Immortals, they're a team who came into the season with pretty low expectations, honestly, from fans, but they still find themselves at 2-2 and an actual chance to move into a tie for second by the end of the week if they win here and then versus CLG on Monday night.
And for me, they've won largely through teamwork. Hakuho has kind of flown under the radar, but leads the league in kill participation at 88%, meaning where Hakuho goes, the kills often follow. They're also another team coming off of their best game of the split. They had that decisive win versus Golden Guardians last week, and will look to continue that here.
Well, that's what we're looking at, Dash. Until Game 1, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, gents. I want to gather some predictions as we heard the casters' thoughts on the first game of the day. Let's get you guys.
Yeah. They seem.
It's a pretty easy game. I think Immortals vs 100 Thieves is like a lot of these games can go either way, but there is a clear favorite.
Yeah. I mean, I think FlyEG is going to be the one that.
I was going to say,
which upset. I think that's going to be the upset.
You think that's
FlyEG?
If there is one. I think today is a pretty standard day.
I could see Immortals winning.
And I can see Dig.
I can see
giving C9 a tough game.
I can see Golden Guardians grabbing one even against TSM. I mean, like
TSM's
all these.
on the upswing.
Well, you know what?
They're looking like a team.
I rate the spiciness of those predictions a solid 1. You guys couldn't have disagreed on one thing today. Come on.
I was gonna hold my own number, but I was like, "You're right."
Yeah,
you're right. I knew it too as I put those predictions in. I was like,
"You can affirm my rating."
Yeah.
Probably's gonna do the same.
All right. Well, ahead of his match today, Zabutoon weighs in on what he hopes for the team.
I mean, I'm not a really huge fan of like who's the carry question as a whole. I don't think it's necessary in a team. I think that all the great teams in League of Legends have always been playing as a unit, whether it was like a unit of huge carries or not. So it's more looking forward to like see the team play as a unit and see how we kind of understand and try to apply our game plan more so than, oh, look at this player because he gets all the resources, because I don't really believe that's the way the game works. I mean, 2-2 is satisfying knowing that we had 2 days of training before the season started. I'm not a huge result person either. You know, it's like the process is more important. So I'm working more so on the process. It's good that we're not late, that we got wins on the way. We still need to step up a lot as a team. I feel like it's really hard to answer because the peak is usually happening during summer splits. So I take this as a learning experience, kind of regardless of the process, regardless of the results. But I think we can eventually be a good team. I mean, we always expect the win and play well. Like, it's not only just getting the win. It's important for the fans, for the audience, but as well, like, how do you achieve the win? Is it a clean win? For instance, like our win against GG was much more clean than the one against TSM, so it's kind of looking forward to have that. I'm always excited to play against other teammates, former teammates like Meteos. So yeah, I hope just it's going to be a very good game for the fans to watch and not a clown fiesta. For sure. I mean, there is a lot of former Immortals fan. Even when I was coaching Optic, there was a lot of Immortals fan in the audience. So I just want to say to the loyal ones that stayed like on board with the IMT train, thanks to you guys, and I mean, we'll try to make you proud.
Hit me with your quick thoughts on his response to that first question, kind of the approach of the team and the idea of having a carry versus not having a carry.
Yeah, I mean, like, ideologically, it feels nice. You know, we're a team, everyone's equals and stuff. But really, if you're playing against a team with like no strong point, like that's a really easy draft, really easy game. Like, you got to have someone on the team that you're like, We got to put bans in. We need to counterpick this player. Like, we can't pick these champions because they'll destroy us.
I mean, it's one thing to be like, okay, well, we don't over-invest in a player.
Yeah.
Like, we're not always drafting our own person, always getting the jungle proximity up. Like, the jungle's playing around him all the time. But you do want someone who is the threat. And I feel like that's kind of the rub against Immortals right now is who is the most threatening on that team.
Right, so we'll get into who that might be, but I am going to go to the 100 Thieves win conditions first. Let's get those up on the board before we establish how Immortals might find a victory.
Okay, so I'm 100 Thieves. I think my win conditions are pretty easy. I'm going to just play like I did yesterday. I think they played a pretty smart game. They didn't take like huge risks. I think their late game shot calling like fell apart a little bit, but I think that can happen in some like these longer games. So I'm going to go with play like Saturday, and I don't want to risk early game. I think Immortals does not have a strong mid-late game, and I think the only way we can kind of get tripped up is if, we get, I don't know, stomped early, something unlucky happens.
That's what I'm hoping happens.
Okay.
For me, I want to attack bot lane early. I mean, with all the lane swaps that happen in 8 minutes, you have to be aggressive from the drop, as soon as it starts.
Yep.
And so I like Hakuho. You heard Jat talking about how he is the one where most of their kills happen around. And I think Stunt is someone that you can potentially find in situations that are around more like mid-river skirmishes in the bot side where people are moving around for vision control. I think you can catch him there. So I want to be very proactive with Smithy and Hakuho around the bot river.
Does that mean you think that Altec is eventually the guy that Immortals is going to have to get behind as their star
I
or
think you
their
can do
carry?
it kind of how sometimes happens with Cody's son, where he's not like trying to stomp people in lane, but you are spoon-feeding him kills. And I think Smithy and Hakuho can try and do that.
Fair enough. We'll have to see if they can give us that kind of a performance today up against 100 Thieves. But with that, we're going to throw it out to the battle arena to get ourselves into the first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. Let's kick things off here, Jad. This should be quite the game. Both Immortals and 100 Thieves somewhat on the rise, I would say. Certainly 100 Thieves have to be feeling good off their win yesterday.
Absolutely. Beating Team Liquid is always a milestone achievement for any team, even if they are playing without Broxah. So I like what the desk said right there about trying to stay and build off of their previous games, and can't wait to see what we see in draft here.
Well, I like the respect on the 100 Thieves side. Akali and Rumble, get him out of here. Champions been very strong for quite a while. Lucian, Aatrox, and Xayah on the other side there for IMT.
Yeah, set ban as well. I was thinking that would have been the first pick if it was not banned, but with all the 80 carry bans coming out of Immortals, the Aphelios makes the most logical sense.
And Aphelios has certainly been one of the premier ADs. We'll see if Cody does want to opt into the center or play something a little bit more aggressive. Center is such a different style of bot laner, but I think we're starting to see more drafts where teams understand how to put her in different comps, and certainly a very strong laner and overall good champion as well. So seen a lot of this matchup, and looks like we will see it again.
Yeah, I think Senna Braum or Senna Tom are a good 1-2 on red side here, if that's what they choose to do. It does slightly change the way you need to position your waves late game, but that shouldn't be that much of a weakness to work around because it can be so strong later. And also, interesting that they did the Gangplank here so early for Someday, because with Tom and Braum both still being up, if they do want to peel support for Senna, Immortals is never going to take both of them, so they see the GP as a higher priority.
Also clearly happy to blind it here. Maybe just convince it so it doesn't have something 1v1 that Sunday can be too afraid of. And again, given his recent performances on Gangplank, can't fault him too much there. Wanting to take this pick early. Braum, though, will be the pickup.
Yeah.
Is the most played champion in the LCS all time.
LCS history, yeah. If you're watching Jazz Stats, thank you for that basic time.
Don't think we'll see Zed, sadly, here for Ica.
Yeah, Zed might be the most hover champion of all time.
Yeah, him and Teemo, right up there. But Zoe's certainly been good for both these mid laners, so maybe something to consider if they want to take it here. But seen a lot of control mages as well. Mid staying fairly diverse as far as its champions go, but actually going to be a jungler instead. Smithy deciding he wants Rek'Sai now.
Yeah, so they're trying to pinch 100 Thieves a little bit here by not matching a soul lane pick. This is basically Immortals and Soaz saying that they're okay eating a few target bans in phase 2, and that 100 Thieves now needs to pick between jungle and support. Whatever they pick now, when they go through the second phase of bans, they're going to have to deal with less. So with the Gragas locked in, they opt for Comfort for Meteos and say, we don't care if you ban Tahm Kench.
Makes sense. Gragas again, kind of picking up speed as a champion, has been good for a long, long time from that position. But actually some mid lane bans here. LeBlanc going to be the 4th ban overall for 100 Thieves. Ryoma deciding he doesn't want to play against that. And Yasuo on the other side.
They're just throwing out bans, Pacer time. No fear of the Tom Kench from 100 Thieves here, and more so looks like they're just trying to get a little bit of posturing for that mid lane matchup. Ornn ban is a top lane since there's no top lane picked by Immortals.
Interesting to see, kind of the best tank in top being banned against the GP, who tends to do fairly well in those matchups, but Ornn is so good at everything else and generally survives lane that I think I like just respectfully banning that one away. Zoe, that I mentioned, also will be taken out of the pool. So we'll see what 100 Thieves have on offer here for pick number 4. Feels like taking your support now makes sense. You already know the 2v2 matchup.
And you can still go with something more aggressive since there were no bans. The Thresh was effective for Stunt yesterday. It offers a certain semblance of peel. The unlikely combo of Senna Thresh from a lore perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, actually pretty good in the 2v2. Let's see how Immortals want to finish out their draft though. Soaz will have to decide how he wants to combat the Gangplank in the top lane. And we'll see what Ica wants to blind here. Gonna guess a control mage. They're pretty safe to take. Syndra also has been very popular, so maybe that's the champ they want to go for. Cho'Gath, not necessarily on my radar, but is going to be the pickup there.
It's for the GP counter. I mean, Soaz is an old school player, so brings out an old school pick. I don't hate it. This is something that I expect from Immortals actually throughout the year, is they don't care what other teams in the LCS think is good. They're just going to pick what they think they can win with. And the Cho'Gath, I think, is a perfect example of that. Syndra, though, is a power pick.
See what Oriana has here for potential counter picks. This does somewhat block Oriana, although people are still willing to play that matchup some of the time. Certainly lots of considerations. That's kind of a fun one, actually.
That would be fun. They'd be very heavy AD, even though they have the Gragas jungle for AP threat.
All right, it is Ori instead. So even though I said, again, Syndra somewhat blocks this pick because 1v1, Oriana doesn't have the best time, but Oriana's pretty stable in most situations, so Ryoma just happy to take the champ he played yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, pretty big late game coming in for 100 Thieves in this draft. If they are to subscribe to the let's try and play relatively safe early game, that's definitely a possibility. Looking forward to this one to see where the Soaz versus Someday goes in that top lane matchup. Gragas can get any kill pressure onto Someday. Someday had 3 solo kills yesterday.
That's a lot.
Yeah, just in a game.
We'll see if Soaz does in fact suffer the same fate. But potentially topside could have a lot of early activity. I do think Immortals have a few more go buttons, let's say. I mean, Senna Gangplank, very good from a overall DPS perspective. Lots of different things they can add, but not that many ways to directly engage on the enemy short of a really well-placed stunt hook or Meteos flashing in there with the body slam. I do, personally, I think this is a holdover from watching too much LPL, is that I like when Senna's ult can be used offensively, kind of like an old Galio ulti when you got the Jarvan jumping in there or something like that. But again, perfectly good in playing more attrition-y longer fights as well, because if you don't kill Senna quickly, she tends to win the fight if it lasts too long.
Yeah, I definitely think that aside from a little bit of splitting for 100 Thieves, this composition is going to be about grouping and fighting. So instead of offensively using the Senna ult for 1v1s in side lanes, just use it as a big nuke in team fights.
Well, we'll see how the game shakes out. Immortals, again, can tie for second if they rattle off 2 straight wins here. This is their first game of the week. They will play at Monday Night League tomorrow as well. The 100 Thieves have to be feeling the momentum is building. And for a team that was kind of admittedly expected things to go slowly,
Yeah.
not that slow, beating up TL yesterday in a fairly impressive game. But I think expectations for both of these teams have been already somewhat disproven, so kind of a nice place for them to meet early in the season.
Yeah, to the victor go the spoils. If 100 Thieves wins, they'll be guaranteed tied for second by the end of the week, since we have Cloud9 undefeated and then no one at 1 losses and kind of a clump of teams at 2. Meanwhile, Immortals, with this game and then COG on Monday Night League, have an opportunity to also be tied for first after 3 weeks, which when you looked at a lot of the preseason power rankings, people had Immortals down somewhere between 8th and 10th. So that would be quite vindicating for them. Although Zabutin, if you were watching a few minutes ago in the interview, said he's more of a process person, you know, doesn't worry that much about the results, especially in spring. But the results are nice.
Yes.
Right? If they do follow, you can be as much of a process person as you want, but winning games always feels good.
I can tell you from every interaction I've ever had with a pro player, they love winning.
Yeah.
So certainly from a player perspective, So like when that goes well, is Ico getting Electrocute procced early against Ryoma. Ooh, late invade as well.
Late invade with Braum. You can see Meteos already pushed off of blue, trying to get the Wolf camp in so he doesn't lose out too much efficiency.
See where he goes after this, but will not be spotted on the Wolves. So pretty low effort invade there from Immortals, but does give them the enemy blue. See how this kind of brings out through the rest of the early jungle pathing, but Xmithie no smite needed. Just gonna go ahead and take the Gromp as well.
I love late invades with Braum. He just wins basically every level 1 fight for your team, so not letting the other team get scout wards on you and going in a little bit late is great. And now we're gonna get to see how Meteos tries to counter this. So if we look at actually what's set up on the map, there's already a ward at Xmithie's blue buff. So he wants knowledge of where Meteos goes from here, and since he's full cleared the Gromp as well, that's potentially an XP lead for Xmithie, but it does depend on where he goes from here.
Yeah, Meteos though already on his other side, of course, because he's out of camps after the blue and Gromp got stolen, and he took his wolves. But Xmithie on the red, not rushing over to his blue to try and complete a 3 buff just yet. But Meteos is actually just staying on his top side right now.
Yeah, I expect Meteos to just take this and then go back for his red and just say, all right, I got counter jungle 2 camps, but respawn timers are really low, and he's probably expecting to be fine. I actually haven't done the math on this. If he actually gets level 3 from Krugs, he should probably, but there's a chance he doesn't with that 3 camp combination.
Certainly find out shortly.
Yeah, he does.
He does. Even has the last few to finish off. 1 barrel easily cleans those out, so Meteos will go ahead and finish clearing the rest of his jungle after some of it got taken away. Xmithie though is on his blue, so Meteos will lose a major buff to start the game, but again, I think just happy farming things up for now as Xmithie may be looking top here for someday.
Yeah, he's got to go fast.
Level 4. Oh, good flash.
He
really
can kill
nicely
him.
placed Rupture though.
Maybe.
Gonna keep forward flashing there. The orange is out for a bit of extra health. Conqueror procs. Not quite enough. The Rupture's good! And Xmithie nails first blood.
And that started from the late invade, if you think about it in totality. Somebody thought he'd be able to get away, but the fact that he couldn't sidestep any of the ruptures is ultimately what did him. He had to flash the first one, didn't have flash by the second time, it ends up falling.
And maybe most impressively, despite the late invade from IMT's bot lane, they're actually here harassing Ryoma back to base. After Meteos is also in danger of losing the crowd. Xmithie gonna smite it away and now chase the Gragas. He's a level down. Ryoma here to help, but again, the bot lane's still here. Here's Ica over the top, does get the stun. Conqueror proc, Paco in there. Meteos gonna have to run. No flash, does get out just barely with the body slam.
Very close to a kill by Immortals in this explosive early game. After shoving in bot, Hakuho roams mid, and Xmithie also doing everything he can to delay the recall. So now the pressure game's on, right? There's flash burn top. They've pushed Meteos out of the jungle, burn his flash, counter jungling his Raptors, trying to pressure in as many places as possible.
You mentioned so as an old school player and an old school champion, his accuracy here also really helping out.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what somebody wanted to do. He wanted to push that wave into turret and then back off. And in the fraction of a second before he's able to back off, Xmithie arrives, and then the very tail end of that rupture gets it.
Hey, I've seen this before.
Hello.
Knock up into Rupture this time, no accuracy needed. Just an easy follow-up kill potentially as Someday get him back. No, not enough. Almost cooked the turret shot enough to take down Soaz, but he will live.
Soaz still hadn't recalled, so no additional items for this return gank, and the patience by Someday to hold his oranges until he was lower is what made that dive ineffective. So back in control of this lane, even after that, and able to get the wave into the turret. That's the important thing.
Yeah, Meteos with the Predator, clearly upset, just ran to top lane to try and potentially salvage something there, but the situation is fine. Someday does live through the second attempt on his life, and Soaz will finally complete his recall with about a wave ahead in CS right now. And TP back from Cody to the bottom lane. Still a little ahead on CS if he clears most of this wave, but Hako and Artek just playing aggressive. Nice hook into the root. But no follow-up there on the Braum. As you can see, Artek and Hako happy to shove the wave and just go somewhere else. Already you could see what their presence in mid did to this early game.
Yeah, at 6 minutes, I hope 100 Thieves holds the wave here as long as they can, because they've lost teleport advantage in that bottom lane, and you would like to try and deny as many minions to force the opponent TP out, which is what we see right here. So now neither bot lane will have TP for the 8-minute window.
Hako again getting aggressive. The stunt going back. Cody does have to play somewhat carefully. They're just going to get as many of these as he can, try and keep them away from the turret. Seems just fine right now in the 1v2 with Someday in danger of being dove once again. But Xmithie not going to go for it.
Yeah, really important moment in the game here. Someday needs to avoid dying to the first Cho'Gath peak because that lane can get out of control very quickly. And while he's kind of in that 1v2, Meteos is trying to catch up on experience elsewhere on the map. So trying to make Someday do a lot here, but so far he's holding on.
Makes sense though, given the game he had yesterday with 0 deaths. Already starting off well here for Immortals as Ryoma will be donated his blue. Meteos does not get one.
Yeah, that's a toughie. The mid laner is in a tough matchup, and the jungler is as well.
Someday
if
solo
he gets
kills, by
a
the way.
solo kill here.
Doesn't have flash. Q not enough for the slow, but will force Soaz's flash out.
Now he's got to watch out.
Yep, IKER and Xmithie, a false sense of security may have been bred here in top lane. So it's going to be the bait. Now he's going to get some real bad news. Another very accurate rupture, unleashed power, and there's the piece you talked about, Jet. Soaz.
Someday with an overreach right there. Everyone was missing on the map. He pushed Soaz off, but he needed to just back up into his turret. When Ryoma moved towards blue buff, they lost all ability to take stock of the top side of the map, and Someday pays the price.
Sometimes it looks too good to be true, and in that case, the 1v1 certainly was. Soaz burns his flash to give his teammates time to come in for the kill. Someday suffers his second death in the first 8 minutes as Xmithie continuing to, again, with control of this top side, counter jungling camps away from Meteor, still very far ahead on XP. In fact, as the numbers show right now, he's 2 levels ahead. Of course, not quite that bad.
It's pretty close to that bad.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. Someday here you can see outplaying the Rupture, getting the Grass proc, knows he can't chase into Fog, but his GP ultimate did enough to push. He was really just running down in the river to check for people coming, but because of the path that Ica and Xmithie took, gets caught by surprise.
2v2, center ulti out from Cody. Good block though from Hakuo. And I'll take Igniter, but will not fall. I like the attempt though from 100 Thieves, starting to get aggressive in the 2v2. Cloud Drake also went over to 100 Thieves after the topside play, but again, this continued control of topside does give the first Rift Herald to Immortals.
Yeah, Immortals did not have to swap their bottom lane up or deal with any type of extended fight versus Senna in River because of that topside control. So nice cashing out of Xmithie's pressure there by Immortals to be able to take the Rift Herald without having to swap up any of the lanes.
And so, as you can see, just by the numbers in the 1v1, has a kill, has an assist, up almost 20 CS on the GP. Despite the fact that Sunday's clearly comfortable in a 1v1 to try and fight the Cho'Gath, but it's been pretty unfair from the first few minutes as Meteos charging up towards the top side, still behind a level. Gonna get knocked up here, puts down the barrel. Ica flashing in, unleashed power, just goes straight for it, and that's enough.
Meteos is not allowed to be there based on the current state of his lanes. So Immortals collapse on him fairly easily to pick up that kill, and this has been a pretty good display of Xmithie's jungling control. He's got winning lanes. He's playing 100% around topside and making the most of it.
So is also just trying to hold this wave a little bit. Continue to deny CS away from Someday. Ryoma does not catch Xmithie recalling there. It does at least spot the controller, but has to dip back to mid to keep up the farm. Another ulti there from Someday, just trying to break this freeze, I suppose. Soaz has been trying to hold for quite a while. And it's not stopping, unfortunately, for Someday. Cho'Gath more than tanky enough to just sit in the wave.
And this is so tough because now Someday's saying, hey, I need jungle attention or someone up here so I can get the wave into the turret. But we saw what happened to Meteos the last time he was up there. So Someday actually, because he had the roam of his mid lane and support, is able to get that wave into the turret, kind of, but even then, Soaz holds it. And Soaz actually, I think, potentially made a mistake there by breaking the freeze.
I think so too. Cody Sando in trouble. That's going to be another one over. IMT with their 4th kill of the game. Cody just caught out in the river.
And Xmithie is seemingly always where 100 Thieves doesn't expect him to be. He's been camping topside. They say a wave's crashing. They go there. Meanwhile, that means Cody thinks he'd be able to do something bottom, but he can't.
Ryoma, that's not a good spot to be. Does get unleashed on again. Ulti out of Gragas, does dodge. The Bromo with the stasis, good. Lantern there from Thresh. Oh goodness, hello! Xmithy out of nowhere will go down a little too far as Meteos finally gonna get some revenge.
Oh no, Xmithy! That was Lee Syndrome on Rek'Sai, actually. He just went in for an execute. Even if he gets the kill, he'd be given over his advantage. The death timer, as well as the kill given over, does give Meteos some time to catch up.
Whew. Certainly a one-way trip on that one. Xmithy doesn't even get the trade. There's good damage down in the bot lane as Altek and Hakuo pushing 2v2 and using that Demolish proc to get some tower plate gold, but it's been a pretty spicy early game here, as it seems that Ryomas just shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and Immortals thinks they have a good 3v3 fight here, but Stopwatch comes through to dodge the stun, and he pressed it. Wow, that's actually, I gotta credit 100 Thieves for this bait. Xmithy pressed the ult while Orianna was well in front of her turret. Then Lantern into Flash pulls Xmithy all the way behind Tier 1, which ultimately leads to his death. So actually pretty well played there by 100 Thieves to pull the Rek'Sai in.
Yep, and that's their first kill on the board, so getting a little bit of gold back in their favor. Still down about 2,000 as the next Drake has spawned. Rift Herald also going to be summoned here in the bot lane. I think that's enough to finish off this tower that's been weakened to less than 2 plates.
Yeah, unless they could get the minions up early, but nope, Rift Herald's gonna get the charge off. That'll be first turret.
Yep, gold going over. Altek gonna collect the bulk of it there, and Immortals just continuing to say that wherever Xmithy is, that's where we have control. They're gonna take the Ocean Drake as well.
And now the question becomes, how quickly can Immortals continue to accelerate this game versus how well can 100 Thieves stall out? The Righteous Glory Cho'Gath is someone who's going to be trying to make action happen.
100 Thieves going in, Meteos looking for it, send ulti out as well. So is in a 2v1 briefly, but Ike is here as well. Somebody also roaming up, and the TP's in from Altek. The flanking Aphelios. Not what I expected. I mean, like Vigil out, tags Ryoma, but only one. As Someday gonna keep them back with the barrel. Shockwave not available. Stun there onto Meteos, so again, it's just so low. It feels not so fun, but this time the Syndra ulti is not enough to kill him.
Yeah, but they do not suffer any casualties during that play, so one Righteous Glory cooldown down and not too many minions lost on the side. So what we really need to do, pace your time, is we need to pay attention to this gold lead. It's 3,000 gold in 14 minutes with Drake up in 4. I've been watching a lot of International League.
Yes.
And LCK is doing this strange thing that I'm wondering if it's going to be able to be mimicked by other regions. So what tends to happen once a team gets a 2,000 to 3,000 gold advantage is the game actually locks, and then they play for Dragon Soul. If we saw that here, we would actually see very few kills while Immortals take control of the map and goes for Dragon Soul. I would be shocked if that is long-term the best way to play League of Legends. So I'm looking for Immortals to actually make a lot of those types of river roams and turret dives before that becomes a thing to extend their advantage. And the place they should attack is actually Cody Sun in the top lane right now as he's trying to catch wave with his turret. It's the slowest wave clear player on the team, and I think the best place to attack.
Well, I have to agree, as this also will help out in any potential furthering of the gold leads. Second Rift Herald will be started here by Immortals. And it looks like not much of a contest. Well, Meteos just trying to just wedge his way in there. Onto Hakuo he goes. Has to flash though. Stunt finds Ica. GOP there after the cast from Meteos, but doesn't knock them back in. And Immortals buy enough time for Xmithy to finish off the objective.
Yeah, I don't think there was any realistic way 100 Thieves could contest that objective. The top lane turret's now going to go over to Altek and extend his gold lead.
I like this counter push a lot though from 100 Thieves, as Ica will be forced to flash away from Thresh. Trying to break mid, but the wave clear from Syndra and the Cho'Gath being there just to defend any dives is enough.
Yeah, also make sure to tune into Monday Night League. We just got to see that. It's going to be 5 p.m. Pacific time on Mondays. 2 of the LCS games will be played in prime time right there.
Again, Immortals still chasing that potential tie. Make sure to tune in to see them play tomorrow. Tower though in the top lane. Actually, that Rift Herald got 2.
Yeah. 100 Thieves, after contesting the Rift Herald, ran back mid lane so no one could catch.
I appreciate the Rift Herald demonstrating your point about Senna's wave clear. Cody Sun could not clear everything out in time for the third charge to not come through. There is still mid lane, at least here for 100 Thieves to try and stay anchored to. So they've got a little bit of an easier time to contest for the upcoming Drake in a minute 45, but especially if Senna's the one clearing out this awfully long top lane, it's going to take so long for Cody to shove this all out and then waddle his way down to the objective. Immortals have a big open space to play with here.
Absolutely, Drake in 1 minute 30 seconds. They'll easily pick up that one. Even though they were unable to get kills, getting those 2 top lane turrets does extend that goal lead. It was 3,000 the last time we did check-in. They've made it up to 4. And that mid turret is kind of dangling. That's where Hakuho's going next. Nice play by Immortals.
I like this again. Just trying to crack mid. This is the last outer tower they need.
They were going to dive if that landed. If that Aphelios root landed, they were going to dive.
No dive, of course, coming. Root does land onto stun, but again, Immortals with no wave don't want to just go right in under the tower, especially since 100 Thieves have had some time to rotate players around. There is a blue buff, though, open for the taking. Meteos has only given one away and did not get one himself at level 1. Oh, I'm not going to get that either. So it's just beasted away. Meteos, though, trying to force something, but again, behind on XP.
They're going.
Rough life in the jungle sometimes. As Meteos gets the body slam, but doesn't find the ultimate follow-up.
I can understand why Meteos was trying to force, because he sees Ica top lane with no TP, but he also has Someday in base. And even if he has TP, he's going to be so late there, so time that 100 Thieves could have just spent trying to prep the waves ends up being used for no gain, and now they lose complete control of the jungle.
Yeah, they already lost mid to the minions. Root gonna land onto Xmithy. Maybe a flank here from
Gotta back away.
Meteos and Ioma, but yeah, just so scary. IMT, again, continuing to clear things out. Drake up in 5. 100 Thieves feeling very slow on a lot of these rotations, but I think it's more just to do with the pressure that IMT have been able to put out this game. And this Drake will go again over to Immortals with no contest.
None necessarily expected after 100 Thieves tried to do that move. All right, patient time. We set the timer. 5 minutes.
Yep.
Will there be kills in between now and the next Drake? Or is Immortal saying, we have enough of a lead, let's play for soul and just bounce these waves back and forth? There's a real possibility that happens.
I really hope that doesn't happen, but we'll
It
see.
might.
It might.
It happens almost every game in the LCK.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I feel like it's not, anyway, it's fine. I feel like it's not Syndra's game plan. Like, you pick Syndra Cho'Gath, you have all these different ways to pick people off. The map is completely open. Like, they can't get vision. You can just move into their jungle. Someone's gonna face check, surely.
You would want, but it's kind of a handshake, and this is what I'm trying to figure out, is it possible for the defending team to just catch waves with their turret enough to freeze the gold and then only peek their head out when there's Drakes? Like 100 Thieves is contesting the mid wave right now with Senna because they don't want to wait for it to crash. That actually puts them in danger, and that would be a way for Immortals to break open the game.
Oh, speaking of, Cody Sun with a Lancing, can't grab it. In stasis right now, but I don't think he is going to get out. Good shockwave as well, but Soaz with the big flank. TP's in and feasts on Cody Sun.
So,
Case in point.
They didn't have to do that. They could have just sat at the turret, because what objectives are up right now? Like, what are they contesting? They didn't get river vision at all. Now, they give total freedom for Immortals to take over control of red side jungle, and they give over more gold to the other team.
There's always the question of, do you want to handshake the game when some days Gangplank is in it? It's kind of one of the champions that you tend to not want to give lots of time to.
Yeah, so I want to see 100 Thieves force Immortals to do something. Because right now, they just let Immortals do something.
Got it.
Because they pushed mid.
Let's see if they're willing to let the game drag out a little bit longer. Immortals, though, certainly off to the early game start the analysts were asking for.
Yeah, big early game for them.
And 3 minutes back until something definitely happens.
Yeah.
We'll see if any action happens in the interim.
And because they have Aphelios Cho, if they can get to red gun, white gun, that combination, if Alltech games his gun system to get that happening, then they can force Baron and kill it very quickly and have good secure with Cho'Gath. But to do that, they do need to get control of 100 Thieves red side jungle, like deeper control than they have right now. Otherwise, the Baron take would just be too slow.
Yep. Again, this is that one little ward, not going to be spotted yet by Meteos, who's continuing to try and force here. Popping a Predator. Oh, Ryoma with a shockwave on himself, looking for Xmithy, but did not get it. I think Ryoma just misplaced the ball there. Although the fight's still continuing, Soa is just running into the enemy team. He's not afraid of anything. Ulti out from Aphelios, and Hakwa getting low from Cody Sun's return ult, but it's kind of a messy one here. Soaz, though, just continuing to run in, and 100 Thieves can't really chase. Ica looking for the ulti, will find stunned with the unleashed power. And this can't kill the Cho'Gath, so Immortals eventually get a kill.
I mean, with Senna on the team and a Stoneplate Cho'Gath, it's going to be a while until anyone can think to shred through the front line that's going to be that team, especially when Hakuho gets his Stoneplate. That's why he has the stopwatch. He was working up towards it. Again, though, like that was a fight that 100 Thieves started. They said, we want to contest this spot, and they give over the gold. It's now grown to 5,000.
These are all opt-in experiences for 100 Thieves. This one, okay, maybe not as much, although good counter ulti there from Someday. This time Ryoma forces the flash with the shockwave. So I guess my question to you, Jet, is in the case of playing for Soul, should 100 Thieves be contesting for this third drink, or do they only contest for the Soul drink?
It does depend on the setup. Generally speaking, like, this is not 100 Thieves' plan to wait to make... 100 Thieves' plan is clearly not to freeze gold and then contest Dragon Soul.
Yes.
But if that was the plan, then they wouldn't actually contest anything until Dragon Soul.
Got it.
You would just... Since Immortals isn't freezing any waves, they just sit at turrets with as many wards in their jungle as they can, catch the waves, and then clear a few jungle camps when possible to try and keep the gold as close to lock as possible. Gold is unlocked, though, because they've been opting in for these fights, and plays like this is what Immortals would have to do. So now Immortals is forcing something, which means now 100 Thieves can fight.
On the Meteos, though, fight continuing. Good stopwatch there from Meteos, dodges the Void Rush. Good hook as well from Stunt, ulti out from Senna, and Hako will finally be slain. That Stoneplay kept him alive for a while, though, as Meteos will be forced to flash from Ica.
Yeah, that was good play by 100 Thieves right there. They forced a play onto Someday. There were too many people there, and then with the numbers advantage, 100 Thieves decided to go for play, and they win the fight.
Well, looks like this Drake, though, will also go over to IMT. So unfortunately, not enough of a team fight win for 100 Thieves to potentially take this Drake away. So it does go over to a fairly full Soaz at this point, stacking up the feast quite swiftly.
Yeah, he's gotten 5 of his total 6 minions he's allowed to chomp, has gotten 2 champs, 1 epic, so he's well on his way to Giant Show, 10 total feast stacks. Watching this fight one more time, Meteos does pop Hakuho back, and they have the teleport come in to create a later in the fight numbers advantage, since there were 2 people on Immortals over in the other lane, and they win the fight.
Done there over the wall from Ica, at least forcing a summoner out of Meteos. Now 100 Thieves over to the Baron side of the map, because there's no Drake to look at for the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, with Aphelios, they can actually threaten this, and I really want to see them do so with a 5,000 gold lead. They should move into the 100 Thieves jungle and hope that 100 Thieves tries to contest him there, because then they can win a fight where Meteos, Ryoma, and Cody understand.
Did see one piece of the puzzle for Altec. Did have Crescendum up, but it looks like he's clearing the wave right now, so perhaps is just burning ammo on keeping the waves pushed out.
Yeah, I think the important things to track here is Soaz's teleport timer, because he is the guy who actually needs to face check up into these areas to get jungle stuff. But since he doesn't have TP and Someday can match it on the other side, they're just waiting for that to be the case. Once he has TP, I actually think Soaz will recall, then run to Baron, and only have the teleport in case of a backup plan. I think they're just stalling for a bit.
Yep, again, 3 items now on Altec. 2.5 left for Ica with the Sword Producer. Attempt on Soaz's life in the 2v1, but might take a while if it happens at all.
Try to keep him from the blast cone.
Soaz is going for the soft target. It is Meteos, level 11 Gragas. GP ult, though, is Stunt also joining the party, but that's to evacuate Someday as the rest of Immortals have rotated over.
Good attempt. Just don't have the damage to kill Cho.
Yep.
For obvious reasons.
Still has Stoneplate up. Regenerating health. Stunt gonna get knocked up here by Hakuho. Moonlight Vigil onto Cody. Root is gonna land, but Senna in the camouflage not going down yet. Unfortunately for Stunt, he will not be so lucky as Soaz on a killing spree picks up yet another kill.
Yep, now that they've gotten out GP and Gragas ultimate, as well as killed Stunt, it's easy to move into the red buff to get as much vision as they can.
100 Thieves gonna try and clear what waves they can. Stunt back up in 17 seconds. IMC not rushing things. Great stun there from Ica. Barrel though back from Someday. He's in there. He wants to try and make it happen for the team. Gets Silence still dancing around, but again, Soaz is just the largest roadblock en route to try and kill the IMT backline, and now the counter engage happens. Again, still a 5v4 for 100 Thieves. with Stunt tearing down mid lane with the Mobies.
Yeah, doing everything they can to get this mid-wave pushed in, which could give them access to a Baron's fight if Immortals tries to go there. So playing a risky game here, but 100 Thieves trying to stay in it.
And 2 minutes till they'll also have to worry about the Infernal Soul on the Immortals side. Some recalls happening, but no one will be caught backing. Stunt trying to find a hook over the wall. Very common spot for people to back from, but Stunt does not guess right that time. At least 100 Thieves are now finally clear some vision out of the river. It feels like they haven't been in this section of the map for a lot of the game, to be honest. But gonna have to reset themselves. And again, 2 big objectives that Immortals will be able to drag them between.
Total uphill battle. An Infinity Edge completed by Altec right now. So he is exceptionally strong. And unless Meteos can get an initiation clean onto the Aphelios, I think it would be a lost fight. So great front-to-back team fighting from Immortals.
Hook length again. Root from center is actually going to grab 2, but Soaz with the flank. Once again, knocks up the front side, and Stunt just cannot live. Someday gets ulted by Aphelios. Ryoma trying to zone them out, but Soaz just unrelenting. Misses that follow-up rupture, but doesn't really matter. Ica flashing in onto Meteos. Into stasis he goes with the Zhonya's, but the knockups there. Ryoma with a decent 2-man shockwave. Cody Sun follows up ulti, but Meteos with the jungler dead and the feast off cooldown. IMT can threaten either objective.
Yeah, just not even close there for 100 Thieves. They thought maybe they'd have a catch on to Hakuho, but ended up just getting pulled further into Immortals, and now they turn for Baron. Still feast up, so they can burst this from about 2,000.
Good ward here, but a tough steal to ask for.
And Meteos isn't even alive.
Yeah. Ooh, hello! Really nice stun from Ica, finds 2. Soaz decides that he's wanting to grab more kills instead of the Baron. Doesn't have his flash, though. So gonna have to be a bit more careful here, but is he even gonna die? Someday trying desperately to get the kill. Ryoma will find the shutdown. Baron is open! GLP! Very close, but not enough. Xmithie with the smite does secure it.
Yeah, they still had smite. Getting the shutdown on to Soaz is a nice consolation prize, especially if 100 Thieves can rush for Infernal right here. Knowing Soaz is dead for 30 and Cody Sen has 15, yeah, they're gonna look to group right away and go for this Infernal Drake.
In case you're wondering, GLP Bolt does about just a little over 200 damage at the moment for Ryoma, so a very unlikely steal.
Good try. Xmithie doesn't even have smite, so 100 should just look to burn this. Cody, you got a TP now.
Ooh, Xmithie over the top though, looking to contest for the Drake. Smite still not there, does go over to Meteos, but Infernum ulti from Aphelios is going to cause a good amount of damage, and Stunt's left out to dry. See you later, as Hakuho picks up his first kill of the game. Blue buff does go over to Ryoma, but 100 Thieves still stuck defending.
Yeah, Soul prevented for now. Stunt goes down, and now Immortals look to push with Baron. See how they're set up with about was a 3-2 split for a while, but now Ica just getting the turret threat in the mid lane as they look to break inhibitor bot.
Plenty of places to attack. Baron's still up for a minute 45. So we're going to try and move these waves in. Already at the bottom inhibitor tower. Oh, goodness. Gets demolished. And Soaz again just charging in. Feast Ryoma didn't even get the execute. Didn't need it. GLP back from Ryoma. Shockwave, but only on the tanky Stoneplate Cho. 100 D's going to try and fight here. Someday with a good ulti is going to get the kill. And with the frontliner down, maybe 100 Thieves can keep fighting, but Ica will break the mid tower as well. Was not present for that fight. Wasn't needed almost at the end of it. Ulti on the Meteos, back in his zone as he goes. 100 Thieves maybe going to try and defend these inhibs. Good hook there into Xmithie, forcing the flash, but not enough to save this inhib.
100 Thieves not even thinking about team fighting there. Really just thinking about how do we get the 2 inhibitors down, and they were ultimately successful in it. Only cost them 1 kill's worth of gold onto Cho. Now they're resetting, still have 53 seconds left on this Baron power play. By the time they push the top wave, there will be super minions right here that are running up the other waves, kind of crashing into the base. So that's going to be the difficult to defend moment for 100 Thieves that Immortals are going to try and crash next. We're going to watch this engagement one more time. You can see Soaz does threaten a kill onto Ryoma, but since Ica doesn't even engage himself in this fight, you can see him over on the bottom left of your screen.
He's farming.
Yeah, he's
Oh, it's the tower.
hitting the turret. He's farming the turret as much as possible because the objective for Immortals is to break 2 inhibs, and they're able to do so.
It wasn't in frame, so I was like, is he just hitting it?
Yeah, I mean, it's guaranteed gold.
Yeah, true. And they do get both, as you mentioned. 100 Thieves trying to fight back, at least getting some kills on the board, but still need those critical third items. Ryoma looking for the death cap, but not there just yet. Soul Drake back up for the contest, if that will be a fight at all in 2:35. And I did, unfortunately, Jet, lose track of the gold tracker between Drakes, but I can tell you it's about doubled since the last time I remember you talking about it.
The gold didn't freeze.
So yes, the game clearly did not freeze.
Gold freeze was not the case. My personal point of view is that it's because 100 Thieves did not want to play that game, so they kept trying to force. You can see the argument why other teams don't force, because it did end up just making the gold worse throughout the course of the game, as Immortals now has an 8,000 gold lead, but Immortals stood their ground. They knew they had the Dragon Soul to play around. They still have it to play around, but they're going for this third hit.
Very nice ult there from Altek, just again, chunking down Stunt and Ryoma. The fancy new hat is finished for the 100 Thieves mid laner. So Shockwaves will be a bit more impactful if you can find some squishier targets in the backline especially. But it's kind of the least of their worries right now, as Soaz is just face tanking. Pushing these waves in, Immortals continuing to just play on 3 fronts and split 100 Thieves apart.
Yeah, and even if this doesn't go well, they'll still have that Dragon Soul in 1 minute 30. But you can see Altek using his long-range gun as best as possible to get poke on.
Got Hakuo beside him, put down a Crescendum turret as well. Immortals
By the way, Cho'Gath is big.
Yes, the largest minion. Oh goodness, back into the team he goes. He's still standing. Oh, almost gets a kill on Stunt with the feast. He will finally fall. The Rupture will not pick up Stunt, who did burn his stone plate as well. And for once, Immortals lose Soaz and don't get anything else.
He was in a little bit too deep base time. Now, actually, 100 Thieves.
Altek.
Okay.
Good damage. Does have his flash still, though. Stunt gonna find the hook. Maybe they can follow up here. Center Root does follow. Unbreakable up, but not enough to keep Hakuo alive. I misspeak. Nope, Cody with the ulti and the auto was enough. Didn't need the extra.
Boy. So, Cody's son is up to 87 souls. And he's got 3 lethality items now. Yeah, Aphelios is mega fed. But the next Infernal is up for 30 seconds, and Hakuho and Cho'Gath aren't alive while 100 Thieves can go for this setup. So actually, 100 Thieves now has a window where they can push out both of these super minion waves, teleport to get position, and actually hope for a fight at this Infernal. So the gold is back to about 6K. They have a lot of souls. They have a death cap. This is where you type winnable. Like, this is actually possible for 100 Thieves to make a comeback. Let's see. Brom's still in base. They're going to try and burst this down, and if they win the Smite War, they might be okay.
Someday ult up in about 2 seconds. So
Somebody's got to get there, though.
Move
Yeah,
back
they're
onto
just
the
gonna
Cho'Gath.
fight.
They are going to fight here. Moonlight Vigil out. Big Inferno damage.
Okay, they got to reset. Cody's got to auto as much as possible, and he's got to get his Qs off on the team. All right, they're
Might
giving
just
it
be
up.
falling back.
They're giving it up.
I mean, I think the right attempt there for 100 Thieves, Cody TPing in. They tried to set up and get the timing, but nice placed ult there from Altek. Gives the soul over to Immortals.
Someday had his TP that whole time. I wanted them there. Because we knew Immortals was going to contest the soul. It would have been a temporary 5v4, and I think they had a chance. Now it's much tougher with Infernal Soul on the other side. Watch for some Cinder one.
Oh, stun. Not sure he wanted to commit for that play. Just get stunned up and killed by Smithy. Hakuo is a good target you can try and pick off, but Stunt a little too far advanced of his team there. It's tough. I mean, 100 Thieves have no vision, basically no map control.
Yeah.
Contesting for anything is difficult. Baron is up. They're going to try and fight it, but Meteos just getting chunked out by Ica. Hakuo there playing defense, and Meteos is forced away. Ryoma, wrong place, wrong time. Into stasis he goes. No stun to save him with the Lantern. Shockwave's not bad, but he is going to fall down. Center ulti going to keep alive for a little bit longer. But Aphelios finds the shutdown. Cody's son dies to Ica. And only Someday left.
Infernal Soul Syndra. Unstoppable when he goes and gets range on a Cody's son. Desperation contest there by 100 Thieves, Immortals. Control. This is going to be all she wrote.
Well, Altek picks up the Baron just in case they needed it. Was able to finish it off himself with both the Feast and the Smite in mid lane as Immortals are looking to crush down these final few towers and pick up the win again. Still in the hunt for second. We'll see them tomorrow in Monday Night League, but for now, it looks to be victory against 100 Thieves. They're going to dive some fountains, maybe. So as he's feeling it, Rupture and he goes, doesn't even die to the laser. That's the ace completed and the victory earned for Immortals as they run over 100 Thieves.
And Immortals keep themselves in contention for second place, moving to 3-2. Quite an early season accomplishment for this team. Smithy finding his way on a new team. Hakuho pairing himself with the new ADC and Alltech, has looked pretty damn good in his first 5 games of this LCS split. So this game, again, kind of won through just a combination of teamwork. Ike ended up this game 6-0-5, really played well throughout. Can't point out any mistake he necessarily made. So very well played by Immortals, moving to 3-2.
It just felt like they got control and they never really let go. And that's what you want to see as Immortals. You know, Zab was saying the games are cleaning up, and I think you look at that game and you say, yeah, games are cleaning up. Very smooth sailing.
Yeah, for Hunter Thieves, there's definitely going to be a lot to review after this one. They had such a nice-looking win against TL, had that opportunity to move to 4-2, but my personal opinion, they just kept over-contesting things they didn't have to and ended up kind of handing a lot of that game away. But that's the stuff you're trying to learn throughout the season, and 3-3 is not bad.
Still early days, but as we take a break, when we return, the Golden Guardians closer and TSM's Broken Blade. We'll talk about their relationship pre-LCS. You don't want to miss it. Gonna keep forward flashing there. The orange is out for a bit of extra health. Conqueror procs. Not quite enough. The Rupture is good. So it's gonna be the bait. Now he's gonna get some real bad news. Another very accurate Rupture. Unleashed power.
Here.
Yeah.
GP should have TP. GP should have TP, okay?
Yeah.
Good job.
Nice.
Let's get tower.
Just kill the trash and go bot. Kill the trash and go bot.
Ascend arrière, here. Reste flash.
Go back.
Attack mid wave, okay? Attack mid wave.
Can you siege bot as 5?
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Safe discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You wanna go? You wanna go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount.
Woo!
You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
I know Closer from Turkey. I knew him since his first rookie split in TCL, and since then we've been really, really close friends. It's almost like I would describe him as my brother, you know? That's how close we are.
It was our first split together. Everyone was expecting us to be like really bad team, but we went to final in first split. In that one split, we were like really like a real brothers.
After I left, I think he got really good. I think I kind of lit his fire to become very good as well and play in a better region.
I believe Broken Blade doing this inspired a lot of Turkish players that they can do this. In his first split, he almost take down the best team. So I was happy for him, and I also believed myself that I can do it as well.
Coming down, Stunt's gonna be taken very low. There goes your bullet time. And Closer's coming around from the side.
When I ended up in NA, I was really happy that we're gonna meet again.
No matter what happens, outside of the game, we are friends, and if he can win against any team, and I don't care, but against us, he really cannot win.
Right now we will be enemies, so I'm excited to play against him, and I can't wait to just beat him and make jokes after.
We will just make fun of each other, like the whole year, if someone loses.
For rest of the splits, maybe like the rest of the year, so I need to win this match.
Close friends and now rivals. Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for Game 2, where Golden Guardians will be facing off against TSM. Before we get into how these teams match up, one of the biggest criticisms mounted against Golden Guardians was their choice of support. And given his rough start, probably you had a thought experiment, actually, you wanted to bring to the desk today. Let's talk about it.
So yeah, I want to preface this by saying this is not a defense of Keith staying on the roster. This is more of a thought experiment for the viewers, because I think surface level, right, you're gonna look at kills and deaths, and then maybe like team fight mistakes, like kind of the really like surface level things. So I kind of want to bring to light some of the things that like a team might be thinking on why they would keep a player that is performing pretty poorly.
Okay, lay it out.
So a big thing is like, why did they pick up Keith? I think it's pretty obvious. They wanted a support to be able to play lane well. They weren't picking him up in terms of like, we need to have a late game shot caller. And running through their losses, they have a loss to 100 Thieves, which I would say is pretty much a late game loss. Like they're winning pretty much all early game. And then they have a loss against Cloud9. I'm gonna be nice about that.
Wash, because everyone's lost to Cloud9.
Everyone's lost to Cloud9.
Yeah.
And then their Immortals loss. And I'll say the Immortals, he performed especially poorly in that game where maybe the loss could be like more attributed to him.
Okay.
But looking at those other, two losses, we're saying like, are we gonna swap a player out because of like one game might have been him? Because yeah, it doesn't really seem like they're losing lane phase really hard, and that's why you need to replace him. And then remember, Team Liquid replaced, or they didn't replace, but they didn't have Broxa when they came in. And this is 4 veterans winning all these splits together and replacing one person. Like, do you see how far Team Liquid fell? Just because they have to like rebuild so many things. So if GGS wanted to do that now, and for the start of week 3, when they're at 1 and 3 already, like they're not gonna be able to climb back out of that hole.
Right, you're taking an already poor start.
Yeah.
And then you're, basically demeriting, the team again, saying, yeah, we're gonna make a change and hope that that catalyzes us to go upwards, when in fact it might actually make us dip even further before it ever gets better.
Right, I mean, there are times where roster swaps can give a team a temporary immediate boost, but usually that's more from internal mindset than one player became so much better that now we're on a streak. And you get that kind of honeymoon phase you hear people talk about, but that is more about the mental reset. And if the team is not like upset, then that changes. You're not going to feel better with a change. If they still believe in their own roster, then there's no reason to yet. And I think that's kind of how it feels, at least when I see them around and how they're interacting. They seem like they get along very well still, and there's not this kind of mental fatigue only 3 weeks in.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation too with Golden Guardians, because their academy support is Huhi, which is also a role swap. So it's not like they have Keith, who's like they're trying out and they just want to see how it works.
Right.
And then now they have another support who's like ready to go. And it's like they're both using or both rosters are using these like supports that are.
I mean, in terms of
role
current
swap.
options, they don't have many, right? And that's just another factor to feed into this whole discussion is there even another support that would be available that we feel would be an upgrade in this situation? More so than answering that question, what I do want to ask you guys is, with this explanation, not a defense, is it even the right move? Do you agree? Should Golden Guardians be actively searching for somebody else to fill that support position here in spring? Or are you okay with this, persisting through 18 games, see where it lands, and then, reconvene in the offseason between spring and summer?
Well, I mean, this is difficult because on one hand, you have Keith coming in who, right, they brought him from the AD carry position, and they knew, like, expectations had to be pretty low, right? He's role swapping. He had maybe like 2 months to practice.
Yep.
So is 2 weeks of playtime enough to show like this is how well this player can be? Or is this still his like growth time?
I mean, I have a pretty strong opinion on this. I'm biting my tongue.
Don't bite the tongue.
Well, I have something else planned on Monday Night League, James. Don't try and get me to spill the beans.
When does that happen?
Monday night.
Oh, Monday night.
Monday.
Got it. Well, here's another question then to extend, and then we'll move off of this topic and over to TSM perhaps. FBI alongside Keith. Let's not ignore that this is a duo lane. How does FBI seem to be performing, maybe as compared to last year, with somebody like Keith next to him?
I mean, this is one of the big things that they had in their video when they kind of released the information about Keith's role swap, was that they wanted someone who could punish people in lane as a good offensively minded mechanical player that could work with FBI, who also wants to play that way. And I don't think that they've been great about punishing other people's mistakes yet, but I don't think that would be expected in the first couple weeks. Keith himself said, you guys are going to need to be patient with me. And he was saying that to the management when they were saying, hey, do you want to swap? He was like, I can, but you need to give me time because you're asking me to do this in 2 months and I've never done it and I'm playing with a new player. So I think all those things combined means that it's a little too early to judge still, a little bit.
And you know what? Good on Keith for being able to kind of staunchly like put that out there. Just say like, hey, okay, I'm okay with this move, but we're gonna put some parameters around how we assess how I'm doing here. All right, let's flip on over. We'll see if Golden Guardians can shore up those weaknesses today against TSM. But they're on a precipice of extending a 4-win streak here. All of a sudden, the turnaround from this squad after week 1 has been, astronomical.
Yeah, TSM went to like a very like kind of indecisive games where you don't know when they're actually going to make a play or if they're just going to keep farming side lanes. And then into this week where it's like, all right, Dardok's flashing in, he's engaging, and they're actually getting the fights they want.
Right. So can I be hyped?
Yes.
Can I be hyped
I think
about
a
this team?
little hyped.
I think you can be hyped because the primary beneficiary of this Dardok going in being more aggressive is actually Broken Blade. When you looked at the best that TSM looked last year, it was Spring Split after floundering in topside and jungle synergy. They eventually got it figured out, and he became a huge threat in the playoffs and in the finals. Broken Blade really looked like one of the premier players, and that was off the back of good synergy with Acadian. Broken Blade and Dardok are now building that same thing. It's very much mirroring Spring Split when I see this journey. Yeah, they messed up a dive yesterday where one went in and one didn't, but that's exactly how it looked last split.
That's true.
And so eventually, if they can get onto the exact same page, that would be a really dominant force when you have such a strong bot laner with Kabe, really good about collecting his farm, being a stable force, and then Bjergsen can kind of do it all.
And I think, just isolating Dardok too. There's the idea that they had a rough start, and I know, I'm speaking for myself initially, I was like, this is it. Like, you start 0-2 with Dardok on the team, I was thinking that's disaster. But they bring it back for 3 in a row after that, looking for their 4th here today against Golden Guardians. Champ Select is on the screen, so we're tossing it out to the Battle Arena for the call.
Thank you, Dash. Golden Guardians versus TSM. As TSM starting to get the fans re-hyped, Chad.
Yep.
I know you're always happy when TSM are doing well.
I am not happy or sad paging time as a neutral third party in this whole TSM debate. But I will say that TSM did look a lot better, particularly yesterday. It was a vintage Syndra game from Bjergsen. It had far better mid and late game coordination than any of the previous 4 games. So there is reason to be hopeful and to also, accept the reason they were bad, where Bjergsen he's been really sick this year, and he's just starting to come out of it, and you got to see what him playing at a higher level looked like for this team. But now they move into this Golden Guardians game, looking to go to 4-2, as Dash said.
Just to quickly recap, Syndra, Aurelia, GP, Bjergsen and Broken Blades champions Ben on the Golden Guardians side, and then kind of some standards on Red, Rumble, Akali, and Set as Zyrakan locked in after Aphelios, so no Senna wanted here for TSM.
Yeah, no Senna Aphelios handshake. Particularly in the LCS, Aphelios has a very good win rate against Senna, So I'm totally okay with teams dropping it. I still think overall as a champion, Sen is very powerful, and if you play around it with high wave pushing side lanes to allow Senna to take the mid lane, it's effective, but that's just not how a lot of these teams are using it, and Kabe's had some good Xayah games already, so I think it's a good choice.
Bifrost also very good on Rakan, so I like the 2v2 they're taking. It is the Thresh for Keith will be the response, so something a bit more aggressive. And Aatrox is open, so it looks like Ponza will take it. See if Golden Guardians lock this in for their solo lanes. And they do.
Would Broken Blade do Riven here?
He could.
A lot of players have talked very complimentary of Viper's Riven. And for FlyQuest, it does kind of threaten off the Aatrox pick. He hovered it at the start, just as like, aha, I used to be an amazing Riven. He doesn't like practicing it nearly as much anymore because he doesn't like transitioning from 60 solo queue ping to stage, which is very low ping on a champion like Riven. They're slow. All right,
I love this. All right, Qiyana.
Qiyana flex.
Yes, the flex. Dardoch, really the only Qiyana jungler in the entire league.
Yeah.
I think he's actually the only player that's played it so far this split. So.
Yeah. It's bold to pick it into Closer as well, who is an exceptional Qiyana. So he will know if this gets flexed away from mid into jungle like TSM has done already so far this split. Closer will know kind of all the limits of the Qiyana jungle. So I think it's actually pretty dangerous to flex it in the jungle, specifically against this player. We'll see.
Well, see what bans happen here as well. LeBlanc, the selection there for Golden Guardians. Keeping that one away from Bjergsen. Lee Sin, the other ban. So TSM saying, hey, we're just going to take these junglers away. At least threatening the Qiyana.
Yeah.
Here for Dardoch.
Yeah, TSM's done a lot of this year where they'll flex a solo lane. They'll pick a champ that is somewhat flexible in jungle. It's not a top tier jungler like a Lee Sin or an Elise or a Gragas, but then they'll end up banning out all the top tier of junglers, and Dardoch will basically match up as like a tier 2 jungle champion because it almost seems like even though they're picking these flexes, they're almost never flexing into the solo lane. They're almost always flexing into jungle. So I'd say like at this point it's 70-30, that it maybe even 80-20 that Dardoch is playing this Qiyana jungle. But you have to respect the fact that he can go solo.
And I love that about Dardoch. You know, a player that's always been willing to play a wide variety of jungle champions, has never shied away from using his mechanical skill on some of these more carry-oriented players. All right, and there's Gragas, so don't worry about all that.
Jeez, so why do the Gragas now? Because they could have just picked an Aatrox matchup and held it later, except they banned out the other 2 power junglers. The Gragas ban didn't match, so they wanted to do a power pick jungle. It makes sense.
It does.
I just had to work through it.
And Camille also taken away from Broken Blade, so he will lose another potential counter pick to the Aatrox. But Closer going to fall down to Jarvan, certainly a pick he's played pretty successfully already, so can't be too upset at what's happened here.
Yeah, neither composition looks weak in any way. It's probably Qiyana mid, but the thing with TSM is it could also be Qiyana top, depending on the matchup, if they ever think of picking one of those like giant front line things. Like an Ornn here wouldn't be totally shocking. They'd be all physical damage, which would be the reason you wouldn't do it, and that's why they do Zoe mid.
Yep, Zoe instead. Very solid champion. Kind of curious to see what is going to happen with these solo lanes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I know it's backtracking a little bit, but if TSM didn't lock in Gragas, Golden Guardians could have done Gragas jungle with an Ornn mid, and then they would have had AP threat. But that actually stopped them from being able to do Ornn mid, because if Ornn mid Aatrox top, Qiyana has no good lane.
Oh.
And they denied the Ornn pick. But now, since it's TSM who has the AP jungler, they're okay going with physical damage mid laner, so that's another reason the Gragas is a higher priority in this draft.
Makes sense, as Ornn is the last pick there for Broken Blade. Not really a counter pick, just a very solid 1v1 laner that does give you nice, solid, straightforward engage. In fact, both teams kind of played things out pretty normally, apart from looking at the junglers who have been very active so far this split in the early game. Very curious to see how this mid lane matchup works out. Have not seen Bjergsen's Qiyana in a while. They swapped.
Uh-huh. It's the Qiyana top, the triple flex Qiyana, and the Ornn mid. I'm not in the majority here. I really like Ornn mid.
I like Ornn mid.
For like all the wrong reasons. It's not exciting, but it's effective. it can just wash so many lanes. And what I mean by wash a lane is it stops the other person from being able to get aggressive. Abyssal Mask is like the best Ornn item. You can start Negatron Cloak, you can basically make it so the other guy can't kill you, and then you're still this great teamfight initiator. Good swap.
It's one of those things where, like, yes, Bjergsen is very competent on, you know, more carry-style champions, so his Syndra, the other control mages, his assassins, like, I'm sure he can play Qiyana, but Broken Blade has just always been this player, especially even early on in this split, that's like, I want to be aggressive, I want to carry, give me the flashy champion, and I'll get it done. And Bjergsen, to his credit, has pretty consistently defaulted in his career to playing more of a role player or a support role when he has needed to.
Yeah,
think of the amount of Galio games he played that one split over and over and over again, just because that's what his team needed. So Ornn mid is definitely a player that is more selfless. But as exciting as Qiyana Triple Flex is, this 2v2 is extremely volatile.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where Dardoch pats in the early game as we get a quick pause. Hopefully that's an issue on stage that we can get fixed very quickly. Looks like Broken Blade is calling something in. See what the resolution is on that. Qiyana top, man, it's good. He was like the first guy on the Qiyana train. If you remember back to when Qiyana was released, within like a day, there was a Qiyana pentakill from Broken Blade stream clip. Like, he's been ready to play this champ on stage for a while.
It's nice to see him play Aurelia yesterday, again, leaning more into those flashier champions that he's been showing off from time to time. It seems like Broken Blade having a monitor issue, so we'll look to get that resolved ASAP. It's difficult to play when you can't see. That's true of any champion. But we'll see exactly how long it all shakes out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tracking Dardoch versus Closer. And obviously, these players, once they're in the game, they're usually very much like nameplates off, let's do whatever the best play is. But knowing the relationship of Closer and Broken Blade, part of me is like, I wonder if he'll put more jungle attention to top, because it's so hard for a Jarvan to gank a Qiyana at any stage in the game, especially post-6, when you can just R the R and stun the Jarvan, but it's going to be fun.
I mean, where else do you really want to go, though? Like, you don't want to gank the Ornn mid with Spellbook. 2v2 maybe, if you can set it up, but Siren are kind of pretty slippery. Thresh keeps your AD pretty safe. So top lane seems like the most obvious place to go, because that's the matchup with potentially the most volatility, but we'll see. Junglers are going to start on the same side perhaps, so maybe Closer's going to rotate himself down to the bottom half. It's Golden Glue skipping in mid lane. Certainly remember his Zoe when he was back in Academy, when that champion first came out. He was one of the players picking that one up alongside Damonte there. And has been very popular. In fact, Zoe's win rate, especially for teams on the lower end of the standings, has been really high.
Yeah, Zoe always finds a way back. It's a fairly blind, pickable solo lane choice, and I'm gonna be spending a lot of time on the jungle here, so neither team is pulling for their jungler, and the question is how much that information is hidden. So Kabe showing right there, and keep doing that late invade, will give Closer and Golden Guardians information that Dardoch is likely starting topside, and that's all they know. And all TSM knows is the Closer didn't get a pull. They don't know if he started red or blue yet.
Yep. Bjergsen gave Dardoch one pillar on the Raptors, and that was it. That's all you get.
Yeah, that's all you got time for. It's actually more generous than most mid laners are going to be.
That's true. Again, Bjergsen willing to play for his team here, even in the early stages of the game. We'll certainly watch this 1v1 though.
No, we got to talk about the jungle already.
Take it back.
Closer has skipped everything. He's going straight for Dardoch at his red, and he's a second late. It's gone.
Yep, gets a sweeper, had that as well to help out this invade. And we'll get the bad news that that's gone. And the next camp you may have wanted, also gone.
Wow, and that is partially because Bjergsen helped pull Raptors. That sped up the clear enough to buy him that second or two to get over to Krug. So it's actually now 3 camps to 1 with what Dardoch was able to do in this early jungle matchup.
Well, to see that early on, Haunts are having a great time in the 1v1. Qiyana's first few levels known to be not so good. Level 1 especially is
weak.
Pretty meh. But I'm sure that we'll pick up and check back in on that matchup in a moment. For now, into the bot lane we go. Ryan Rakan versus Aphelios and Thresh. FBI and Keith getting the job started early as Broken Blade getting fancy already. Procs Electrocute there in the top lane. Certainly don't want to take long fights against the Conqueror Aatrox.
Yeah, I'll be very impressed if Broken Blades wins this matchup without jungle assistance. Aatrox is exactly the type of champion you expect Kiana to struggle against. But if he dodges all of the skill shots and plays it perfectly, yeah, you can win, but it's really dangerous.
You can see a bit of that there with Broken Blade picking up the grass element and hiding in stealth as Haunter tried to find a follow-up Q3. Level 3 now in 2v2 for TSM. So Keith and FBI will be forced to play back a little more, but should ding over in just a few moments. And junglers now starting to generate a bit more activity. Closer is on the top side, maybe expecting Dardoch to be here as well. So I think just making sure that Haunter doesn't get involved in any scuffles he doesn't want to be in. In fact, Closer, I think he started a recall and canceled
because the wave's in a bad spot for Broken Blade.
Good flash. Yeah. Now he knows the jungle is here. Electrocute procs. Closer with a good sweeper is going to find Broken Blade there. And it might be a solo job. Broken Blade back with the grass element though, so should be okay. Kind of feigns going back in on Haunter, and that's enough to make him fall away.
Yeah, there's a lot of grass up there, and Grass Blade is really hard for Jarvan to deal with. Even the fact that as you're grabbing an element, you jump away, like, it's a really, really hard champion to gank. So great job by Broken Blade, actually, just kind of toying with Closer there. Dardoch giving him extra confidence to push the wave in, but really, Broken Blade did it by himself there.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch basically just making sure that Closer wasn't sticking around for the long con. He was in the brush, but does complete his recall. And Broken Blade will get the wave push in and maintain a small CS lead. In fact, Dardoch's even found Haunter, just buying extra time for Broken Blade there in the top lane.
Yeah, that's looks small, but it ends up denying 3 minions by the time Haunter gets back to that turret. Every little thing counts.
Broken Blade also Executioner's calling first. Always popular against the Aatrox.
Get that redemption.
You have to get it. It's so good. Clears the wave with it.
I think when you get an early redemption like that, you should dive bot. Or fight River, or fight Dragon. The fact that he used it to clear the wave is okay, because they're just going to get uncontested stuff anyway, but I always like it when they hold it in case a fight happens.
Instead,
I guess it's fine.
Golden Guardian's feeling comfortable enough to just go ahead and take this first Drake. Golden Blue will rotate down just to make sure. TSM don't seem too worried about giving over that first Drake. And in general, the first 2 Drakes tend to go by pretty quietly.
Yeah, with Ornn Xayah, TSM is ultimately looking for that level 13-ish power spike where you have both of the Ornn upgrades, hopefully Abyssal Mask and Sunfire Cape, and an upgraded Infinity Edge for the Xayah. That's when they're really going to be at like this is something that Atlas coined, like the human call has completed, is when Ornn hits level like 13 or 14. So that's one of the things that Ornn is really good for.
Broken Blade still fighting Haunter. Does have his ulti ready, but keeps eating sweet spots on Aatrox Qs. As Dardoch is lining up this dive. Bjergsen here as well with the ulti.
They want to dive. Haunter has flash, but not 6.
Time to go Predator. Bjergsen off to the side. Gonna get the Ornn horn blown away, and that's an easy first blood. Broken Blade able to grab it.
That's a nice CC chain right there. Never giving Haunter the opportunity to flash and going, even though Closer showed. So to me, this is actually growth for TSM. There were so many moments in the first couple weeks where they'd send everyone up and then not complete the dive because they saw like a chance that it goes wrong. Here they just go. So watching it one more time, Dardoch is full health, Broken Blade is 50%, but it's fine. Dardoch takes turret aggro, just walks up and body slams, full CC lock, and then he flashes away so that he doesn't get hit by an extra turret shot and doesn't give Jarvan a window to kill him. Great execution on that dive.
Nice and clean, and that is Broken Blade. Now with 2 longswords and 10 CS up as Haunter rejoins the lane. Still has his flash, so the redive, maybe not as likely. But TSM certainly showing that with the Ornn having the ulti as well, Bjergsen able to easily leave that lane. Dardoch will have his ulti next attempt as well, if they want to go for it. Certainly is somewhere that they could look to continue harassing. But for now, we'll just set back with a little bit of PvE in mid lane.
Yeah. Definitely want to track the timers as we approach 8 minutes, knowing that Ornn and Kiana Ultimate were just used. TSM will want that if there is a Rift Herald fight. So I'm actually paying a lot of attention to the bot wave right now. When that gets pushed into turret, it's possible that Keith would roam up towards Rift Herald, or in fact just initiate another recall to go for something. It's a little weird because FBI already got a good BF sword back, but if they can get a good push, I can see them starting Rift Herald early.
I also learned something today, which I'm excited to share. Bjergsen very cleverly using Bellows Breath to not get put to sleep. I didn't realize it worked that way.
You can even buffer Mordekaiser. Ooh. You can just cancel. Ooh. There's a half-second cast time. If you see him reaching his hand out, just press W on Ornn. You don't go into the death drop.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, because he's unstoppable, and it's a suppression.
He certainly is unstoppable.
Yeah.
So again, Bjergsen clearly experienced with this champion and the matchup. Keith is rotating into mid lane to give it a go.
Yeah, so that's the roam. They got push, and they just walk up there. So they're going for Rift. Although Broken Blade and Bjergsen do have ultimates, so there's a chance that they'd look to contest this. Bjergsen does get chunked, though.
Yeah, might be just enough there to force TSM away from contesting here. Kardak is on the bottom half of the map right now.
All right, they're giving it up from the looks of it, but we need to track the plates here. So what was given up versus what was gained is the choice of whether this Rift was worth it. Yes, they get the Rift Herald, but look at the bottom lane. It's 2 plates that go over to Xayah, as well as farm. How many plates do they get in the top lane, and how much farm are they actually giving up? Because they're looking for a play top here. If they can kill Broken Blade, they can take the whole turret. Broken Blade's already playing safe, so what you want to do is get 2.5 plates, then drop the Rift. That gives you the whole turret. It looks like they're actually in position to do something close to that.
Yep, dropping the Crescendum turret as well. FBI pretty quickly chunking down the tower. Broken Blade threatening closer. Still has his ulti ready as well.
Not dropping it yet.
Wanting a few more plates if they can get it, but now the reinforcements have been called in. Biofrost and Dardoch now here in the top lane.
Huh. So far, it's 2 plates for 2 plates, but one team has Rift. So it's a good trade for Golden Guardians, but they're probably good in this one because they didn't lose that much overall map pressure going through it. I like the play.
We'll see where they do drop the Herald though, have held onto it, and still have a few minutes to collect some plate gold. Gold and blue, still with the blue buff just shoving in. Bjergsen playing respectfully near his tower. Knows that right now, can't really outshove the Zoe. Ooh, gold and blue getting tricky. Holds asleep this time. But again, takes a lot to chew through the Ornn, especially given that Bjergsen is getting close to finishing up that mask. Already with that Negatron cloak, as you were alluding to earlier, Jat, does make it so that AP-based mid laners just really can't do anything.
Golden Guardians with a good objective focus as well. Trying to start off week 3 with a bang. Good rotation and get that Drake. Still haven't had to drop Rift Herald.
I think also necessarily respectful of Broken Blade there, who has swapped over and was looking to maybe start a fight with his ultimate. But it's not needed just yet. Instead, it will just be those 2 Drakes. As a reminder, next up is going to be a fun one. The LCS leaders Dignitas and Cloud9 will be facing off.
Yeah, will Sven die?
Will
he run into the turret after not dying the whole game?
I definitely hope that doesn't happen.
Will Dignitas break their 2-game losing streak? We'll see.
We will.
That's next.
It is next. Very exciting matchup following this one, but we'll stay here for now. Still plenty of game to be played. Golden Guardians, despite the gold deficit of only 1,000 gold, actually been playing nicely to secure all these objectives. They still do have that Herald to drop, and looks like Closer is ready in the top lane to do just that.
Oh yeah, that's this first turret. They were able to be patient enough with the Herald. They see when Broken Blade goes for recall. This is really well done by Golden Guardians. This will equalize the goal.
Just gonna get these last few plates in and have it there. That should be enough for the execute. A few more autos required by Hansa, but with the help of the Herald herself, nice and easy there for Golden Guardians. Kobe and Bifrost are doing their best to try and take this tower down as well.
FBI being very respectful of the missing Ornn and the jungler who's right next to them. And Broken Blade able to catch the Herald before it can charge. Please hit that up. There we go.
25 extra gold. TSM though committing for this outer tower. Again, 4v2 for FBI and Keith, even with the tower there.
Okay.
No chance to defend, so TSM do get the eventual trade.
Yeah, so overall, the Herald didn't do much. I know I've been back and forth on this already, but Kabe has gained about a 15 CS lead, 11 CS lead. You can see he's 400 gold up on FBI, whereas it was basically the first turret bonus is what the Herald ended up giving over to Golden Guardians. So it's not like a bad play to go for it, but definitely not this objective that both teams like definitely have to contest and sell out for, which we've seen a lot of the time.
Just Golden Guardian continuing to play nice and smoothly here through this early game. Golden Glue, bubble on, gonna find Bjergsen. On horn is blown, they know exactly where Golden Glue's going. What a redirect from Bjergsen as Bifrost looking for the recombo, finds the knock-up. And the charm onto 2, and Golden Glue ignited down. Honey Fruit, not enough. It's Bifrost that claims it. Here we go, Broken Blade, supreme display of talent, finds 2 for the stun. FBI going down, Closer getting slowed.
TSM just pounced, and Hanser's in the jungle.
All right, 1v3, Aatrox with a
flash.
Try to trick his way out of there. Does get over the wall, and that is to safety.
Zoom, Aatrox just pops his ult and flashes away. Not really the intended use you think of the ultimate, but effective in some cases. TSM just pounced there, though.
They knew. Bjergsen was like, shouldn't be here. Golden Glue getting a little too zealous with the bubbles. Thought he had an easy bit of poke on a Bifrost, and Bjergsen blast cones over and says, absolutely not.
Yeah, just the switcheroo from Biofrost to Bjergsen, and then still a clean engage, like Biofrost being at 40% health, still going in to get that CC and Ignite off, and then coming back, and then obviously Broken Blade catching anyone in the river. His Kiana mechanics are very clean. Just EQR into reset into another Q for the finish.
And then Hanser thought the only way out was here through top, found a second one, but does cost him his flash and the ulti. But at least escapes without giving another kill away. TSM, they're continuing to mount their lead slowly but surely, almost 2,000 gold ahead. You can see despite the turret plates being even, TSM with those kills, and just generally farming up nicely, particularly on Kobe, as you mentioned, after those Rift Tower plays. Still find themselves ahead in gold.
I wanted to point out something that's a little bit different. Dardoch's gone cooldown Predator Boots rather than Sorcerer Shoes. Really wants to flash E as much as possible. For the Summoner Spell cooldown, I'm almost certain, since that's a way they can generate kills, is Gragas E flash into a Kiana combo.
I like it. We'll see if he does continue to stay aggressive.
Don't get that off.
No. I feel like cooldown boots are those boots that people never are too sure when to buy. Yeah. They're probably a lot better than you think in more cases than people are at least currently using them for.
Yes.
Rift Herald is back up, so teams are potentially looking to fight for it. There's also a Drake coming up in a little bit. That's not available just yet. These teams are just 2v2ing here in the mid lane, trying to get priority.
Kiana on the bottom of the screen.
Broken Blade again finds the combo. This time it's Haunter caught out. No flash from the last encounter. So Broken Blade on a killing spree as he takes down Haunter.
Yeah, that is Broken Blade just searching for assassinations. Speaking of which, trying to do the same.
Oh, Dardoch in there. Does burn, not the flash. Body slam was enough, and Kobe says, see you later, Golden Glue.
TSM making this Kiana work. That was just one Kiana play into a second pick mid lane, and that'll give them the third Drake most likely.
And Drake over is the mountain, which will be the soul for this game, of course. Dardoch and Broken Blade easily able to combine for this. TSM just trying to build up lead. I mean, again, it's just, I think it's not just that they're being willing to do things, which maybe we could have criticized them for not doing as much of in week 1, but the crispness of their execution with a comp that we haven't seen them play before.
Yeah, it's decisiveness, even if the decisiveness is not going for a play. They're going for Hanser again. Kiana ult's not up, so it's a little tricky.
Dardoch into stasis he goes. But another route here. Broken Blade just continuing to chain them. CC is just everywhere, and Haunter is trying, but he can't get out. It's Dardoch that claims the kill this time.
Yeah, that's extra bad for Hanser because he's off ultimate cycle now, so Broken Blade is actually sitting on a bunch of gold. He's got 1,500, so the next time he tries to split, the matchup may be snowballed enough now that Broken Blade could consider a one-shot combo if they get him with Dardoch again. But yeah, to your point, TSM has been decisive, and something that shows decisiveness to me in a weird way is like not going for a Rift Herald swap or being okay giving up 2 Drakes. We just came off of the 100 Thieves Immortals game where we saw 100 Thieves contest objectives that were like a 25% chance of working for them, if that. Here, when Golden Guardians is first to a play, TSM has at least been trying to get pressure elsewhere, which was honestly completely lacking for TSM in the first 2 weeks of play, where they would have terrible side lane farm and were therefore behind on almost every play. Here, their side of the farm is better.
Oh, that was sick.
They're going for it, but he missed the ult.
Yeah, Bifrost in there as well. Actually, really well played by Golden Glue there. Juke's left. Oh, we'll talk about it in a second. Bjergsen, ooh, tries to find the sitter. Dardoch in as well. Not just yet. Oh, Bjergsen just playing Gragas, I guess. Gets a knock up there on the Keith with the pillar combo, and Dardoch just shorts at Kobe the target, but Closer has to get out of there. The bubble landing though may actually turn it back around. Kobe trying to protect his jungler, Bifrost here as well, but Haunter maybe now wants to look for the re-engage. Great bubble there. So paddle star from Golden Glue, but not enough to slay Bifrost.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done by Golden Glue there, and this extended trade all started by Golden Glue's outplay in the top lane. Means Golden Guardians might get this mid-turret.
Sleepy Bjergsen, nope, goes unstoppable. Rift Herald though as Dardoch gets chunked. Golden Glue now out of mana though, but it's just enough. Inferno multi out does not get the pick off. And the tower goes over to Golden Guardians without anybody dying.
Woo! Tense moment in the game there. Golden Guardians still somehow killless in this game, even though there were so many close calls in that last fight.
But Broken Blade continuing to shove things out in the top lane, and this is kind of something I like. I see this often in jungle and in mid lane for Qiyana, is these Moby boots. But I'm not sure if in top lane you're looking to maybe take 1v1s more, or if Moby boots are just simply the standard. But if you look at that boot choice and the fact that Broken Blade, despite his excellent scoreline, is still down in CS to Hwanta, he's just playing the roam and make plays elsewhere. Broken Blade's impact is significantly higher in this game than it would be if you just look at the landing stats.
I think you are absolutely right on that one. We even saw yesterday Niski going boots and mobility first, like before any damage, because the roam impact is high. He learned his lesson. R is down, but he still had a flash.
Oh, it gets in there. What a play! Blast the Bream display of talent while asleep. Buffers the Q through, and that's enough to get the kill this time.
He is playing completely free this game. Going for that play with a Drowsy a quarter of a second away from killing him and being able to get all his spells in is huge. Now can you juke the Jarvan?
There's one.
As soon as he sees him, Closer's pressing R.
Sweeper again,
but he
gets out.
He's
done up. Back to his friend, Closer. Fast auto finally gets it. The shutdown is good, but Closer will sacrifice himself for it. The first kill is a one-shot. Closer may be able to zip out of there. Kobe's here as well. Bjergsen finds the angle, and Kobe gets donated the kill.
Brother, we go down together. Closer and Broken Blade say, oh my goodness. And that's the trick about like ganking Qiyana. Sometimes it can take so much time. Grassblade into Grassblade. We're gonna watch the solo kill. Golden Glue uses R, and Broken Blade says, you shouldn't have done that. Still flashes, but then watch this. Sees the angle, flashes for it before the Drowsy completes. Great play by Broken Blade.
Yep, waited for Golden Glue to commit to the bubble, and knew that the flash could kill after. So Golden Glue suffers another death. Broken Blade this time able to find his outplay and grab his 4th kill of this game. He's actually been involved in almost every kill. 7 out of 8 participations there for Broken Blade in this game. Golden Guardians with their own kill. Closer got a lot of gold killing Broken Blade. I think it was 700 shutdown gold.
Uses that for the Stone Plate, so he's going to be low on burst. Or sorry, hard to burst. It's going to be Kabe who needs to do most of the damage in the late game, for sure.
Bit of space here opened up in mid for Golden Guardians with that mid outer tower felled. So looking to play for this next Drake. Again, Mountain Soul. And the 3rd Drake for Golden Guardians would be here as Broken Blade maybe a little too far forward. Good damage though to Haunter. Can't undersell just the power of this early lethality for Broken Blade either. And don't want to be in this choke point. It's extra awkward because that little extra rock that Qiyana can try and play around.
Ooh, we might get to see like a Giga Qiyana ultimate.
Yeah.
Jarvan terrain connects terrain.
Ooh.
Especially on mountain map. But here we go. Let's see if they can steal this Drake.
Oh, good Drowsy though. They're actually maybe going to try and find the snipe here, and the Broken Blade does get killed. Drake now for the taking. They're going to try and grab it soon. Bjergsen though can't redirect the ulti, just uses it for the slow, and that's the Drake over to Golden Guardians. FBI able to get it. Golden Glue finds Dardoch, but is not going to continue. Once Kobe instead, who goes into the Featherstorm, but gets dumped by Closer. They trap him in there. That's the shutdown. Golden Guardians finally finding a team fight going right.
They just took control of the game. That one pick onto Broken Blade at such an important moment means they can not only become 1 Drake away from getting Soul, they get 2 of the most important shutdowns, and it might be Baron.
reading the game state well, knowing that Broken Blade was going to look for another flank. Golden Glue and Closer sniff it out, shut him down, and a straight onto Baron. Bjergsen, can he swap to Smite? Does Dardoch want to try and get in there as well? They're TPing, but Bjergsen may be caught here. Keith, going to be the first target of Bjergsen, just not tanky enough. The free play talent is nice. Closer looking to go down. Firefrost chases him. The Ignite isn't up there. And that's going to save them from the Baron. Golden Guardians are still chasing. Flash hook there from Keith. Finally coming up trumps.
Golden Guardians is so low.
But no objective. Junglers are dead. Time to reset.
Whew, so right there, Golden Guardians was not about doing Baron with the Qiyana up. So they fully committed to fighting outside of the pit, and that was very explosive. Closer almost made it out of this one alive. But we're gonna go all the way back to the more decisive fight. Golden Glue just catching Broken Blade, trying to flank with that sleep is what starts everything, and TSM just has to bail. Kabe trying to DPS as much as possible, but Closer lands the EQ as the Aatrox W is there, and then ultimate. So great layering of CC by the Guardians. And then the end of this fight, watch the Raptor assist right here. As Closer smites to try and stay alive, but then Bifrost just like make sure the Raptors are hitting the Jarvan, and that's what secures the kill.
Keith though with a nice hook to follow up. Means that both junglers die. Baron is not a threat anymore. And we reset to this game state, which now has Golden Guardians ahead, but not by much. You can see the goal difference for the entire game. The biggest lead has been just under 2,500 gold. And now we've come all the way back for Golden Guardians, who are almost 1,000 ahead.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot about who can outcarry in these team fights. Is it going to be the Aphelios or the Xayah? Something that's interesting is that Kabe does not yet have the Infinity Edge, so Bjergsen doesn't have the Ornn upgrade, but they're still looking to make pressure in mid.
They'll get the tower as well. Good play there from Bjergsen just to use the ulti, buy the space, threaten FBI. TSM have enough room to take a tower and retake the gold lead, actually. Up now 800 to getting the gold from that objective. But still, the Soul Drake in a number of minutes will be available for Golden Guardians, and Baron is still available for either of these two teams, and they both do it, I would say, quickly enough. You mentioned the Aphelios gun combo already, certainly a way that GG can look to threaten that objective.
And it's of hyper importance in this game because of how Broken Blade is building and just the way Qiyana works. He's double lethality items. If two Mountain Drakes go over, you're already increasing the armor and MR, which reduces the burst potential, but the Mountain Soul shield will basically make it so Broken Blade can't one-shot anyone. And that's kind of all that champ does, aside from some CC setup with the ultimate is attempt one-shot. So if Golden Guardians get this soul, their chances of winning go way up.
Minute 20 till that soul is up. Bifrost roaming through the enemy jungle, getting some deep vision down. Does spot both Closer and Haunter on the Krog camp. Closer's going to clear one of those out as Bifrost looks to recall and refresh those wards. Golden Glue doing the blue himself, does grab it, which will be pretty critical this upcoming objective fight. Both ADs in decent spots. Probably certainly ahead on farm, but item-wise they're looking pretty close.
Kabe's, if you're TSM right now, you got to be putting every last bit of gold into Kabe, because if you can get Infinity Edge before that Mountain Drake, it really increases your chances of winning the fight.
Almost 2,000 gold on him. Dardoch a little too far forward. Box goes down, but Bifrost there to save him. In fact, TSM are just continuing. Bjergsen TP'd in. He's got his ulti ready. They're going to force them off this tower.
A little bit awkward for TSM right now, actually. Not able to get dive on that turret, not giving anyone on their team time to go back and base and buy. I mean, Kabe's sitting on 1,900 gold, but Mountain Soul's up in 20 seconds. They really shouldn't have done that bot lane push.
Yeah, there's I see what they wanted to do. Again, make space, go fall back to the Drake and take it. But now Golden Guardians actually have time to re-push out mid and potentially contest in the 5v5.
Broken Blade's looking for a flank. Haunter just blindly goes in.
They have to know. Supreme display of talent again onto Haunter. They jump on him. He will fall down. Shut down there over to Dardoch as Bjergsen with a great two-man knockup finds FBI and he's shut down as well. Keith getting to the next one on the menu as Broken Blade is flanked completely around it. He can keep going. Not now. He's going to fall asleep. Golden Glue. Oh, I'm not sure about that play. Forced to flash. Dardoch going to go in. Finds the cast, but good flash out from Golden Glue. It's still Bifrost chases him down. Not enough from the portal jump to save him. That's 4 kills for TSM, and that will be Baron.
Gonna turn straight for it. The one person who's alive, though, is Closer, and Bauerfrost just needs to see him. Hello, there he is.
Bauerfrost, no
Saw him.
Broken Blade just gonna make sure he absolutely can't get out.
Yeah, they're just not gonna let him in.
2 former friends from the TCL, and Broken Blade says, you are not getting into the pit today. They'll just chase him as far away as they need to. Closer not gonna dip back around for the steal, knows that he's just gonna give away a kill if he tries it.
Mountain Soul is still really important pastry time, so great execution by TSM in that fight. Oh, he's gonna get him.
Oh, he wants it. Oh, the style! Maximum extension finds the execute off the mountain elements right as Baron goes down.
Oh, and that makes it so it's so hard for Golden Guardians to reset for that Mountain Soul. If they go for it, we'll jump out of the replay for sure, but watch this one more time. Haunter's suspicious that Broken Blade and Biofrost are here, and they just go for the combo, right? CC lock. It's a Ninja Tabi Aatrox, so he doesn't have time to do anything during the CC duration, and then, since it's TSM who started the fight, it doesn't matter that Kabe is sitting on 2,000 gold because they just erased 10,000 gold worth of an Aatrox before the fight, so they're able to win.
I mean, these choke points just look so brutal around these objectives. That extra little rock making that you can't really run anywhere, and TSM have so much CC to throw in. Now the Drake has finally started as we watch the final kill in that previous exchange. TSM are on it. Closer is not quite there in time. That will be Drake over to TSM, picking up their second, keeping the soul away from Golden Guardians.
Good secure from TSM. The game broken open. You saw Broken Blade gets picked. Golden Guardians gets the lead. Broken Blade picks Haunter, and what happens to TSM as the timing of that one being able to turn straight into a full ace as well as Baron was so beneficial. And now the Ornn upgrades come in. So additionally to the 5,000 gold swing, they've gotten extra upgrade gold on the Infinity Edge and the Zonias as they set up this push bot.
It'll be a pretty easy take here with the Baron still up for a minute 30 or so. TSM have more than doubled the highest gold lead that existed when we last checked on the graph. More than 5,000 gold ahead at this stage as they look to keep that moving as they take the tier 2 down in bot. Not really stopping. Concede pretty comfortably here as Kabe is just throwing feathers into the tower. Broken Blade is busy escorting minions in mid.
Yeah, TSM need to make something big happen on this Baron push because just the fact that Golden Guardians is still sitting on 3 dragons means a misstep during this Baron power play that turns into a Golden Guardians 4th Drake could still be a Golden Guardians victory. So this Baron power play with 47 seconds left, you want to see TSM either get an initiation or 1 or 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, time to do as much damage as possible. Keep them away from that Drake. They will break the bottom inhib, which on this side of the map is beneficial for keeping the Drake away. And that inhib will fall as well. Now it's time to work on the second. 30 seconds of Baron left.
Here comes just to push him off, probably. Okay, now Golden Guardian should step up to defend.
Keep looking for the hook, does not find it. Bubble also going wide. Gerkson playing frontline well also. But TSM do need to protect the more fragile carries. And Gerkson can't tank forever. Golden Guardians though not pulling the trigger just yet. Baron will wear off on this wave. Got one more, few precious seconds left to try and shove. Gerkson looking for Closer, but in the front side is Bifrost that maybe he's found Keeper. He lives! Good ult from Dardoch though, will secure it as Kabe's able to find a Broken Blade though, shut down on the other side of the fight. So now a 4v4, and I think Golden Guardians will be happy with that.
Yeah, that's an acceptable defense for Golden Guardians for sure. As they still have stopwatch in both summoners on FBI. If you think about what they're going to need for that next Drake fight, they will be fully prepared to try and contest that Mountain Soul. So sure, they lost an inhibitor, but it's in the bottom side. They can push that out. And we'll watch this fight one more time. Closer clearly looking for a fight, and TSM gets split. Bjergsen on the top side, Broken Blade on the bottom. And since Broken Blade doesn't have an angle, he just gets caught in Drowsy, and then both solo laners just kind of gang up on him. So support for top laner is a win trade for the Golden Guardians.
Keep the mid alive as well, at least for now. So 2 minutes until we count down to yet another Mountain Drake. On track for potentially max mountains in this game as well.
Yeah, true.
It's always fun to see. Always like seeing 5 Drakes.
We,
do math right?
We're at 5.
Oh, no, 5
6,
single
7.
Drakes, I mean.
Oh, okay. So you like to see the 4 mountains in a row and then an Elder?
That's good. I like that. That's what I do like. We'll see, TSM at least creeping towards it. 135 until that's up. Currently on the top side of the map, just trying to, again, maintain the control they have, because that turret difference with the super minions in the bottom lane makes the ability for Golden Guardians to leave and contest the objective a little trickier. 1v1 attempt, into stasis we go. Broken Blade seems like he's got this one sealed, but the flash from Haunter may delay it. Broken Blade, though, still chasing, again, back into stasis. Haunter did a really nice job, but not enough, and with Dardoch in reserve, Haunter was never getting out of that.
Yeah, it's strong Kiana right now. Check in. You know, only 1,000 gold lead on him, but still, when he gets the jump on him and he layers all that CC, the stopwatch actually... Stopwatch really didn't do anything for Haunter. It just gave time for Broken Blade's cooldowns to come back.
Yeah, Dardoch
so
could run down
finish the kill. Yeah.
4v5 now for Golden Guardians. Good bubbles here from Golden Glue. Finding the non-on-related targets, but Bjergsen said, I've had enough. On to Keith we go. Again, just tanking, giving his team space to take the tower, which they do.
Kami's a little chunked, so it's hard to step up as TSM.
Decent ult there from Dardoch, finds closer into the alley-oop, but FBI left unchecked with the Infernum.
Watch the TP of Haunter. Golden Guardians knows TSM is low and they might look to flank. They have that one ward in the jungle. Is Haunter going to take it?
FBI did use his ulti, so that's not available, but I think Golden Guardians will try and chase here. No, Haunter not burning a TP just yet. Got to be careful though, Drake up in 12 seconds.
Again, this is kind of the situation we were in last time where TSM kind of wants to reset, but they're probably just going to wait in the bush for a fight.
Dardoch also had a recall cancelled. Keith is low. Kolbe still fine. Bjergsen again looking for the flank, and it's a triple pincer.
Watch Diana.
Dardoch, in we go. Everyone's flashing away. It's Broken Blade. Time to shine. Gets one. Submitted player talent finds a second. A double kill for Broken Blade as Closer's getting out of there. Haunter will fall as well, and the TP, and Broken Blade says, I don't care about the KDA. Let me end the game. TSM, they find the fight. There's only one left alive, and Broken Blade, from start to finish, will end the game and give TSM their 4th straight win.
May start the season 0-2, but what does that really mean, Pace Your Time? It means you need to win 4 in a row to get to 4-2, and now TSM will move into a tie for second as they slowly end out this week. Maybe, are they trying for Drake? Are they trying to kill Drake? It's over.
No way. Let's let the minions finish off the drop. Broken Blade sending a message back to his friend from the TCL. And a big smile on Broken Blade's face. The triple flex Kiana goes top, and boy, did it work out.
Absolutely. Into an Aatrox, too. I don't think that's a good matchup, but it looked like a good matchup in the hands of Broken Blade. He got some good assistance from his team. Dardoch and Bjergsen roaming up early when he was on 6 so he could get the first kill. Roamed around a lot, got a lot of flanks, and overall a solid win for TSM.
I just checked Bjergsen's scoreline, and that's the most on mid scoreline ever. 0-0-11.
Yep. What's not shown in this score is he upgraded an Infinity Edge, a Zhonya's, and a Ghost Blade.
Yeah, so that gold difference on your screen, that's what?
Yeah.
Close to 10K by the end of the game. More than that with the extra on items. Adding a bit of luxury to the inventories. But super solid game from TSM. Continuing the momentum they've had, 4 straight wins now. And again, the way they're winning is the thing that I like to see.
Yes.
Being decisive, making just clean decisions, whether it's to do something or not do something. Playing more aggressive drafts, giving Broken Blade more agency.
It's improved.
Giving Bjergsen on.
Yeah, it's improved. They're showing some more flexibility, and it's a building process, right? Like Spring Split, these teams come in, practice for a couple weeks, right? TSM did boot camp preseason in China and Korea, but then had a break before the season. Bjergsen got sick. They are working their way into form. I still see like Cloud9 mega at the top, but after that, we're now seeing TSM at 4-2, FlyQuest hoping to get to 4-2, Immortals hoping to get there. It's going to be that big stack of teams in second.
Well, maybe TSM will just stay where they are. After the break, 2 of the best mid laners in the league are squaring off. It's Niski versus Froggen in Game 3. Don't go anywhere.
BB?
Yeah.
Only because they have Cruiser. Don't play anything differently today, and let's play aggressively if you see them.
Yeah.
The opportunity.
Yeah.
What, you're scared?
What?
No.
I'll take down Haunter, you can take down Closer, okay?
I don't have flash, you go first.
Okay. I have ulti.
Nice.
Back.
Really good, really good.
Ignited down, Honeyfruit, not enough. It's Firefrost that claims it. Here we go, Broken Blade. Supreme display of talent finds 2 for the stun.
He learned his lesson. R's down, but he still had a flash.
Oh, it gets in there. What a play.
Oh, great execution by TSM in that fight. Oh, he's going to get him.
Oh, he wants it. Oh, the style.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
I mean, I think Froggen
was bad at one point before, but I feel like he's been, I won't say improving, but kind of changing his playstyle a bit. Like, he plays the new champions, he plays melee champions. Like, last year, I think he played Talon, and now he plays more, I don't know, like, he plays every mage in the meta, and, like, mages are not bad, so I think it's not like he got lucky, and that's why he's good, because of the mages, right? I think he knows what's good in the meta, and then he plays it, and then also I feel like he usually doesn't lose lane, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
He knows what's in the meta because he's played through literally all of them. One of the most veteran players on the stage. Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for Game 3, where we've got two powerhouse mid laners loading onto the Rift. Potentially two of the best performing mid laners this split in the LCS.
Yeah, I've been really happy with Froggen's claim back to fame. I think for a while, being on the stints of his previous teams, he wasn't really able to shine, and now on Dig, he's doing really well.
And Niski has continued his rampage from summer. He was basically the kill leader for mid laners then. I think he's on pace to be again. And he has such an aggressive playstyle. It's not like he has the same one that we've seen out of Jensen and Niski, or excuse me, Jensen, Bjergsen, and Froggen, who have a more controlled playstyle. He is a scrapper. He is down to take dumb fights and try and come out on top, which is something I don't think you've seen traditionally out of North American mid laners who have that all-in playstyle that you see more in LPL and sometimes even in other European mids.
I mean, the dude will pick Veigar and then flash cage ult you in the face underneath your inhib turret for a win, so I don't know what you're expected to do against him.
I think he was also the first one to start playing Aatrox mid in North America, when it was one of those moments where it's like, North American mids are like, they want to look really good, right? You got like 10 CS a minute, you got like sick KDA, and Niski was kind of the odd man out, being like, I'm actually flashing in to start this fight. I think that's a really weird player to play against as well, because usually you can track, all right? Support jungle, those are their initiators, those are the people you need to watch. But when you play against C9, you're like, all right, their top will fight me, their jungle will fight me, their mid's gonna fight me. Maybe Sven's gonna flash on me now. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen.
Even Sven's getting in there,
So full hype for Niski and the Cloud9 squad. Again, they are the only undefeated team remaining in the LCS, up against the 3-2 Dignitas. That too, in the lost column, is the thing I want to look at here for Dignitas, because while Froggen is no slouch, the team itself looks like they're on the precipice of a slide here. If they get another loss, that could be the beginning of a downward trend.
I mean, I'm not going to completely blame coaching staff or anything, but I'm going to say that last draft was not my favorite. Especially because, if you have Froggen in the mid lane, I don't know, I have not coached Froggen ever, but I know his champion pool. And I'm sure he can play a lot of things. He played the Aurelia Talon, sure, but those aren't his S-tier picks. Right? If you want Froggen to perform, he's on a certain set of champions. Sure, he can probably play everything. But if you want that super high level where he's gonna outperform people, you put him on certain champions. I think they've gotten him a lot of really good drafts to play those champions, but recently they kind of don't give him the space to do that.
Yeah, it's weird because maybe, you can say he's not generally good on AD mids or more like the assassin-y play style, but you don't have to be playing that way right now. That's why I look at the rest of that draft. When you have the 3 AP top side, you should already be taking an AD in jungle or top if the other one is AP, but then they go double AP, and then they just index it into it even more with Froggen's pick. So it did feel like someone there, maybe it's not Froggen's strength, but he can do it. We've seen him. And that's where I think why it comes down to more of the draft as a whole.
He definitely could, but I do think in that situation, I'd be more likely to look at top lane and Huni as the one who probably should have been playing an AD champion.
Kennen is not.
Well, he has a big champion. He plays a lot of weird things. So I'd be like, Huni, what do you want? You can pick AD, just go for it.
And I'm not
going to Quinn. I don't know.
I don't think I'm saying.
Give me the AD Kennen. Why not?
Yeah, AD Kennen maybe.
You don't need to corral him either. It's just that just acknowledge when it's the bad pick. Sometimes there's crazy good picks, sometimes there's crazy bad. That was one of the latter.
Right. So some criticisms towards the draft. Luckily, draft is one of those things that can be cleaned up by identifying exactly, okay, look, we over-indexed here for AP. Let's not make that mistake again. And if we don't see that today, they're off to a good start. The other person I want to talk about then is Greg, because this is the guy who has to be the glue between those two star, top side solo laners of the map in Huni and Froggen. And if you look at those two losses, it does feel to some degree like he played a role in them.
I think he's been struggling a little bit more than the first 3 wins that we saw them rip off. He was all over the place with Froggen and playing around Huni. They were moving as a unit. Since they haven't been getting the kind of natural leads, there was a bad matchup versus Bjergsen who was able to get ahead. Then there was the Rumble game versus PoE. It feels like if Froggen isn't already winning his matchup, Grig is not unlocked at all. And that's something that he needs to be able to make his own plays and not rely on Froggen to jumpstart him.
Yeah, I think he's in kind of a weird spot because his lanes have been doing really well. So I think he's been getting away with kind of suboptimal plays.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where you can't just rely on your team to do that every time, and he needs to be in that spot where he can be the rock, because a jungler being consistent is pretty much like the most important thing you can do.
And he's going to get tested today.
What
Yeah,
I was going to
so now
say,
he's
so
gotta
the
work
final thing we haven't discussed here is what winning looks like for Dignitas today. Again, Cloud9 has yet to be handed a loss, so we don't even know what losing looks like for that team, but I more want to attack it from the Dignitas side. Where's the hole in Cloud9's game that Dignitas is geared to exploit?
I mean, I still think Dig has really strong teamfight potential, especially going into the later game. It looks like as the game progresses and they start grouping, they are usually on the same page with a lot of things. So I think if they can survive the laney phase well, or even like come out with a lead, I think their mid game looks pretty solid, comparable to C9. Although C9's obviously cleaner, faster, and just stronger overall. I think that's where Dig can actually match up.
I think I would be curious which approach they go for. I could see one where you say, okay, we're really good with stable play, with Froggen, absorbing some of this pressure that's probably going to come from Niski and Blabber, and maybe they try and go late game with GP for Huni, and they go back to that kind of more scaling approach with a Victor, Orianna, or something. But I also wouldn't mind seeing them go really scrappy around top lane and try and get ahead of FLICKR and actually outfight Blabber and FLICKR, because they will make mistakes. They admit that they go really hard, and if you catch them out once, you can maybe keep driving that home.
Here's my question. Were they watching LCS Countdown earlier? We went over all of those brilliant dives.
No, they don't want to go top. They don't want to be on the show.
They don't want to,
They don't want to submit their own
clips making it onto the show.
They're going to avoid this 2v1 dives.
All right, well, again, that featured matchup, mid lane Froggen, our MasterCard Player of the Week from Week 1, up against Niski in the mid lane for the undefeated Cloud9. The teams are heading into Champions Select, so let's see what they draft themselves as we head out to Captain Flowers and Azael for Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, but unfortunately, Isaac had some real-life problems come up today. He's taking care of that. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler going to be filling in on the desk for him. What a team player.
Yeah, I've decided to quit jungle. I'm playing Phil now, Captain Flowers.
What?
Surprise!
A hero in all your solo queue games and mine, except probably not, because he's higher elo than all the rest of us put together. But let's go ahead, jump into the game now, see who's going to be playing, what they're going to be doing. It's Elise, Irelia, Set, banned out by Dignitas, Cloud9. They'll take Akali, Lucian, and Rumble out of the pool, as the first pick for Dig is the Kinch.
Yeah, Tom Kench already here for Dig. So trying to get that safety early on. Cloud9 has been our most dominant team in the LCS. Fastest games, picking off kills everywhere. They play their lanes extremely aggressively. So Dig are trying to get somewhere safe to rely on the map. They're hoping bottom lane will be their safety point, it looks like, with the Tom Kench plus Senna fairly defensive.
And that was a very fast lock-in on the gangplank there as well. So you've got your top laner and your bottom lane locked in for Dignitas. Cloud9's going to do the same. Aphelios, Nautilus, Aatrox all picked up.
Yeah, honestly, this is looking like Dig on defense, Cloud9 on offense for this game, because there's no hesitation. These are insta-locks as well. Licorice, Aatrox has been, throughout the years that he's been on Cloud9, one of his most dominant champions. People always remember all these big Aatrox flanks where he's coming from behind blue buff, circling around people on Dragon, and Aatrox into Gangplank should allow him to get to that point, couple items, and become that juggernaut that he can try and play for the flanks. Meanwhile, we're targeting junglers now, as both teams have yet to lock one in. So they're trying to take away a couple of the damage options. AP damage options being taken away by Dig with the Gragas and maybe Elise to follow. AD options being taken away by Cloud9.
Olaf taken out of there as well. Very adept at dueling in the jungle, controlling things early on, roaming around with a mid laner. He won't be in this one. But man, Cloud9 has the opportunity here to be 6-0 after 3 weeks of play. So very, very scary, this team.
They also have the opportunity to be 5-1.
Yes, I see you're looking at things from the Dignitas point of view, which is exactly where they'd love to put Cloud9. LeBlanc will be the final ban of the second phase here. Let's see how C9 wants to proceed.
Yeah, all right. Also, they have to worry about how are we going to keep Sven deathless? Because he's on Aphelios, a champion with no defenses, no dashes, and they've drafted an offensive lane partner for him with the Nautilus. So, like we were talking about, Cloud9 always looking for kills, looking to be proactive, and they get Blabber the Lee Sin to try and start that out. Rek'Sai is one of my favorite picks into Lee Sin. A lot of people's favorite picks into Lee Sin.
Works really well.
Because it's very easy to actually pull off the counter. Unburrowing is... click of the mouse there.
You click the guy. Yes. There's not a lot of mechanical outplay involved there. But the mid laner for Dignitas, it's going to be Froggen on Orianna, and the matchup will be Zoe for Niski.
I do also like the prevalence of Zoe. I mean, holistically and theoretically, I don't like it, you know, as a champion.
Right, yeah.
We're not big Zoe fans.
Morally, you're opposed, but...
But it really does well in the current meta, in my opinion, because so much is focused on taking down these outer turrets early and finding areas for Zoe to throw these bubbles over. So we'll see, especially with Blabber and Niski, they've combined super well for some mid-jungle synergy, and Lee Sin, Zoe can definitely try and prey on Orianna. We saw already Dignitas yesterday, they drafted the Vel'Koz for Froggen. Bjergsen just completely bullied him. Even though he didn't get solo kills, he solo forced Froggen out of lane multiple times, which earned TSM objectives uncontested from Dig because they didn't have mid priority.
And Dignitas had a lot of hype coming out of week 1. They looked really good. In week 2, then they lose 1, win 1. So everybody's still like, okay, but obviously the is Dignitas going to win Worlds meme conversation stop a little bit there after they get the first loss. But this team has been looking better than people might have initially expected. The thing is, though, you're going up against Cloud9, which seem to be playing in a league of their own after these first 5 games. C9 played against FlyQuest yesterday, which, remember, is the team that smashed Dignitas last week. Can Cloud9 now find that one? What will happen sooner? First death or pizza delivery, Sivir cosplay? Well, he said the Sivir cosplay is never happening, but at this rate, he's never dying either, so we'll have to see.
I feel like people are going to never stop asking for it, too, so he's going to have to keep on denying it.
Well, as long as he keeps not dying, he'll have something to stand on, right? He's got a strong foundation.
All right, well, Dignitas, that's going to be goal number 1 for them, because that is always your point of operations here. Take down the Aphelios, you can take down the team.
And he doesn't have a Thresh or a Tahm Kench or one of those supports that specifically is designed to keep him alive. No Braum. Nautilus is much more of, I'm just going to go in, team fight, CC, engage. So we'll see how well Sven can position here.
But have you thought of this? Your opponents cannot kill you if you kill them first.
Ah, I see. The best defense is a good
see, we got a lot in the audience. That's a good.
Yeah, the 5-head. You're enlightening some people here.
Paradigm shift here, Captain Flowers.
Ooh,
best defense is indeed a good offense. Vulcan, by the way, talking about supports and talking about setting up your AD carries, he has performed very, very admirably thus far in the season. They released a couple stories. I know there was ESPN talking about how heavily the teams were fighting over this guy and what it took to get him on Cloud9. I think he's definitely doing the fans justice thus far.
And last year on Clutch, he was the guy who would always be starting things off. He would have some really bad games and some really good games, but they would always come from the same ballpark. It was always him going in. It was whether or not the engage was at the right time and coordinated with everyone else. But this Cloud9 team has just seemed to be on the same page here in the first few weeks of 2020, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
All right, I will say, from the Dignitas point of view here, Huni also had a very good Gangplank game, and this is one of the champions throughout Huni's career that people have been very worried about giving him because he is so good on the Gangplank. He puts out a lot of DPS, and if you watch him play the champion later on in the game, one of the big differences between him and a lot of other Gangplanks is that Huni is not afraid to get in there and use the Gangplank auto attacks. A lot of Gangplanks will just sit back, look for barrel chains later, play it super defensively with the rest of the team. But Huni goes for maximum DPS output, utilizing the passive of Gangplank, getting in for extra autos, using aggressive flashes so that he can secure those kills for the team. And that's one of the things that really does separate the greats.
And I really like the Gangplank on a team with Senna as well. Provides a lot of difficulty for your opponents trying to engage onto barrels and onto Senna's mist, while at the same time creating another big late game damage threat through the AD lens. Considering Senna doesn't quite have the same DPS, the attacks are very slow. It's a boom boom with the auto attack and the Q, but Gangplank can really make that explode on the next level here. You can see the junglers might find each other. Blabber remaining perfectly still, so Grig can't see him with the Tremor sense.
I actually love... Oh, Bubble does land. Blabber's gonna get him.
There we go. They're looking to go in. Grig taken out first blood.
Do we say in Champ Select the mid-jungle synergy for Cloud9 has been off the charts, Flowers? Because there you go. Niski does not hesitate to come over. Soon as Grig starts clearing that ward, Cloud9 in full attack mode. Well, full attack mode also looks like standing still when you're fighting either a Rek'Sai or a
perfectly
TX.
motionless.
A Rek'Sai or a T-Rex, it's the same deal. Blabber stops.
T-Rek'Sai.
As soon as Grig goes up, Niski lands that bubble. That was such a good bubble over this wall, by the way, finding the full distance just to hit Grig with the end of it there. And a very quick first blood in this game gets them off to a place that Cloud9 will be so happy about, because Zoe with early kills affects everybody. This is not an, oh no, my mid lane matchup is slightly harder now. This is everybody has to worry about bubbles flying over the wall at all points. Zoe's actually very good at roaming, especially since Cloud9 have achieved the double scuttle.
Yes.
The dream scenario for your early game, which allows you to traverse the entire Summoner's Rift, look for those roams, and look to affect the other lanes. Grig wants to get back out and create something positive for the team. FLICKR, though, giving a lot of respect to Huni's barrel chains.
Very much being paid here, and that means Grig will not be able to find that opportunity he's looking for. And with Niski currently out of vision for the side of Dignitas, they have to pull back, because if you overcommit to something top and the bubble is there, you are quickly going to find yourselves on the losing end of a fight. Niski now back into the mid lane. FLICKR feels a little more comfortable up in the top side. And you'll see in bottom lane here is Sven pushing up. Look at the Sorcerer's Shoes already done there for Niski.
Yeah, I want to highlight here. Top side.
Over the wall, Blabber tries to make the moves. Huni's going to be forced away from this turret. Redemption coming down. It's like an artillery strike. It's not going to find the kill, but Grig is now in danger. Flash still available, gets himself away, but that's 2 flashes burned and about 2 minion waves completely eaten up by a turret.
And this game has kind of encapsulated what C9 have been doing to the entire LCS. They see someone and they just start slapping them, send them back to base. They don't get any kills there, but they are able to force them down and off of the turret there, losing some minions, forcing them back to base, retaining control of Summoner's Rift. What I was trying to highlight there earlier, though, was the Sorc Shoes early purchase from Niski. That's what he spent that first blood money on. And it goes to back on my point that I was talking about roaming for this Zoe. If the Zoe gets that early money and you're able to retain control of those scuttle crabs throughout the game, you kind of get your highway open of the river pathway where Niski starts moving around the lanes. He's invading the jungle right now and getting extra vision for C9.
Niski always going to be a threat on this champion, facilitating those plays here around the bottom side. You can see the Drake is up 6 minutes in. Sometimes we do see those attempted here pretty early on if the team does have a lead. Bottom side is where the second Scuttle Crab is going to spawn. You can see Blabber is already there to be able to pick that one up when it does show. Sven rotating up into the river along with Vulcan here, and they'll have control over that Mountain Drake pit and start it up.
Yep, Control Ward goes down. Mountain Drake, the lowest DPS dragon as well, so at least he has 0 problem tanking that up with safeguards. See if Grig actually goes for anything here. They do Prey Seeker, but they're a little bit late for the steal.
Oh, but they're not too late to potentially get caught out. Dignitas doing a good job disengaging. Blabber down to half HP, has to run back. Root comes out. CC is down. Sleepy Trouble. There's the bubble. Afromu's going to sleep, and it is nighty-night. Vulcan grabs the kill.
Niski, not only does he land the bubble over the wall to snipe the sleep onto Afromu and allow the cooldown for Vulcan's hook to come back up, but he also predicts the flash from Afromu with his Q placement, kills him upon arrival, and it's starting to come true, Flowers. Even though the kill did technically go over to Vulcan and he gets the extra money.
Still counts.
Still counts, and C9 very happy to get the extra leeway here. Let's take another look. So, Dragon goes down, Vulcan looks for the engage, they get the Devour out super early on, so they go for the harassment, and just like we're talking about on that minimap, you see, it is the mid lane roam from Niski. He lands this bubble over the wall, and then look at his Q. He already is placing it this way, towards where Afromu is going to flash. So even though he does afterwards, still gets him on the kill.
I don't know what you're doing there as Dignitas. Obviously, you're not going to go in and fight for that Drake because Grig's already used Flash. If he goes in, he's dead 100%, even if he gets it. It seemed like a breakdown in communication there. Froggen never even moved to follow. They knew Niski was going to go. Just not what Dignitas needs to be doing against a team that's going to snowball the game like Cloud9.
Yep. When your opponents are stronger than you and have better positioning on an objective, in the early game, you don't try and contest it if the the opportunity is not there, right? You try and create something on the other side of the map, but Dig have been just full defense modes thus far in the game. Right now, they're finally getting an answer here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land, and the Rift Tail getting low.
Aframu does a good job there blocking for Frog and making sure no more damage is coming in. Blabber's found the Sonic Wave, kick into the resonating strike. Good lord, man! Greg is gone! Shelly is stolen! Blabber will fall. That's a 1-for-1 on junglers. Cloud9 now try to disengage. Gangplank ulti coming down, bringing the fire, but that is a one fight for the side of C9, and Aframu might be yet another trophy. Damage comes in, Moonlight Vigil gonna provide some extra DPS. The Chakram's not quite enough. Sven's got a whole orbit of those things around him as Huni continues to walk away back into the top side.
Blabber is creating some highlight reels here, my friend.
Yeah.
He goes in, not only does he get the kill on the enemy jungler within his own team, but in the end, Cloud9 walk away with pretty much all the resources here. So, gonna have a reset for Dignitas, and they really need to take a deep breath because look at the way this game is going. Vulcan does get the hook afterwards onto Orianna. Blabber goes in, 100% to 0. Grig there, then steals the Rift Herald as well. Even though he goes down to the Senna ultimate, his job is done. He killed his opponent and took the objective. They then retreat off of the Gangplank ultimate before re-engaging to push them off of Summoner's Rift and back to the base.
And we'll see how that Rift Herald gets used by the side of Cloud9. We've been talking a lot this split about how teams like to knock off the first couple of plates and then use it to take down the rest of the turret for maximum value. And there we go. One plate down, almost through that second one. A little bit more. There we go. Shelly just ringing in the bank for Cloud9.
Talk to me about the feeling of being in range of a Rift Herald smashed on turret plates, by the way, because that cha-ching
one of the best in the
It's a very satisfying noise. I feel like they really nailed it on the audio. The audio feedback for that feels real nice.
Well, everything feels real nice in the early game here for C9. Nice bubble lands its way onto Froggen, who uses the Shockwave in combination with a cleanse to get the better of Niski there. But that is a summoner spell expended. Niski will just head home and heal up as Blabber shows up into the lane to cover for him. Vulcan also sitting down some vision in the enemy jungle to make sure they're very aware if somebody's coming top to gank Sven.
Okay, we talk about Dignitas need to take a deep breath. They need to refocus here because Cloud9 have been running this game so far. They do have Huni on Gangplank scaling on bottom side with the teleports for both bottom laners coming back up here. He's trying to scale up, and he's actually had to delay the build a little bit here and stop off for the Executioners because it helps him both in the 1v1 with Aatrox for the extra healing reduction to try and find superiority in the side lanes. And it's going to delay his Trinity Force a little bit, so you're not going to get the bigger barrel chains coming through for team fights quite as quickly. And that really does put more emphasis for Dignitas on really trying to stop the bleeding here as Cloud9 keep pushing the tempo of this game. Problem is, in the current state, with so many objectives popping up, double Rift Heralds, dragons all stacking up towards Soul, there very quickly is always a new neutral objective for the team that is ahead to try and force on. And Cloud9 keep it up.
Oh, Licorice being collapsed on here in the bottom side, but Blabber has shown up, the counterattack comes through, and Grig is once again on the run. Dignitas tries to make the plays. Ho, ho, ho! He had to feel that one just singe the hairs on the back of his neck. Huni walks away, but the Paddle Star nearly finds him.
A little bit wide there. C9 come to Licorice's defense and get him out alive. Dig's still kicking. Let's see what they can do with it here. Froggen trying to hold on to that mid lane. Because of the Rift Trail, there's only a small amount of HP left on it. One turret plate that Froggen has to work off of. And they really need to keep that mid turret standing. When your mid turret goes down, it opens up your entire jungle to invades. And that is just so devastating when you're facing a Zoe. So big goal right now for Cloud9 is taking this point of power away from Dig, removing their mid lane defense with the last little bit of that outer tower.
Two things Dignitas got going for him. Froggen has much better farm than Niski does.
Run for the hill.
But Huni's in a lot of trouble here. Licorice, Blabber, Niski, the whole Goon squad showed up. And that's easy money for them. They'll be able to push onto this turret now as well. Still 40 seconds left to get plate money.
Now, look at the big CS discrepancy that is opening up. Because Niski roams to every single fight, that is the payment. Now, I would say that payment is worth it to have this Zoe roaming around, getting all these kills for Cloud9. But you have to count what is Dig getting back for it. Froggen pushes in again there. Not only does he get the minion wave, he also got a turret plate. FLICKR will achieve even better on bottom side though, so that's why the meta right now is to remain proactive. And mid laners have been constantly roaming ever since DoinB and FPX kind of showed them the light at Worlds.
Many lessons were learned in those times, but
the CS numbers, though, those are there for later.
Well, but the thing is, you also got to consider that is the one lane where the CS numbers are benefiting the side of Dignitas. Look at the other three. You've got a 30 CS lead for LCS over Huni. The jungle's even a lead for Blabber over Grig, despite the fact that Blabber has been all over every single play for C9. Bottom side, Sven also farming up better on that Aphelios. So Cloud9 is making sure that they're getting benefits across the map for Niski making those sacrifices, as you said. Top lane turret falls on the side of Dignitas. That is the first turret of the game going down. And C9, 14.5 minutes into this game, nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Dig.
Yep, well earned by them. And look at this build from Sven as well. He went full flat attack damage there before the combination on the Essence Reaver. Looked especially cool with the double long swords and BF swords sitting there. But now that the Essence Reaver is done, he's ready for the team fight as well. See if they can actually find more picks. Niski's holding on to a Ghost with Zoe, which is very useful actually for repositioning for those bubbles.
Remember that when Zoe uses the stolen abilities through summoner spells, item actives, whatever, she gets a quick burst of speed too. And Ghost, it has a moment at the beginning where it has to accelerate. You're not as fast as you would be throughout the rest of the duration of the spell, so considering those two combined together, it means that the movement speed makes up for it, and she's just running like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, the Zoe Ghost is off of W is more like Mario Kart when you hit the perfect ignition on start and you get that nice boost.
Just a little bonus. Well, either way, he'll be fast as long as he's got that. Redemption now locked and loaded too. Pretty big team fight power up there. Next Drake is going to be spawning just 60 seconds from now. Cloud9 with 2 already in their possession means it will put the game on sole point if they get this third. Dignitas, they know they're pretty far behind, but do they want to even try to fight for that? Aphromoo loses 3/4 HP from that Zoe combo, and Niski will shove him back. That's going to get C9 priority over the mid lane, priority over that Rift Herald pit. And with Sven and Blabber working together to take that one down, that is Shelly number 2 of this game going over to the C9 side.
It's actually so ridiculous too when Zoe gets redemptions. He's not worried at all about the back half of that trade where, oh, Johnson's going to hit me with a Q because I go in for this big trade on Aphromoo. Just heal back up to full with your own redemption that he's able to pick up. And there it is. That last defense we were talking about with the mid turret for Dignitas just went down. C9 now can use this priority, setting up for the Dragon. This is number 3, setting up for an Infernal, and they should be able to take it here. Harassment being pelted out.
One important thing to remember is when Lee Sin has Rift Herald, if a team fight breaks out, he can't ward hop because he has no trinket. Blabber does find the Sonic Wave onto Grig. Turret placed down by Aphelios. Sven trying to just zone their opponents away. Dignitas do not have any priority over this fight. It's going to be Cloud9 moving into the bottom lane river.
All right, let's see. Can Dig get a big shockwave? Because that's what it's going to have to be if they're actually going to fight over this. They've got to get the ball to somebody who can place it for Froggen.
You can see Blabber summons Shelly. She'll just walk into the bottom lane, and now he has the trinket ready to go if he needs to ward hop to it. Licorice hanging out on the backside of the pit. Look at the damage. With Johnson down to 100 HP, Dignitas, they have to retreat.
No fight left in him. You get sniped down like that, you have to give it up. This, thankfully at least for Dig, is not the actual soul, but the actual soul is coming pretty quick. 5 minutes, start the timer, Flowers.
That's a potential 22-minute Infernal Soul for the side of Cloud9 that is already just exploding into the Rift this game. Shelly gets that bottom lane turret for them as well. That's all 3 outer turrets taken down from the Dignitas side, and Cloud9 just feels so much more comfortable pushing even further into that territory now. You were already talking about how mid lane turret opens up the map, but when they don't have the sides to run to either, Cloud9 will be looking for those picks.
Very true. LCRR already starting off with some of the split pushing down on bottom side. He has the defensive wards already in place in the red side jungle and the red buff on top of it. So he feels very confident pushing up here, even though Cloud9 hadn't pushed the other lanes as quickly. Now they've got Sven and Vulcan up there on top side. Niski getting into the mid. So C9 can push them all out and then collapse on Grig, who's going for a risky scuttle.
Grig finally wants to get himself a crab this game. He's been deprived of so many. He will manage to secure that one and get out just in the nick of time.
Crab meat can be very pricey, Flowers. I don't know if you
yes.
go to the grocery store a lot, but especially if your team is behind, the price just goes through the roof.
I hate going to the grocery store and my team's behind. It's one of the worst feelings.
It's really dangerous, you know.
Well, Dignitas are going to be playing this game from the back foot here for a while. Still need plenty of time to scale up these carries. Huni still without the Trinity Force completed. Just now got that one done. And Johnson is having a very Zoe experience right now.
Oh, man. With the Corrupting Potion, too, that thing's ticking down. He got into double-digit health right there. Almost going to bite it. But Niski, with the blue buff on Zoe, too, can just keep throwing them out. Honestly, the Baron can't spawn quick enough for C9. The crab meat, the expensive crab meat is well purchased there by Grig. He took the risk, and that's going to give them some solid vision. Because without that, you have to be so freaking scared face-checking into Fog of War against the Zoe that's already doing that to your AD carry.
And look at the vision. Look at the Cloud9 wards in the top half of the Dignitas jungle. It is just red, 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 red. They have this whole thing lit up, and Dignitas has to just inch their way forward. Super scared. They're in a horror movie right now trying to peek around the corner.
Yeah.
Except the monster's even scarier because it's Zoe.
Yeah, definitely a lot of red energy coming out of Niski here from the mid lane, too. See if he can find a snipe here. He keeps backing off towards the control wards, out of vision. This is what you want to do. They're so far ahead, they have full vision superiority for C9. So he just keeps on dropping back into Fog of War, looking, fishing around for possible picks. Grig here doing his part, though. Fighting that fight for the vision. Trying to give them some sort of early alerts if the Baron does get started up.
Stand strong, soldier. You got to hold this line. Except now you're going to lose the frog.
Oh, is he, though? Grig, still around.
This is
smite.
Of all the things to fight for, I don't think a frog is the
You don't fight over, you go for the smite.
Okay.
If you have 2 charges only, by the way.
Well, Dignitas might be able to make some sort of a pick here. Sven with the flash over the wall. Froggen could not get him with the shockwave, but now the counterattack comes through. TP coming in. Aphromoo taken very low. Grig going to be going into the ultimate, keeping himself alive only for a moment longer. Licorice tanks up, buys the time they need to grab that pick, and gets out safely. The Crab has respawned, this time secured by Cloud9. It's a 1-0 trade for them.
Double summoners blown by Sven there to keep his KDA alive. And it does come at the cost of Grig's life. But honestly, if there are no summoners on Aphelios and Zoe, the carries here for Cloud9, maybe there's a possibility for Dig. Huni has finally gotten his Trinity Force completed for the Gangplank, so you can have a decent backline threat. Again, Froggen looking for a game-winning shockwave for them. It is going to be super difficult because they don't have a great delivery system, right? Rek'Sai is not that quick at getting in, and Grig himself used Flash in the last play, which would be the surprise factor that Dig could try and hope for a comeback in this game. Without that, it's going to have to be sneaky ball placement from Froggen to try and find his own. Otherwise, Cloud9, Soul is approaching. 20 seconds on Infernal Soul, and C9 very happy to set it up here.
Dignitas is going to have to work a miracle here, get some sort of big fight, big pick to buy themselves enough time to prevent that soul from coming online. We're just about 23 minutes in, Drake about to spawn. It's Dignitas with priority over the river, and Blabber chunked down to half HP by the Dignitas roster. Licorice is coming around from the other side. It could be a pincer maneuver from Cloud9. Licorice walks up, Huni's at 3/4 HP, Paddle Star. And Connects onto Frog and an Aframu, finds a little bit of damage there. LCKR trading aggressively onto Huni, forces the flash out of the Dignitas top lane.
Definitely a valuable cooldown here for this very important team fight. Infernal Soul could be game-breaking for Dig. Ori gets devoured, and that's going to be a long cooldown.
Very good devour there from Aframu, making sure Froggen doesn't get chunked away. C9 have decided to start up the Drake. Remember, you could always have the Smite fight. I think this is one that you always risk if you're Dignitas. Grig thinking about it. Gangplank ulti already summoned up. Cloud9 playing this slowly. Very nice shockwave onto 2! And Froggen gets the first kill of the split onto Sven. But at what cost? Dignitas is annihilated by Cloud9.
Infernal Soul picked up for C9. The reign of Lord Spennington has come to an end. He has died, but there's a caveat, Captain Flowers.
Oh, do tell, my good man.
If you only have one death, you're still only dividing by 1, so technically your KDA doesn't go down.
You get 1 freebie.
Yeah, exactly. So he did die. He's not deathless anymore, but at least his KDA is intact still. And it should come with the C9 victory now because they have Infernal Dragon. And look at that. We were talking about, can Froggen find the Shockwave to change the game? He does find the Shockwave to kill the carry, but it doesn't change the game.
No.
Because C9 still kill everyone except for Grig, and they still get the Infernal Soul.
And Grig had no way to even try to steal that. His smite wasn't ready. He had no tunnel.
He threw the Prey Seeker. That's his way.
Okay, sure. All right. Toss a Prey Seeker in the pit. Hope for the best. But Cloud9 is now 6,000 gold up. They've got themselves an Infernal Soul pre-25 minutes. Everything is looking phenomenal here for this squad, and I can only expect they're going to be setting up Vision more and more in this top side of the Dignitas jungle and prepping for Baron.
Oh yeah, you've got Infernal Soul, you have a Zoe, you have Vision control over Baron. These are all the things that you need.
This checklist is adding up.
Yeah, and talk about Vision control, we could just highlight this a little bit. It's dangerous right now. The jungle is dark and full of terrors for Team Dignitas here. They're rushing into it though, Aframu and Grig trying to go get some vision while C9 have a reset.
You know, now that you mentioned the dark and full of terrors, League of Legends is kind of like the team. Dignitas is kind of like the Dothraki in Season 8 because they all died, but now they just randomly reappeared again.
Okay.
Respawn time.
Just charge straight onto that battlefield.
Yeah, just charge out in there. Be your best self, live your best life. But Cloud9, they've got themselves the game in the palm of their hands, man. It is up to them to lose. I think it's legitimately out of Dignitas's control now, whether or not Cloud9 loses this game. It's up to C9 to make some sort of an error, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen here just yet. Johnson's under pressure. Licorice forces him to flash away. Shockwave is going to whiff. That's a whole lot of nothing, and that's way too important of a spell. C9 knows it, and they're pushing onto the tier 2.
Yeah, no ultimates there. That was also the Gangplank ultimate. The theory right there for Dig, they try to use GP ult to slow Licorice enough that he stays in range of the Shockwave, and it was pretty close, but close is not going to cut it in this game. You need a huge miracle to come back. So without GP and Orianna ultimates, your team fight has zero power behind it, and C9 will take the Baron. Grig, can he throw a Prey Seeker, thread the needle through everyone?
That would be the greatest Prey Seeker of all time.
It actually
just
would.
saying. I'm pretty sure there's legitimately just no way. Vulcan's going to buy some time for these guys. He's got the stone plate, keeping him tanky. They're on the front line. Blabber goes over the wall, and he is unstoppable. Huni now going to be soaking all the damage from Niski off to the side of this fight. Soaking, well, it's a waterfall. You ain't going to soak that up. That's so much damage from Cloud9, and they're right back on the Baron.
Yep, they peel off there quick for the turn as Vulcan goes in. Hooks into the wall. That's going to be 2 more kills from C9 and the Baron. And this is looking like a Baron power play that might end with a Nexus kill, my friend.
We could very easily see this game end under 30 minutes. One big push from Cloud9 to take Dignitas down.
Let's take a look. Even though he doesn't hit the champion, he hooks the wall there for Vulcan, so he's in the fight. He gets the ult there to secure a kill onto Rek'Sai when Blabber goes in on Lee Sin. And you're talking about the waterfall on the left side of your screen there. Niski is able to drown him.
And one thing I'd like to point out, right after the Baron is taken, Niski says, you know what? Yeah, this game's over. Medjai's Soul Stealer. He's got the Book of BM in his inventory.
So
This is his death note. He's writing their names.
Here's my perspective on it, though. It's not really BM if you're this far ahead, because you're getting kills too. He's got it stacked up. It's actually efficient.
But whenever I see an opponent build the book, I know I'm being BM.
The BM to me is buying it early, before your team is ahead. This is the difference to me between trash talking before the game and trash talking after the game. This is trash talking after the game.
Okay.
He's like, we're so far ahead, I'm gonna buy a Soul Stealer. Haha, gotcha. No, if you go back, first buy, you upgrade your ring into
Instead
a Soul
of Sorcerer's
Stealer.
Shoes, he buys a book. Yeah. That's the play.
Because that buy is telling them, you're so bad, I am going to stomp you without stats. I'm going to stack up this book.
I feel like that buy is saying, please gank me.
Yeah, exactly. And it says, even if you gank me, I'm going to
I'll outplay you. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, Cloud9, they aren't worried about ganks or anything anymore. They're so well set up in this game. Sven's pushing up the bottom lane. They've got the Baron for another minute and 15 seconds. And they've got the mid lane inhibitor turret down to half HP. Bottom lane nearly the same. Huni doing what he can with those barrels to try to just clear these waves out. Preyseeker finds its way onto a cannon mini, but it's so hard for Dignitas to actually kill these things. More damage coming through. Moonlight Vigil not going to get a whole lot done there, though. But the mid lane inhibitor turret does fall. FLICKR, Niski, and Blabber pushing up as a 3-man unit, pressuring onto the inhib itself now. Dignitas trying to handle them 3v3, but no fair fight will go Dignitas' way in this game. Cloud9 have now broken the second inhibitor turret. First inhibitor falls, second one's in their sights. Sven continues applying the auto attacks with the Infernum, getting the extra splash if anybody stands too close. And C9 have 2 inhibs for free. And Kobe. There's a big old laser dragon spawning here in about 3 seconds. And if Cloud9 so chooses, they can go get that before the end of the game.
Yeah, Baron's running out right now. They only got a few more seconds with it left on, so the push will come to a halt. For me, it's actually, well, they're just going to instantly take it before it starts to get there. So, you know what? No analysis needed. It's just too easy. They have so much damage. You burn it down. The game is waiting to be executed here. Dig lying in wait inside their base. You've got a lot of homework delivered to you. It's super minion duty. You got them streaming in through 2 lanes.
3 minutes of Elder Drake buff. And look at the timers, almost perfectly synced. As soon as Elder expires, Baron is up. So somehow, if Dignitas managed to weather this storm, you've now immediately got another problem right after.
Or, how about this?
Okay.
If they make the miracle happen.
The ultimate optimist?
Yeah.
They manage to ace them at the end.
Yeah, they wait for the Elder Dragon about to time out, and they find the miracle fight, then they get a Baron reward. You gotta throw in some M. Night Shyamalan style twist in your story.
You gotta have the hardiest, strongest plot armor in the world to survive that. But maybe they can. Maybe they can do it. This is a squad that impressed people. Like I said, in those first 3 games, things have been a little shakier since with the losses to FlyQuest and TSM. Cloud9 now looking to put another one in the L column for Team Dignitas as they push up. FLICKR is trying to make the moves. Remember, you get somebody to 20% HP, they are gone. The Dragon breathes the laser, and they're back in the fountain. Cloud9 pushing on to that last remaining Tier 2 turret. They'll take it down. And now the final inhib is the target. Infernal Soul, Elder Drake. A massive 11,000 gold lead. Greg may very well just die here. He's at 80%, and he knew he had to stasis, or he dies to that sleepy trouble bubble.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to go in your sleep, so go into gold mode. Survives to see another day, to see one more push. Licorice is behind them. The tower still standing, but it doesn't matter.
Vulcan's going in. Johnson's under pressure. Blabber looking to grab the damage into the execution. He is dominating. Hooney's in the back line, and the Dragon is just breathing fire on all of Dignitas. It's a double for Niski, and it's an absolute slaughter for Cloud9. Dig will lose their remaining inhibitor. They will lose their Nexus turrets, and they will lose their 3rd game here in spring 2020. Cloud9 pushing on to the Nexus now itself. They go for the dive, they make it happen, and they are 6-0.
So, you know how all the pro players call anything that is good smurfing now? Like they just apply that term to anything positive?
Yeah.
Like Cloud9 actually legitimately look like they are a Smurf team in the LCS with how they've dominated the beginning here. Like, the beginning of Spring has been C9 in a league apart almost.
You know what it reminds me of? Watching play-in teams play against major regions at an international event. Everybody else is a play-in team, and Cloud9 is old school SKT. And they're just saying, all right, line up, and we're going to knock y'all down. This team has been so much fun to watch. They are playing so well together, and they're just playing some damn fine League of Legends. 19 stacks when the dust settles on Niski's Soul Stealer. Sven, as you said, finally, one in the death column there for him.
But as you said, you divide by 0. You can't really do that. But it's,
Right,
so
yeah,
it's the same as dividing by 1. So his KDA remains intact. Yeah, gotta jiggle the numbers a little bit.
Yeah. We just gotta finagle some things. But I'm pretty sure with 7 assists, he went 0-1 and 7 that game. I think that takes him up to a 70 KDA now, 70,
Okay.
71, something like that.
The mark
It's
to hit,
crazy.
by the way, with the record is Chovy from the LCK with 104.
104 is what I knew it was over 100. I didn't know how far over it was specifically. So he's got to get another 33 or 34 without dying.
Yeah,
once.
now he actually cannot die.
No more deaths are allowed. So that's the high bar Sven is going to have to aim for. But with the team that he's playing on right now, in the interview we heard from him yesterday that he did with Ovally, he said, yeah, I'm not just playing better than I have in the last 2 years. I'm playing better on a team that's this good. And that's an awesome thing to hear when your guy who's popping off every single game says, no, it's not just me. This is a whole squad. Like, this is 5-man pop-off unit. But now we're going to send things down to LeTigris, who is standing by for an interview with Cloud9's victorious mid laner.
Well, of course, I did have to get some words from Niski after that performance, but it is a team effort indeed. First things I want to hear from you is going into this, many had the question of, how much was it Svenskir and how much was it Niski during the last season? I think it's safe to say you've proven yourself so far. So what do you make of the new dynamic with the permanent partnership with Blabber?
I think after last year, I feel like me and Svenskir were actually really good during the summer split. So this year, I really wanted to make sure that Blabber I won't say was as good as Svenskir, but even better, because Blabber's early game is actually really insane, and if I can control him, or if the team can control him in mid game, then he's just, one of the best junglers for sure.
Now, I thought I was going to come into this interview and tell you, you still have the entirety of your games played without a gold deficit. Technically got broken this game, but overall still as solid of a performance as some others. So does this pose any issues as far as how to practice when you do have to eventually maybe come from those behind situations?
I cannot really tell right now, because we're usually not behind, so like the issue doesn't come. But I feel like in practice sometimes we're behind, and we really try to get as much as we can out of it, because we're usually not behind, right? So yeah, I think whenever we're behind in practice, if we keep going like this, then even if we're behind, we can always come back from games.
Now, in the mid lane position, it's really easy to get distracted with some of the names we have out there. You have Jensen, who's always made a splash. You have the title-written Bjergsen. You have the MasterCard Player of the Week Froggen from week 1. But where do you personally feel that you stack up in the mid lane?
I think for now, it's fair to say that I'm the best. I think for now. I do feel like in playoffs, Jensen usually plays really well. And we saw it last year, right, in finals. He kinda outclassed me, I guess. So I think if we win the split, then I can officially say that I'm the best. But I feel like it's really fair to say that right now, at this moment, I'm the best, yeah.
But the crazy thing is, we're hearing that sentiment not just from you on your team, but so many of your teammates. So having that individual performance work so well for each of you as a collective, what kind of empowerment does that offer you as a team?
It kind of offers the fact that even if one guy ints, like the other side of the map can carry, or like, for example, if I int, then FLICKR will carry, and then it's just vice versa, right? So I think we can just carry from every role, which is really insane, I think. And yeah, that's it.
So the message is, if you run into him and have him on your team during solo queue, feel free to int, because he's got your back. But for more on the breakdown of this game, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, LeTigris. Niski thinks he's the best mid laner in the league, and I would agree.
Me too.
Number 1.
You gave him 10.
Ollie.
Wait, you guys have 1 out of 10?
You think he's the worst
No,
player in the league?
10 out of 10, 10
Oh.
We've
the
been out of sync
bot
all day, my friend.
He's
with this.
first place.
Yeah, we go 1, you go 10. We
10
go
is
10, you
first
go 1.
place in points.
Sir, we got some work to do on our
10
synergy.
points.
Cloud9, still undefeated, 6-0 now stands this squad. I mean, is anyone going to be able to take them down?
I hope so. This will be boring if they're winning everything. I hope they fall, but
I like watching
I mean,
the 18-0 team.
I think it's really cool to watch a team operate the way they do, the explosiveness that they play with. These aren't slow, drag-out games. They're decisive victories in a lot of cases.
Yeah, no, once they get a little bit, they can take it a really long way, and I think Nisqy did that a lot this game. We can kind of talk about that later, where he actually makes this big play, and it kind of snowballs the entire map.
And we were hypothesizing around how Dignitas was going to be able to win this game. One of the ways we thought about was maybe a slower approach with a control mage and Huni's gang playing top. And that's actually what they went with.
Yeah.
And I think it was a decent idea, but it's just so hard to contain C9 when things start rolling. And like you're saying, any mistake you make has such large spillover consequences.
Yeah, let's take a look at that early game, because exactly as you mentioned, Dignitas going to try and slow the roll, right? Keep the pace of the game slow,
no.
but that means Cloud9 has full permission to go ham.
Yeah, I mean, this was a whoopsie by Greg. I think he knew they didn't have prio, but obviously Nisqy's playing really well, so he can get that bubble.
Yeah, and then afterwards, it's just like the Nisqy Blabber show where they're all over the map. They're going top now that they have control. Grig's like, okay, I'll come help cover. Then he has to blow his.
That's 2 flashes right there that are blown for Cloud9 for very little resources. It really was. It was just all over the map. And all while this is happening, you'll notice Nisqy much more a part of these fights than his counterpart in Froggen.
Yeah, this is probably the big game-breaking play. The minions are actually even in the mid lane, and Nisqy just leaves to come by. And if they do not get this kill on Aphromu, the game is totally different. But after this, they force this Herald play because they get Prio bot, they get the swap first. Blabber happens to hit 6 before Grig, so he actually gets a fight off of this. And this is, I mean, I'm gonna say it again, I think this is the start of Nisqy's roam, was the start of all these plays.
And it was interesting, too, to kind of track how they all came about, because like Probably saying, these are not necessarily roams where Froggen always could have followed. I think there were a number of times where if you look, someone else actually pushed Nisqy's wave, and it's kind of like they're unlocking each other to make these plays. We saw Aatrox take it once or twice from FLICKR, then we saw Blabber take it. And so people are stealing Nisqy's CS so that he can have this high of a jump proximity.
He's
team proximity.
41 CS down at 15 minutes, but he's only 60 gold down because of his 3 kills and assists in that early 15, plus turret plates and everything. 38.5% team proximity, so time spent around his team in that first 15 minutes, as compared to Froggen, who is about 15 percentage points lower in that category. So just 2 totally different play styles. Froggen gonna sit mid and farm, Nisqy gonna play the map. The map won.
But I do think this is one of those times where I don't think it's Froggen's fault that he got out roamed, because he would push and get what should be a good back.
Yeah.
And then instead of like having Nisqy go under the turret and catch it, the jungler would just come and kill the wave, and then Nisqy would go somewhere else and would never need to go mid. It was really impressive to see.
Yeah, they kept up the pressure really well, where it wasn't like, it's my turn to roam and now it's your turn next. It was like, it's pretty much Nisqy roams and then Froggen's like still catching stuff.
Right.
So it was really weird to see it, but it was I was really happy this was what broke up the game, was the fact that Nisqy was actually able to get that roam off, because that swap that happens later, the Herald fight that happens there with all those deaths where Blabber gets the kill, that was literally started by Nisqy leaving an even wave. That's the weird thing. If you rewatch that replay, it's 5 versus 5 minions just fighting.
In the mid lane.
In the mid lane. And Nisqy is just pieces. He just runs out, and Froggen's sitting there like,
right.
This is our lane, buddy.
That is a scary decision for a mid laner to make, right?
Oh, Froggen's
to know that if I come away with nothing there,
Yeah.
what I have wasted in leaving the mid lane with those minions up could be disastrous for my team. But he's got the faith that if he delivers to his bot or his top side, that, as he said in that interview, anyone on that team is capable of carrying. It does bring us to our final replay here of the day. Sven's first death. It has to be watched.
Yeah.
I was so happy about this.
You saw Froggen had to flash in to punish because Sven's positioning is good, and if you dare kill that boy
not
Sven,
kill Sven, because your whole team dies.
then
as a
you made
result.
C9 angry.
Yeah, there's 3 flashes that come in to chase Dig after that.
Yeah. No, I want to know what the comms were like in that moment,
But it was good because Froggen sees like Aatrox behind him, and he's like,
I'm still doing it.
But there's Finn without Flash right there. Like, see you later, guys. I'm flashing in.
I mean, at that point, what was the goal difference? It was like 8K. It was like Infernal
I
Drake's
respect
goal.
it. It was the assassination attempt.
He's like, you know what? We're
They
probably gonna
wouldn't
lose
win
this
playing
game.
flow there.
It was exactly
Screw
what
your
Crum,
KDA.
it was exactly what
Yeah.
Crumbs was saying yesterday. He's like, if I were in a game against Cloud9 in the future, I would waste everything I have at my disposal just to get Sven on the death board. But that's only his first one.
He's
So
got
the
one more to play with.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He's
one
got
more.
one more that he has to pick up before it halves his KDA. So I think he's up near about 60 now because it was a low
51.
kill game, and it was 51 plus he got about 7 or so added to
Well,
that
he was at 51 at
today.
the start of the week, and then he had like 12, and then he got like 6 more or something. So I think he's up to like 70.
Oh, maybe he's at
He's got like 2 more weeks of kills.
Maybe
to
we
catch
should
up
just let
without
the
dying.
stats people tell us these
No.
things instead of,
Speculate wildly.
making up numbers and hoping that we're correct. It's time for us to take a break, but after the commercial, it's Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. Don't touch that browser.
Oh, bubble does land. Blabber's gonna get him.
There we go. They're looking to go in. Greg taken out. Making sure no more damage is coming in. Blabber's found the Sonic Wave. Kick into the resonating strike. Good lord, man. Greg is gone. Shelly is stolen.
I'm dead. Oi, no flash. I'm dead.
What is that doing? It's fine. It's good.
Yeah. They're all dead. They're all dead. Kill this guy. Kill this guy. Dead dragon.
Vulcan's gonna buy some time for these guys. He's got the stone plate, keeping him tanky. They're on the front line. Blabber goes over the wall, and he is unstoppable.
We're finishing tower. Yeah. Nice. I'm fine. Nice. On next side. DPM.
Here in spring 2020, Cloud9, they are 6-0.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep. Using the app, driving safe. You wanna go, bro? Do not mess with my discount.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
Hello and welcome back here for game number 4. We've got FlyQuest loading up against Evil Geniuses. Now, before we jump into the matchup, Evil Geniuses has entered the philanthropy game with Book Quest, with books, which are made from trees, being donated for kills, Infernal Drakes, which burn down trees, and Evil Geniuses wins, with a first Baron resulting in a $1,000 donation to a junior genius. Now, despite a potentially promising week 1, these Evil Geniuses still haven't shown us the bite to back up the bark that they brought in the offseason.
So they're trying to train up some new geniuses for the next generation.
Yes.
I like it.
New big brains.
Create more Evil Geniuses. We've actually created an arms race of contributing to charity. I like this.
An arms race of world's preservation. These things don't seem like they go together, but they do.
Nice. Well, on your screen there, Sven Skaren. We got to talk a little bit about the difference 2019 versus 2020 so far for this guy. It's actually been huge on the new team. A lot of people wondering what happened after he left Cloud9 because it has not come together with the new team. Individual plays as well as how he's playing with the lanes. I think all of these boxes can be checked so far, and they really need to see some big improvements in this area for them to start finding some success. Now, we also are going to look at the mid lane because that's a huge part of it for how explosive Jizuke can be. He has also got to step up along with Sven Skaren because these are the two people, when people saw this roster, they're thinking, this is going to be where the power comes from for them. But previously, in their last game, we saw with the Orianna, even though they had a set as well as a Rakan, two of the best possible delivery champions for Orianna balls to get great shockwaves, he was unable to work with the team or by himself to find any of those big shockwaves to really turn the tides for the team. So those two stars that we really expected to be a big part of EG's wins need to come together right now for them to start getting some more of them.
And maybe them and the rest of Evil Geniuses can bounce back today against FlyQuest, who come off a loss versus Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, we can't critique too hard since it was against the best team. Cloud9 had dominated everybody, right? And FlyQuest had been looking very confident up until then. I did like a lot of their cohesion that we saw around Rift Herald as well, coordinating some of these team fights. So I think that they will be able to bounce back because last time they got a loss, they also came back with a big win afterwards. And we'll have to jump into Champion Select, get this one started. No Soraka to tilt you off the face of the earth.
No Soraka to tilt you. No, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm completely out of Akali ban jokes now. When you go 3 weeks in a row and you just never see the champion even a single time, it's like playing against her inner Shroud. No, there was one. Okay, so we've got Rumble, Lucian, and Tom Kench also banned out by these squads, and Set will be the final ban there. We've seen the boss causing a lot of trouble in the Rift here so far, but not today, as Viper will go ahead and pick up the Aphelios for Wild Turtle.
All right, Turtle with Aphelios, and if you're looking at his partner, Ignar pretty much exclusively plays engaged champion. So this has a very high likelihood of being another Aphelios kill lane rather than an Aphelios defense lane. It's going to be into the Zyra lovers duo, though, with Bang and Zeyzal. So that is still dangerous. Aphelios has to be very careful keeping track of feathers when he's playing against this lane because he has no dashes to dodge away from the pullback. If Bang ever gets some nice placement, that can set up kills very easily and very quickly.
Speaking of setting up kills, why not grab something that can do that for you as well? Nautilus picked up here for FlyQuest, so it's AD carry and support. First 2 picks for both sides. We almost always see that at the beginning of the draft here in patch 10.2, season 2020, season 10, whatever you want to call it. Let's see what FlyQuest wants to go with here. Often jungler, yep, there we go. Lee Sin picked up for FlyQuest.
All right, they are drafting eerily similar to Cloud9, Captain Flowers. We just saw these champions.
Champion lanes. Champion lanes.
Take a victory. We did see them in lane.
Champion lane. I'm gonna start using that. I like that. That's a nice champy lane you got there. As Jarvan is picked up for the side of EG. We know this guy can make some plays happen and get these guys trapped inside the Cataclysm. You already mentioned how Aphelios doesn't have a dash. That means if his flash is on that 5-minute cooldown, it's very easy for Jarvan to get him stuck.
Yeah, definitely a very good jungle pick into low mobility backline champions. Aphelios, plus most of what Power of Evil plays. So them showing Aphelios and knowing that you're going against Power of Evil, this is a very good combination. Rakan and Jarvan is some of the quickest hard engage that you can actually draft. So they definitely will have the possibilities of looking for those explosive teamfights and pushing up the tempo.
And the Riven tax is going to be paid now in the second half of the ban phase by Evil Geniuses. They had too many must-ban priorities in the first half. They risked letting it through. It wasn't picked up, and that means they'll take that chance now. The rest of the bans are going to be focused on mid lane with Orianna, Syndra, and LeBlanc being the tale told by both sides here. Evil Geniuses, what is that fourth pick going to be? Both solo lanes still need to be selected here. Oftentimes you will see the top laner go first, so mid can get a more favorable matchup, and there it is, Aatrox locked in for Kuma.
It's looking like a lot of AD for Evil Geniuses, so they definitely need some big AP threat for Jizuke in the mid lane. And with two of them banned out, LeBlanc and Syndra, they're waiting to see what Power of Evil will play first before they can get Jizuke a nice counter pick. It's gonna...
The Camille picked up into Aatrox here. It's gonna be pretty volatile top lane with these two being able to have solid gank assist as well as really snowball potential over the other one if they get going.
I actually really love Camille because during her time in the jungler when she had great attack speed, spammed a whole bunch of her, and it's my default top laner to play up there too. In my experience, I actually like the matchup into Aatrox because if you get any sort of lead in this lane, Camille is so good at affecting the rest of the map. All top laners complain about not being able to have an impact early on or later on, roaming around the rest of the map. Camille has some of the best pick of any top laner because of the range of her hook shot. So if you can get her to a Trinity Force, then you can definitely go kill people.
Well, the mid laners have kill people potential and plenty of it. It's Zoe locked in for PoE, and the final pick of the draft for EG is Malzahar for Jizuke.
The big shutdown. Malzahar is the combo breaker of mid lane. Definitely does his job well. The point and click is there. So this is actually a very simple lineup for EG. They have a really strong hard engage. They have the Malzahar, which is very safe and easy to execute mid lane champion. You have your passive shield to block Zoe harassment, and you can easily lock her down. If you ult her, by the way, when she R's forward, you do get your ult, but she will snap back to the original location, but you still get to lock her down. You still suppress her and keep her in place long enough for the likes of a Rakan or a Jarvan to follow up on that. And if they're able to get the flank for Kumo, it definitely looks like a comp for Evil Geniuses to be able to execute on here and lock down those kills. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, I say this one has a much higher barrier of execution. They can definitely find a lot of kills themselves, but they're going to have to work at it. Zoe has to create some action. Camille has to create some action. Their only real easy champion to set the others up with is, of course, the Nautilus, and that would require Ignar roaming around.
Well, either way, both teams, once we get to the team fighting phase of the game, will have the tools to start things on their terms if they want to, and to me, that makes for an exciting round of League of Legends. So let's see what gets cooked up here in between FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses going head-to-head here. EG looking for that second win of the split. FlyQuest looking to move up to 4-2. With Dignitas falling down to 3-3 today in their game against Cloud9, this would put FlyQuest at a real nice spot in the standings. We'll see if they can make it happen. Lines of scrimmage being drawn. Doesn't look like too much is going to happen here at level 1. Nobody's super interested in trying to invade early on, get down any super deep wards just yet. Just got to look the other guy in the eyes. Let him know you mean business.
Everybody playing it very safe. We did have the early ward come out too from the trinket swap. This is super common, especially for junglers, because you do want your sweeper to go make sure that your first gank is not seen. But you also get to put down this ward and then go recall, swap over to the sweeper. We pretty much mentioned this 80% of the time that it happens, but it's become super common, and they will have a little bit of a defense here for Svenskeren to see if anybody's coming for a late invade, make sure that Jarvan will get red uncontested. I also like the mirror ward, though. That one's a bit more interesting from FlyQuest, and that is because Jarvan is renowned as a good red buff ganker. You only need level 2 on
red
the
into
champion.
a lane.
Yeah, EQ is all you need. You can EQ flash even with red buff. It's very, very scary, so that's why really early defensive wards on the side of FlyQuest, trying to make sure that they don't become the victims of a level 2 early pressure from Jarvan.
You can see Svenskeren decides to go into the bottom half of his own jungle. He knows he can't walk through there because that ward is down. Power of Evil also playing to the left side of the lane because he knows that Svenskeren would have to walk through there to gank him, so he's plenty comfortable. Santorin going to be going red to blue now as well, and because they both started on the same buff, they are on opposite ends of the map. I'll be interested to see if this leads to either of them being able to make a play to get that side of the map ahead. Right now, Kumo is the one without priority in the top side, so it will be pretty hard for Santorin to make a gank happen onto him underneath the turret. And bottom does look a little bit closer to the middle of the lane, but
yeah,
can Svenskeren pull it off?
Svenskeren is down there. It's done a top to bottom clear. This is the quickest double buff plus Gromp. You get your level 3 instantly, and FlyQuest doing a good job not taking the bait quite yet.
Hazel goes for the knockup, flash away from Wild Turtle, but the damage comes down onto Ignar. He flashes away, but loses most of his health in the process, and that's a double flash and a very nice trade going the way of Evil Genius.
As soon as the enemy jungler shows, Santorin knows that he can go in on the top side. Kumo is going to be hard to dive, though. They haven't harassed him down, so I think it will just be the Krug steal. A bit difficult to go after a top laner level 3 that still has flash, and especially an Aatrox that can actually create some extra problems with his own Umbral Dash as well as Q mini knockups.
The Infernal Chains as well, if you're not able to get out in time, those are going to yoink you right back into the turret. Make sure you seal your fate.
All right, so pretty much every ability.
Yeah, every button in the kit will make your life pretty hard to deal with. Svenskeren going for the turret dive here in the bottom side, but it has been botched. Evil Geniuses try to get themselves away. CC coming down onto Svenskeren. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1. First blood goes over to the Jizuke, but Svenskeren falls.
Interesting. Couple of wasted teleports too. EG initially used theirs from Jizuke to. Yeah, let's look at it one step by one step here. Okay. So, starting out, they have this Svenskeren. They know that Nahles has no flash, but Hex Flash from Ignar actually repositioned himself, so he's able to get some lockdowns under the turret. Then he kind of hugs over here. Jizuke teleports in. He tanks one of the tower shots, but then Svenskeren's left all by himself, so it's a 1-for-1 with double buffs. The teleport from Viper was really perplexing, though, because they didn't need anyone else to secure that kill on Svenskeren. He was well alone under the tower, with Turtle healthy enough to stay there and finish it off. So he'll be a bit sad that he doesn't have that to get back to lane. And now there will be a top difference in teleports. Kumo uses the opportunity to push in and walk back to lane. So bottom side now, even though Turtle has double buffs, and you think, that's great, big mistake by EG, because of the invested teleport, it's still dangerous.
And here we go yet again. Hex Flash not going to be getting Ignar away from that one. CC comes down. One more hit will do it. And Svenskeren grabs himself a kill.
Yeah, still very dangerous. And they immediately punish it. Really good repeat there from Svenskeren to make good on the extra kill. And this one, he's able to actually cash in on as well. So going to go to further fund his jungle motives here. Dragon gets picked up as well in the aftermath, so EG, with the follow-up play, really make that dive worth it.
I love all the return visits Svenskeren is making. He recognizes, hey, we managed to get rid of both flashes 3 minutes into this game. Let's just go back over and over and over again and keep taking advantage of that.
And they're attacking a very big part of the identity of FlyQuest. I've been continually checking in on Ignar's dual proximity, and this is the percentage of time, pre-15 minutes, that he spends with his AD carry. I'll put a hold on the stats talk while we see another bot lane focus gank here from EG.
It never ends. Flash into the ultimate comes down from Jizuke, and Turtle is an endangered species here in this bottom lane. That's his first death of the game, but Ignar can do nothing but try to escape and save his own hide. It is a 3-1 game for the Geniuses.
All right, bottom lane focus, Captain Flowers.
That's the name of the game, my friend.
An intense focus is really paying off for EG. They get another kill this time around. Jizuke able to get there. He has Ghost as well with the spellbook, so he could, if he wanted to, Ghost back the lane. But most of the minions are dying to the turret now, so he's going to hold on to it for a bit longer. PoE takes the opportunity to get a small roam up the top side, but nothing really achieved for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest now have to find some way to get themselves back into this one. It's been EG making moves, making returns all the time back to the bottom lane. And Santorin on this Lee Sin, we want to see him get that Dragon's Rage up and running, get involved in one of these lanes.
And guess what, Flowers? What? They still have not used Kumo's teleport. So there could be another visitor to the bottom lane if they wanted to throw another one and perma-tilt Turtle down there. Just continually camping bottom side for EG. Kumo right now pushing up the lane, still has teleport advantage, and he's getting some AoE down on this wave as well.
That lane seemed to be going well for Viper early on. Kumo was underneath the turret, Viper had the priority, but that unnecessary teleport at level 4 that you mentioned really just seemed to make things easier here in the top side for Kumo's Aatrox. Looking back at bottom lane, Bang level 5, Zeyzal level 4 versus the reversed levels on the side of FlyQuest. It's Ignar who's got more EXP.
Santorin's waiting for a counter gank here, camping around. They get the Graviton root.
Zeyzal, good job there. Bang walks away, and Zeyzal uses the fact that he has extra range when dashing specifically to Xayah as Rakan to get to safety and make it so they weren't next to each other for the CC.
And remember, FlyQuest have to be very careful when trying to pull off a play around bottom lane right now because the possibility that Kumo comes in. If they overchase that, if they tried to go for the Rakan and force it, then they would get a teleport behind them with Kumo and they'd be committed to the play, which would be very dangerous. So even though they do set it up, I think it's good that they call that off very quickly and they don't pursue the Rakan any further. Roam number 2.
Worth pointing out, Spin Scarin is halfway to level 6 and his ulti. Santorin is 95% of the way there. He needs to just be around 2 minions dying and he'll manage to get the kick. Whether or not that'll play into the next fight, we will see. As EG continues just keeping the pressure applied here in the bottom side. Level 6 available for Bang Xayah means that extra get out of jail free card, even if FlyQuest tries to make a play down here, and that'll only serve to deter that aggression even further. Whoop. Infernal Chains pulls him back. The trade's a little bit less effective than he would like because of the fact that the Camille Shield just came up, but still, good trade coming out from Kumo.
Yeah, stacks that one up. Conquer proccing at the end as well. Looks like Rift Herald is started by Spin Scarin with a control ward. And since he did just get that good trade on top side, Viper's actually more worried about a possible dive, so that's why he went back around the Tri-Brush. And it is going to be a Rift Herald picked up very easily for EG. They recalled the bottom lane. They're the ones there first.
It's nice and secured, but Ignar throws out the ult. He's going to follow it up now with the Dredge line. Damage coming through. Spin Scarin is destroyed, and FlyQuest may have found themselves a fight. Kumo's chasing Viper off to the side, but now he's alone behind enemy lines. Viper hanging around long enough to maybe provide some support CC if necessary. Santorin over the wall. Good ward hop over here. Kumo still trying to walk away, but there's a turret waiting on him, and there are 5 members of FlyQuest ready and raring to go, thirsty for blood, and they'll get it.
All right, they got the Rift Herald, but at what cost? EG are going to drop several kills, which bring FlyQuest right back into this game. They're really happy to get that. 2 of them going to Aphelios, which is right where they want their money. And look at this engage. Good bubble lands to start off. Ignar then is able to get the snipe onto Spin Scarin, and taking someone out that quickly, they get to chase him off and separate the team fight. Viper's ultimate with Camille follows Kumo, and they force him into enemy territory.
That Jarvan was still level 5. His repeated investment into the bottom lane got his team ahead, but he's a bit behind the curve.
They did answer really quickly. I believe during the replay, the Rift Herald was used. because I don't see it on anyone's inventory, and there's only one turret plate left on that mid lane, so I'm pretty sure they just chunked out the mid lane and took Dragon in the aftermath here from EG. Good response from them.
Nice retaliation leads into a 2-0 Drake lead for the side of Evil Geniuses. Another Infernal Soul going to be taking its place on Summoner's Rift here. We'll see if Evil Geniuses can maintain control over those neutral objectives as the game marches forward. 11 minutes in, it's only an 800 gold advantage for them. Still 3 more minutes to work towards those plates. Santorin walks towards that brush. Svenskeren was waiting on him, but he's not going to go any closer just yet. Power of Evil hanging out behind him. Has an exhaust ready that he picked up from the minions.
Finally able to fish him out. Svenskaren's going to abort. Now, I was waiting for a long time for that because it's all well and good to set up surprise bush attacks, but not if you're surrounded by the enemy team. And Svenskeren,
then you're the one who gets surprised.
Exactly. He's all by himself there, so he has no backup. So your surprise factor doesn't really get you anything if you don't actually have the boys to back you up.
You gotta have the boys at the party. People need to accept their invitations.
This will be chapter 2 in Kobe's Book of War.
You're the next Sun Tzu.
Bush attacks are great, but only if you actually have the teammates around you.
Bubble flies through and just barely misses Svenskeren there. And we saw how much damage Power of Evil does. I mean, it was his burst that exploded Svenskeren in that Rift Herald fight after Ignar made the initial CC to set it up. So if he can manage to land these, there's a lot of firepower on the side of FlyQuest. He's farming up nicely here in the mid lane, has a Chilling Smite available. Just going to go ahead and drop that one down. Sorcerer's Shoes plus the Lost Chapter working towards more burst potential as we continue forward. And Svenskeren will give this blue buff over to Jizuke, who has gone for the Archangel's Staff. That Seraph's Embrace makes Malzahar even harder to kill. Viper just barely getting out of the range of the Infernal Chains before being thrown up into the air by the mini knockup, so he won't get pulled back there. Oh, and there's what you were talking about, Kobe. Even though she blinks back, the Zoe has no escape.
And no hesitation either. Svenskeren and Zeyzal jump right in. Svenskeren does get low, but goal achieved there for EG. They take down the Zoe, and they really want to tip over this turret. Santorin and Ignar doing their best to clear out the minions.
That minion wave pushing hard onto the tier 1 turret. Zeyzal wants this turret, but I don't think it's going to happen here just yet. Jizuke's got plenty of push power, though. One of the nice parts about being Malzahar, aside from the point-and-click lockdown, such easy wave push here in the mid lane, and it looks like that first turret gold will go over the side of Evil Geniuses.
All right, they're really going to open up the map. They already have some decent deep wards as well for EG. They've remained proactive for the large majority of this game and really benefiting from it. Control wards now restocked for them as they head back out to the Rift, and there's 2 minutes, just a little bit under 2 minutes for the Infernal Dragon to pop up. They can easily set up their control wards and prepare.
Kumo's still just hanging out here on the top side. You can see him going for the Ninja Tabby nice and early, prevent some of that auto attack damage coming through from the Camille. Then the Kindle Gem, Longsword likely going to be turned into a Warhammer for the CDR garage sale that so many Aatroxes like to path towards early on to just reduce reduce the cooldowns on the skills, make it so it's able to spam out those Qs so much more easily. Redemption gets used. That's a nice little Zoe bonus there, saying, all right, Viper, here's just a top off for you.
That's actually so nice. Let's have a little roam up. Redemption heal from Power of Evil, trying to help out his lane since he's got no mid turret left and he has to kind of give priority over to Jizuke. This is how it changes the whole game when you get mid turret. The mid priority is so easy for EG now. They push in and get to roam. As you can see, Power of Evil had to receive that wave, so Jizuke constantly gets in mid, then goes down to their control wards behind Dragon there. And they're just waiting for this Infernal to arrive.
And I love the fact that they're doing it this early. They're not waiting to get these wards down 30 seconds before it spawns. They've already been here a minute and 15 ahead of time. Ignar walking away now. EG not quite able to find the setup to grab a pick. but they're just chasing FlyQuest away. They're giving Bang the opportunity to make some sort of a move here. Moonlight Visual gonna find the lockdown onto 3. Viper's made a teleport into the fight behind the members of Evil Geniuses. Shizuke goes drowsy. He has to flash out. Hextech Ultimatum comes in, but the counterattack is down, and Svenskaren's got the kill. Kumo's on the front line, wings spread wide, but he's not able to chase after anyone. It is a 1-for-0 EG, and the power of the Malzahar punish shows its face yet again.
All right, let's see. They did use every single ultimate on the side of EG to get that kill, and Infernal Dragon's coming up. The only thing that FlyQuest still have over them is Santorin's got a Dragon Rage. Can he go for a steal? It's a 4v5.
Oh, let's see it. Infernal Drake below half. Power of Evil jumping in. Nice chunk damage on to Bang. Svenskaren still trying to maintain control over the pit. It's going to be stolen. Wonderfully done by Santorin's Lee Sin. Ignar pays the price, and Power of Evil is now stuck on the other side of the wall. He flashes away. He stays alive. You trade your support for a Drake, and you can make those trades when Santorin comes up clutch.
FlyQuest with some fancy moves to make that steal happen. On the top side of your screen, Power of Evil and Ignar forcing the engage, getting the poke damage down, and luring the rest of EG away from the Dragon. So that buys an opening for Santorin to get in on the last second of his Sonic Wave here for Lee Sin. So take a look at it. The Aphelios turret is DPSing the Dragon, getting it low, and continuing this fight. On the bottom side of your screen, Santorin barely gets in there, is able to smite it away, and then flashes to the wall and ward hops over as Zazel was coming over to lock him down and punish it for him. So they get the steal. It does come at the cost of the life of Ignar, but that is something that they will pay in order to get that Infernal Drake for themselves. Put a stop to the soul stacking here for EG, not letting them get to that soul point. And of course, getting yourself a small attack damage and ability power bonus to boot.
This graph on the screen is a tale of 2 mid laners for these teams right now. The fights are being decided by the power coming from Power of Evil and Jizuke. Jizuke having used the Summoner Spellbook now to swap out his flash that is on cooldown for the barrier in case they decide to make another move onto him. Has Leandri's Torment completed now as well for the extra burn combined. It's the old World of Warcraft video, dots on dots on dots. He's got some dots, he's gonna put more dots, except he never actually stops them. He'll just continue stacking as the game continues. Let's see what Power of Evil can do down here. I think he's just gonna back himself away. When Svenskaren's showing up, you've got to respect what happens. Trouble Bubble lands behind him. It blocks off his escape, but he doesn't need to worry about that when Zazel's coming in to back these guys up.
Yep, everybody roaming down there for EG2. They still want to keep up this ward line inside the red jungle so they can have this pressure throughout mid and bottom lane. Svenskaren just hovering behind Jizuke to allow them to sub up once again. Malzahar spam every key, and the wave is dead.
And there was a nice little pop-up that came up during the Drake fight that might have gone unnoticed by some people because it was just very small in the top part of the screen there for a moment. At EG's average at 15, this split has been negative 300 gold, something around that ballpark. This game they were at plus 1,800, and it's only grown since then. They're 3,500 gold ahead, 19 minutes in. The Rift Herald's about to get another charge onto an inhibitor turret. This has been a much better than expected early game from Evil Geniuses.
Yep, they look so much more well-coordinated this game, I'd say. They're a lot more focused on their objectives, and yes, FlyQuest have had really good rebuttals as well. But EG have earned themselves this lead. They've been able to carve out, mostly on the bottom side of the map. When we talk about the story of this game, Flowers, people will remember it as a bottom lane focus for sure from EG, because if you look at how we got to this point, it was so much with Svenskaren and Jizuke both going to the bottom lane, which has resulted in full control there. Now Viper...
Oh, this is going to turn into a full-blown 2v2. Svenskaren's going to trap him in the Cataclysm. Kumo's waiting for the Q to come back up and be ready to go. And there it is, the reinforcements. Jizuke's TP brings in that Malzahar ulti, and that gets him a kill. Ignar also finds himself caught out of position by the bottom lane duo of EG, and he falls as well. 2-for-0 for Evil Geniuses.
More coordination here from EG, just grouping up around Kumo, trying to defend him for the fight. And guess what the rewards will be? Already control wards in place. Rift Scuttler has been taken, so it should be a very easy Baron.
Is this the earliest Baron of the split so far? Because with the removal of the old Mountain Drake from Season 9 that gave you bonus damage to objectives, Barons feel later on average in Season 10, but this one was taken on spawn by EG because of the fortunate circumstance.
Yeah, a really fortunate timing there as they get the kills on top side. Oh, we're already here by the Baron. Guess we should just
Might as well.
Got the double kills, no jungler around for FlyQuest, and the ward's already in place, so everything pretty much set up. Take another look at how it all started out. They wanted to get this kill onto Kumo. Santorin joined Viper, but they're unable to finish him because that Cataclysm he talked about for Svenskeren just puts a stop to the team fight. Svenskeren basically puts a hold on the 2v2, pauses until Jizuke can get there, and then upon arrival, Malzahar is one of the best mid laners to have teleport. You get instant gratification. Teleport in, instantly just push R, and it's basically a 2-button change there to allow you to get Baron. Now wearing purple, it sets them up for a very easy Infernal Dragon because with Baron, you can shove out the wave so quickly, and then they should be able to take it.
And one thing I always look for when a team gets Baron, provided they're the team ahead and it wasn't some miracle steal when they were in a losing position the entire time, is for all the tier 2 turrets on the enemy team to be down by the time that first Baron runs out. There are still 2 left standing for the side of FlyQuest that I want to see EG use this buff to take.
We did get confirmation that was indeed the fastest Baron, Captain Flowers.
I knew it!
So
I knew it all along!
EG hold the time to beat in the Baron race.
20 minutes, 17 seconds is indeed a super speedy one, as they will be pressuring onto those tier 2 turrets I was talking about. Mid lane tier 2 still standing, has about 1/3 of its HP remaining. Bang and Zeyzal will be applying the pressure, enchanting the minion with the Baron buff. Jizuke is pushing in the top side. Kumo finds himself in a 1v2 bottom lane, and this is the signal for the rest of EG to make moves elsewhere. Kumo will fall. Bang and Zeyzal don't have any more minions to push with in mid. Top, though, has a plenty big enough wave for Jizuke and Svenskeren to take down that tier 2.
Let's see if they get some more recalls here because Viper's actually staying bottom, so they're going to defend the second tower push here from EG and keep Viper pushing so that FlyQuest can try and get some gold back for themselves because EG still get 2 turrets out of that Baron, even though FlyQuest are able to pick off Kumo. And I don't think he can actually finish it. They've just finished up too quickly on that mid lane and threatening to rotate over. So FlyQuest still yet to take a turret, but they do get some gold back for themselves, picking off Kumo.
And while they didn't get the turret, if you're looking on the bright side of life, they also didn't have their base cracked open yet. They survived the Baron, they didn't lose any inhibitor turrets, especially considering they had one damaged by Shelly earlier on. That's a concern that you can have, but the base stands strong, so it's not complete panic just yet, but a 7,500 gold deficit 23 minutes in is still a cause for quite a lot of concern.
And especially that, considering the state of the map right now with the team comp that they drafted. We talked about in Champ Select where FlyQuest have a more difficult team comp to pull off. They need to spread the map, they have Camille split push, and they have Zoe looking for picks. But since they haven't taken any outer towers, it's really difficult for them to gain control of Summoner's Rift. EG have a very easy comp to accomplish here. They have guaranteed engage basically with
R.
Rakan, Jarvan, and Malzahar. Exactly. Very easy, just group up, force it on FlyQuest, and it's up to FlyQuest to make some sort of creative response here with their champions to blow somebody up. You can see they're trying to continue with the split push right now. Topside Viper on Camille. It's basically your only option. Try and get that tower and hope that the rest of your team can clear enough minions to hold EG off.
That bottom side inhibitor turret so close to falling over, and EG would love to just put it in the dirt. Viper still top, has a TP available to come in if EG ends up in a really bad spot. Pushing strong with 4 members. Kumo trying to rotate over from the mid lane now. He has TP too, but doesn't really want to use it from that distance. Power of Evil looking for some damage on Zeyzal. Won't quite find it.
And for FlyQuest, my focus was all on the minions. They do a really good job wave clearing there. I think that was the last few shots of Turtle's flamethrower, and they were able to clear out and save the bottom turret, while Viper did get some gold with the top tower.
Ooh, nice follow-up there from Kumo, going after Viper. Infernal Chains immediately followed up with a combo, coming out from the Qs. Q2 and Q3 hit. Viper goes over the wall. The Camille, so agile, so mobile, but is it enough? Kumo's still in hot pursuit. He has been slowed down, and Viper's out of there.
Rest of the team, though, Ignar was coming over to try and defend him. He ends up burning his flash as he gets picked off by Sven, Skaren, and Bang.
I'm going to call that one an unforced error. Whenever you go to help a teammate who is able to get themselves away, you end up having to expend one of your own resources. It's not what the doctor ordered.
And we call that unforced error having too big of a heart.
Yeah.
No teammate left behind.
There is such thing as being too good of a teammate. Sometimes you just got to be selfish and say, you made your bed, the bus is going to take you, throw them under, and move on with your life. Hope you survive.
You can't save everyone who's drowning, Flowers. If you try and save 2 people, then you're probably going down too. Unless you're an insane swimmer.
Well,
I don't know if it'd be possible to actually save 2.
When you go out there and blow your own flash and accomplish nothing else, then you're out there with some floaties on and you got to go back and take some more classes. And Ignar's not where he needs to be with that, but he still could make the engage happen. Speaking of engages, it's going to be Zeyzal starting this one off. Bang keeping himself alive with the Xayah ulti in the back line. Power Evil going to be taken out by Bang. Kumo coming around from behind with the TP now. FlyQuest, they're able to find a shutdown onto 2, but there's 2 in return for EG. This one is an absolute bloodbath as Zeyzal dashes away and Viper's into the back line. Kumo coming around from the side here yet again, and Viper is taken down. Jizuke will continue the chase, and Kumo is swinging that sword all over the rift.
EG, oh my goodness. Zeyzal just got such a dream engage with Rakan. FlyQuest had a chance though, because the DPS wasn't there for EG at the beginning to follow up on that engage. It looks so nice to get 4 members locked up in crowd control, but it took a while for the rest of EG to actually collapse on it, and FlyQuest didn't come out as bad as you would think, being the recipients of a 4-person charm and knock-up combination. In the end, EGs do get the roam from Kumo, and they clean up the extra kill chasing them off, so it will be Infernal Soul, and it doesn't really give a lot of hope for FlyQuest. But they still have an opportunity with Baron. They're actually streaming back out there. This is where you tell your team, okay, we get 1 more chance. We can try and win this team fight. If you win the Baron team fight, then there is still hope.
You also have the possibility of fight them at Elder Drake, somehow win, get the laser, blah, all over them, win the game.
Yeah. The problem is, again, looking at the team comps, EG have a way easier 5-on-5. They want to group up at these neutrals. And it's up to FlyQuest to try and find Zoe Bubble, somebody out of position to kill someone first so that the numbers are actually in their favor.
Power of Evil and Wild Turtle have been in communication with the IRS. They're paying their taxes, QSSs, up on both the carries from the side of FlyQuest so they don't get Jizuka'd.
Yeah, we did actually see Wild Turtle die anyway to the damage that was still coming through, even though you can QSS and
stop
walk.
the CC.
Yeah, you
damage.
can exactly. You can walk off of it, but he's still burned down in the last fight to Jizuke.
Zeyzal and Bang still feeling comfortable pushing up here in the mid lane. Bang doesn't have summoners available, but he still has the Xayah ulti in case they try to initiate onto him. Very easy to dodge away from a Nautilus ulti with a Xayah ulti. It's so telegraphed, it's so slow. You can have some pretty low reaction times or be CC'd for a little while beforehand and still get out of it. FlyQuest on the eternal defensive now, trying to protect themselves against this EG that now possesses that Infernal Soul. And remember, the Infernal Soul triggers on each individual player, so if all 5 people hit you at once, it's actually a massive amount of extra burst.
Focus the lasers. Get those.
Those don't come until the Elder Dragon. These are the little.
All right, fine. Fireworks.
Okay, yeah, fireworks. I like fireworks. Lasers are later. We don't go full techno show until we have the Elder.
There's no actual laser.
Yeah, there is. It shoots a laser. All right. Well, Santorin doesn't even need a laser to get taken down, man. And he is just annihilated. That is a pick up there for the side of Evil Geniuses. They've got Baron for the 2nd time this game, and they're mounting up to get ready to make that game-winning push.
I still contest that it is
Dragon's Breath
that comes out, not laser.
Look at it. It looks like a laser. A breath is...
I agree to disagree.
A breath is fumous. It looks like it's a gas. You breathe it out, and it dissipates all over the place. Yeah. I don't know the science word, man. I didn't major in science. But it comes out like a gas, like some kind of air. The laser is a beam.
Yeah.
It's a laser.
Gaseous. Maybe
Is that the word?
Maybe it's what you're looking for.
Yeah, probably. It might. All right, Mr. Science Man. Well, we're gonna see if EG can manage to bash down the walls of this base here from FlyQuest, push onto those inhibitor turrets, and get the inhibs themselves. They've got 2 minutes to work with on this Baron power play. It's still sitting at about the value of the objective itself, so not much has been done yet, but plenty of time to still work with here. Jizuke pushing up the bottom side, Kumo hovering around this lane. As mid, it's been Scarin who eats a Trouble Bubble, but, well, eats a Paddle Star, but not the following Trouble Bubble, I should say. Bottom lane inhibitor turret nearly down. Jizuke just standing by, enchanting that cannon minion, allowing it to do the chip damage that takes the turret out. Mid lane turret also going to go down now. Svenskeren in some trouble, going to be locked down, rooted up. Stoneplate is out. Drowsy coming down now on the other members of EG. FlyQuest in full retreat. Santorin's going to explode, and Turtle, the feathers fly, and he is gone. Power of Evil will join him. Everybody but Viper's coming along too, and Evil Geniuses in one swift strike will take down FlyQuest. It's all over, but the theatrics of actually knocking over the turrets and getting on to the Nexus, and that is Evil Genius's second win of the split.
And on top of that, a bunch of Infernal Dragons, so extra books.
Extra books, exactly. They met their criteria. They got, wait, what was it? Every Baron is $1,000 donated to a Junior Genius? That's 2 Barons, that's $2,000. That's 2 Junior Geniuses.
That's a good price for Make a Genius.
Yeah, I mean, at least they'll know how to say whatever gaseous is. Or paving the way to the future. Evil style.
Oh, definitely happy for EG to get that win. They needed to start their climb up because this was a roster a lot of people were looking at to really contest into the upper echelons of the LCS. You know, they got Svenskeren, a lot of hype around previous MVP. So see if they can actually make this move be the start of their climb.
I mean, they started off with their promo material saying, look, we're coming for you, Team Liquid, 4-time champs back-to-back of the LCS. You don't do that and then start off 1-4 and have people just sort of brush it aside and be like, oh, it'll be okay. You got to put up the results.
Well, technically, Team Liquid did drop quite a few games at the beginning.
But they don't have their full roster.
And so they lost a couple. I'm just saying, if you're going after them and they went 2-2, then maybe, oh, yeah, we can.
You should be a PR specialist for when teams need to walk the walk when they talk the talk, because I'm buying it. I'm not gonna lie. You're selling.
I mean, if your target drops, then it's not your fault to go for.
You just still got to go after the target, even if they're not at the top. They're just chilling out in the middle.
They didn't say they were going after Cloud9s. They don't have to be number 1.
It was still a pretty clean game from Evil Geniuses. Deathless for Jizuke there in the mid lane. 5-0-6 on the Malzahar. 5-1-7 for Bang Zaya. So both the carries popping off, doing a good job. And again, I want to applaud Svenskeren for constantly revisiting that bottom lane after blowing those flashes early on. I think the bottom lane focus helped EG a ton. Got them rolling and got them to where they could take over the game like they did. For more on the win, Pastry is standing by for an interview with the most evil of junglers. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Captain Floss. Yes, I'm here with Svenskeren. Picking up a loss yesterday versus CLG, but looking a lot different today. Did anything happen between the 2 games?
I don't think much really happened. I think we just try to focus a bit more on getting the soul this game, because I think we kind of underestimated the power of the soul, so we just had to pick it up.
And as far as like learning the game again, because all the changes, learning to play with new teammates, what is your transition like being from the reigning MVP from Cloud9 now to a new organization, EG?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's changed since last year because obviously I'm on a new team, and I think the jungle is one of the roles that gets affected the most from swapping, because also that the jungle is just completely different now than it was last split. So I feel like jungle has not the biggest impact right now. So that's probably why. But I mean, still, just as a jungler, you kind of have to learn to play with new teammates. And I think we just improving week to week.
And then, of course, moving forward, it's your second win now for AG. Do you have confidence in your ability and your team's ability to push forward?
I mean, definitely. I think every single game we've played, we've had a really good chance of winning the game. I think we just kind of struggle in the mid to late game. And I mean, this is something we've got to work on in scrims, because we keep winning early game, but we just can't really transition into a win. But I think we'll get there.
Well, I certainly think so. So congratulations on the win today, Svenskeren. Thank you very much. We're going to throw it back to the State Farm analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. A very solid win for Evil Geniuses there. I just want to throw in one note, which is that with that, they as well joined with FlyQuest for another one of those deals around donating.
Right. Book deals.
So a bunch of books have gone to children and a couple $1,000s in scholarship money because of those Barons picked up by EG in that win. So good on them, continuing to do good in the world.
You know what would really make me a fan is if someone had like a little fund for the analyst desk.
Oh,
I would be.
Yeah, which teams is going to play for us?
We can guarantee voting.
That'll get you Mark's predictions for the rest of the year. But in the midst of a dragon fight, some players, they're going to focus on that important steal or zeroing out a squishy carry. But then there are these players who use a blast cone just to say, I'm helping, presented by State Farm. In his game versus Evil Geniuses, which we just saw, UC Wild Turtle get Power of Evil out of a sketchy situation with a quick tap of the blast cone.
Wonderfully done by Santorin's Lee Sin. Ignar pays the price, and Power of Evil is now stuck on the other side of the wall. He flashes away, he stays alive.
Yeah, I'm still around. Fight together, fight together. I'm 1 health, guys. Try to get out if you can. Just try to get out.
I like the call, let's fight together. And then he runs up the ramp away from the rest of the team.
He's like, I need to get out.
Which is what
So everyone runs.
Yeah, what he means is you guys go in for me.
Right, let's fight together, meaning come save my ass.
Everyone for themselves immediately after that call.
Wild Turtle stepping forward, hitting the blast cone to move the Aatrox away for safety. Earlier, we rated some LCS dives, and we actually had a couple late submissions, so we wanted to make sure we got these in. Our first comes from our TSM game today, 6:30 into the game, the second game of the day. Let's watch this TSM dive.
Okay, so set up pretty well. This is the classic 2v1 dive. A little low on Broken Blade. Oh, wait, Bjergsen showed up. This isn't fair.
There we go.
Oh,
we talked about that 2v1. We didn't talk about the 3v1 yet.
Right, so now I struggle with this.
I don't know the difficulty.
I was going to say, because if we go by standard diving rules, it demands that we dictate a difficulty for the dive as well as an execution score. And the difficulty of the dive would technically dictate the highest value that you can get. So I'm going to give it a 7.
I'm going to be an 8.
Don't you dare put that 3 up.
I'm giving that a 3.
What the heck, man?
I'm going to say...
Your scoring makes no sense.
I'm so baffled.
All right, well, you guys want to listen?
To this. Yeah, sure.
You want to listen? Put those down.
Okay.
And the 3 will...
Enlighten me.
Listening.
All right, enlightening time. All right. So that dive was way too easy because Haunter panicked. He was like, oh no. They're coming to get me. I better go into this corner. And it's like, no, get out of there. Closer, get your ass to the tower and come help your buddy out. Don't get in that little pocket.
So here's the difficult part of the dive. From my understanding of the Kiana versus Aatrox matchup, it should be somewhat difficult for the Kiana to get the push and the kind of advantage to set that dive up. The hard part of that was actually the laning phase for the first 5 levels, I would think, from what I know, but maybe I'm wrong.
We're not rating the laning phase. This is dive.
I do have to side with probably on that one.
What's the laning phase?
I will say, though,
get out of here.
our scores speak to the cleanliness of that execution. That is exactly what you want to see done
in the
game. You used...
Not impressed.
They wasted a minimal amount of time. That's part of it, too. They pulled the trigger immediately. Sometimes you see people, like, say you take a whole minute.
No, sometimes...
Wait, where's that replay?
Sometimes it's...
Where's that get that replay up. How long was Gragas behind that turret? I'm pretty sure it was a couple minutes.
Really?
It was really long.
A couple minutes?
It was like 30 seconds.
He was setting up a tent.
Sometimes
he got the s'mores.
Had I known that this game was going to divide us so much on the desk,
I
don't know. We have one more. We've got one more dive we got to go through. We don't even need to see the justification. This one coming from our last game of the day, FlyQuest versus EG. Uh-oh.
Mr. Con W.
Now you're regretting giving the last one a 3 because you can't
go lower.
You can't go much lower though.
They went Mr. Con W, Miss J4 EQ. It is well played by the divees. The divers just missed. And then they get the TP, so they have to use their mid laner's TP for a 1-for-1.
Oh my God! Okay, I got my score. I'm ready.
Oh wait, they did get the top TP out.
They trade 1-for-1, right? Yeah, they trade 1-for-1. And they get a TP out, but also Jizuke used his TP to come down to the.
They got all bot sums out too.
Yeah. So they get it. They probably still come out slightly ahead on the trade. All right, let's. I don't even.
You don't even know what I'm going to put up. Actually,
want to know. All right, ready for the reveal? 3, 2, 1, go.
Ba-boom!
Ba-boom. Wow, you are just...
All right, these dives are scripted environments in the game. I know it's a player versus player, but when they have no flash and they're cornered under a turret, they can't really outplay it. It's kind of on you to fail, so when you fail, you fail hard.
That's like saying you should never mess up in DDR because it's scripted, and there's no way that a human could have an error in a scripted environment.
Yeah.
No.
Get better.
No, you still have to execute.
Be perfect.
I'm infuriated.
That's what we want.
Mark, why'd you give him a 4?
I gave him a 4 because it was a relatively difficult dive. It wasn't.
But they totally botched.
It wasn't a disaster.
Okay.
They did get a kill. They did go up in sums overall. It was fine, and then it set them up. It set them up for the reason it wasn't the best.
You guys need to raise your expectations.
Clearly.
See some good dives.
All right, okay.
They reganked it later for kills too, which they wouldn't have been able to do if they didn't end up going for that.
I like how fiery this got, though. That's fun. All right, with the LCS games in the books, let's take a look at the standings. Checking back in, only one undefeated team remains. Cloud9, 6-0. TSM snagging second at 4-2.
Heyo.
A whole slew of teams have 3 wins in that win column, and then a few trading down there at the bottom. What do you guys expected, unexpected? Your predictions today, they split 2-2 in what we all agreed felt like a pretty predetermined day in terms of favorites. We definitely called out that some of these games had the potential to go either way, but that the expectations of favorites were pretty clear.
Yeah, so it was one of those where anything could have happened today. I think 2-2 is, I'm pretty happy coming away with that for today, because I was really nervous about some of those other games.
Did you not just listen to Prowling? He said, raise the bar, Mark. Raise
on,
the bar. The expectations, I want better than 50-50.
Well, I think it's also the standings are starting to get closer to preseason expectations for a lot of people. TL's still not quite there, but TSM is now in second place.
Excuse now.
C9 is in first place. So I think you're starting to see that be where it was. So I think most people had TL, C9, TSM for top 3.
Well, I'm glad it's like C9 aren't limping into victories. They're like crushing. So
even if TL was first place or full strength, you know.
Yeah, but I'm glad like our first place looks like a first place team.
Yeah.
It's not like everyone else is trash. It's like we got a good first place.
What's also great is that through 5 games, no team is without a win as well. I think that is also, sometimes we're halfway into a split and there's still a winless team. So I think that, again, speaks to some degree of competitiveness here in the LCS. We return tomorrow with Monday Night League, where these 2 yahoos will join the Tigers to break down Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid and CLG versus Immortals to close out the week. Taking a look at those matches again, Immortals picked up a solid win today.
Yeah, I have high expectations for them tomorrow.
You do?
I'm not curbing them.
Always high expectations.
Yeah, always high. I mean, they crushed 100 Thieves, and that was a match where I was pretty confident 100 Thieves could take it away based on their Saturday performance. So now I'm going to do they played well today, they better play well tomorrow.
I also think the other half of that matchup is interesting as well, because CLG having just picked up their first win, Immortals still looks like one of the teams they would be more capable of taking down, but we're looking for CLG to really show us what their identity is.
Yeah, I mean, for Immortals, they're an enigma for me, because sometimes they look horrible and sometimes they look fantastic. CLG finally put their first win together, so
Soraka top,
a lot of it feels to me like, where does what kind of Immortal shows up?
Yeah?
The one that banned Soraka.
Something might happen.
That might happen.
Who knows?
Might not.
You got to find out tomorrow. If you need more league action, jump on over to the Academy stream, where the undefeated Dignitas Academy goes against TSM Academy. Now for myself, the cast, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you on the Academy stream.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome to the Academy Showcase here, where we have TSM Academy going up against Dignitas Academy. Let's waste no time and take a look at those starting rosters. Selecting the blue side, it's TSMA, with Dokla in the top lane, Spica in the jungle, Evolve mid lane, Lost and Treats bottom lane and support with Coach Mabry.
And facing them on the red side, it is Dignitas Academy. In the top lane, Lorlo, jungle Acadian, mid Demonte, bottom Phoenix, support Olay, and Coach Jim on stage. Now, the top lane matchup is one that we have actually seen before in the LCS. Dokla and Lorlo have gone head-to-head quite frequently, and I respect both of these guys for their individual play. Lorlo specifically has really been climbing up the ranks, though. So I'm hoping that we see some exciting top lane carry matchups.
I always want top lane carry matchups. Give me carry matchups over tank matchups any day of the week. We'll see what we get here, though, as we are going into our last game of the day here. Dignitas Academy still undefeated here in the Academy circuit, which, considering all these players have been on the LCS stage before, you would expect them to be at the top of the Academy stage.
Yep, they have definitely had a good run of it thus far. Let's get into Champion Select and see if we can start this one off with some more top lane focus. Rumble taking out. All right, already some mid lane bans there with the Syndra too, though. That's become super common for the blind pick as well.
Tom Kench banned away means we will get to have more fun than if he was not banned away this game, which I always look forward to. Bench that Kench. Final ban for the side of TSM. Oh, Aatrox banned out. That's not a super common one.
I'm telling you, some top lane focus here. Lorlo, Aatrox is super common pick for him. Actually, for pretty much all top laners, so it's not really player specific anymore. But definitely one that they have used before. I personally want to see his Fiora come out on stage, but you don't want to blind
Lorlo's
pick.
Fiora?
Yeah, don't want to blind pick that one. They are red side though, so maybe they save their counter pick all the way till the end for it.
All right, well, the boss got banned out, so we won't get to see him body slamming nobody today. Whenever teams hover Zed or Master Yi or something super fun like that and then don't pick it, I get really sad.
Really?
Yeah.
You still believe at this point?
I want to hold out hope. Like my childlike sense of wonder is still just captured in that brief moment.
You're still so innocent.
Before reality comes along and just smacks me in the head and says no.
See, I'm just dead inside now. I'm like, they're gonna stick to the meta only. I know all the picks already. Oh, good. Look, it's Aphelios again. Guess what's going to be on the other side, Flowers? You get one guess. Oh, wait, they already picked it. Your guess is invalidated.
The robot has arrived. Oh, but Graves. We got Graves. That could be something exciting.
Yeah, also, so this is an Acadian champion.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason he made his name before he was even an LCS player. This is from Solo Q. You got me with your childlike wonder.
See, I told you, it's so easy to fall into it and just let yourself get lost in the fun for a moment.
But also, because that one has a good backstory. It has a good backstory for the Graves, for Acadian. Because he also played it top lane even.
Oh, I never saw the top lane. I remember him playing it a lot in jungle when he first showed up, and it was one of his pop-off champions.
Yeah.
But, now, remember that Evolved, before he joined TSM, for a while back in solo queue, he was a one-trick named Cat Evolve.
I mean, for always.
A long time. Like, he was known for Katarina. So even I know not to get baited by that one. That's just a throwback to his original buddies, his original identity. But TSM are going to lock in the Ornn. They're going to pick up the Lee. So hopefully it's an Ornn mid. I hope it's an Ornn mid and we get a showdown in top lane.
Demonte is yawning right now. Come on, wake up. What time is it?
Because he knows he's playing against
It's a 4 p.m. already. Get some coffee in this guy.
Yeah, you can't be yawning no 4 p.m.
Playing on stage
It's
here.
still a long time to go.
I know Dignitas Academy have just been running the league, but come on. You still gotta wake up early. Get a little practice in, Flowers.
So we got the Mordekaiser, which remember Jat mentioned earlier how if you're playing Ornn into Mordekaiser, if you see him aim to point his finger at you and say you're going to the death realm, you just burp, and then he can't take you to the death realm.
You just burp.
That's
the
what Ornn does.
counter all along.
Yeah, as long as you burp, you won't go to hell.
All right,
that's
so
what we've
every time we see him, Ultimate Ornn, we need all of chat to spam just burp. And then everyone who tunes in later will have no idea what is going on.
That's what makes it fun.
Yeah,
You
inside
can all be
jokes.
part of an inside joke together. You're on the cool kids circle.
Just burp, bro. All right. LeBlanc banned out as well. They're really throwing down a lot of extra ones here at Demonte for the mid lane. They already banned out the Syndra. Trying to whittle him down a little bit more.
What's it gonna be? Demonte, remember, Tanner time, one of the biggest hype trains of last year's LCS play. Now playing in Academy, trying to earn himself a spot back on one of those main squads. Kiana, so iconic for him. Nautilus and Braum banned out though. Those are pretty common support picks, so hopefully we'll get something a little bit spicy down there in the bottom lane for TSM. And remember, Dignitas already has the Thresh locked in. And we got Rek'Sai.
Why you say it like that, huh? It's a great pick in the Lee Sin. You can unburl,
No,
you
it's
can
a great
interrupt
pick
Q
in the Big
damage.
Sin. I want to see something worse. This is Dignitas.
You want to see Skarner. Don't lie to me.
Yeah,
you don't wanna
I do want to see Skarner, and I want to see Chad Skarner in particular, but I know I'm not going to get to, so we get Rek'Sai instead because it is a good pick.
It is definitely a good pick into Lee Sin for the interrupts on the dashes. I also personally like it into Aphelios for me. I'm playing a lot of Rek'Sai for solo queue, and Aphelios is real easy to get on top of. Especially Hail of Blades, Rek'Sai can do the damage himself very quickly. So you can flash on that Aphelios, try and take him down in the earlier stages of the game. And you gotta gun check him as well. Gun check is something you gotta have high priority in Aphelios games, because if he's got the chakrams, you don't wanna go head first in the chakrams because you'll get your head cut off.
Yeah, that's kind of how I've learned that. I was playing against that champion the other day, and I walked up to him when he had like 9 of those things. I was like, this won't be that. And then before I could finish that thought, I died. I was like, I guess it is that bad.
Well, today you learned.
Today I did learn, but TSM, they finished off their roster here. It's going to be evolved on the Zoe, and that means Ornn is going top lane for Dokla. And the counter to that will be the Mordekaiser that we saw earlier. The final pick of the draft is Echo for Demonte.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's some spice. That's like that
felt
felt like
more exciting.
Yeah, that felt like a 70% maybe Captain Flowers spice.
He's exciting because he can jump around and do all sorts of fancy stuff and dive real far deep into the whole enemy team and then just rewind time. He's fun to watch. I like it.
All right. He's pretty good at chasing down Zoe. For me, one of the things is it's kind of hard to get really good W placements for Echo usually. But Zoe will root herself in place with the R. So if you think she's coming for one of those trades, you can preemptively throw your W. R comes out, she's going to snap back to it. You still need to prep it a little bit because the delay is very long.
You still can't do it reactively.
Exactly. But if you see her coming, it's pretty predictable a lot of times when you see Zoe's walking at you. They're going to give a tell that they're going for a QR harassment. So as soon as the Q comes out, you can actually throw that W, try and counter her. And you look real smart if that happens.
Right.
You throw your W first, then she does R, she makes them, and you're just like, oh my, you got Scott.
I feel like anytime you're a prediction lord in LCS, it makes, I mean, everybody remembers the first time they saw a Mad Life Thresh Hook or Blitzcrank pull or anything like that. It just makes you go, oh my God, I didn't even know you could do that.
Yep.
So it's kind of similar thing, but not quite. We'll see if he can pull it off here this game. I want to see some cool plays this time around, especially from Dignitas. Like I say, this is a team I fully expect Dignitas Academy to go undefeated in this Academy season. I am calling it right now. This is 5x LCS players. I'm establishing, all right, here's the conversation. I want to establish for Academy, for previous LCS players in Academy, you need to be hitting the someday bar. The someday bar is where every time somebody watches one of your games in Academy, they say, why in the hell is this guy in Academy right now?
Okay. for it to be a conversation, there has to be 2 parts, so here's my part.
Okay, please contribute your part.
On TSM, there are also 3 players that have played in the LCS as well. So what
3 is less than 5.
Right. So, but yeah, exactly. But it's more than 0 versus 5. So do you have to change your balance depending on the counter numbers? Do I take out some of the extra goals here for Dig because Dokla, Spica, Lost have all played in the LCS?
No. You got 5 dudes that all need to be hitting the someday bar. That bar should never have a loss on it.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's my opinion, at least. If the bar does have a loss, then somebody is not doing what someday would be doing at that moment in time. You can see Demonte just jamming.
That's actually the best part of Echo. What, you get your own squad.
Yeah, it's really cool. The true damage Echo skin is actually sick.
That's like, this is a perfect skin for Freak. He would type a joke, and then he just uses the Echo taunt to make it look like other people are laughing at it.
So, Freak doesn't, does Freak even use skins? Yeah. I've never seen Freak use cosmetic stuff.
Faker. What?
No, I know, but like every other video game I've ever played with Freak, he refuses to use cosmetic anything. It's kind of strange.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't do any cosmetic stuff. Huh. Maybe he's trying to be Faker at other games. He's like, well, there's already Faker in League of Legends, but what about other video games?
Well, good luck.
Well, in this video game, we'll keep an eye on where the junglers are going to be starting. They both went for a red buff start, so they'll end up on opposite sides of the map here. Lee Sin is going to go ahead clear through those Raptors while you saw Acadian's Rek'Sai go straight red to blue. And Spica is somebody who's had some pop-off plays in Academy so far already this split. Remember, I was watching one of the games they were playing against Team Liquid Academy earlier on, and it was like, oh man, Team Liquid, they got this whole game on lock. It's over, it's GG, it's done, put it in the oven, let it bake, it's over. And then Spica just jumps in.
Hold on. If you're putting it,
Young.
If you're putting it in the oven, that's the beginning. That's the start of the cooking process.
No, and then but then when it's out of the oven, it's done. You put it in there because it's like, oh, I'm done now. Because you're not going to do anything else to it when it's in there. I'm not going to do anything to what's in the oven when it's in the oven because it's too hot.
All right, so you're one.
Oven's the final step.
I don't want anything cooked by Flowers because you're one of the types that you put it in the oven, then walk away.
Yes.
You're done after. No, you have to take it out on
game.
time. You're going to burn that shit.
That's why I have an alarm. I have a thing that goes and lets me know, oh, take it out.
Okay.
So then I just tower dive somebody real quick, get myself killed, and then go take the thing out of the oven.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. I want to see if we're going to get a gank here because we have had the reverse clear here from Acadian. Started red, cleared the entire blue quadrant, and he's back up top side here. If you get a successful gank off for Mordekaiser in the Mord-Ornn lane, it becomes so incredibly hard for the Ornn to try and stick around because Mordekaiser with the Conqueror, after the first few levels, you know, it becomes so much more dangerous. If you have access to the full kit here, you can really stack that up. Earlier, sometimes you can see Ornn actually get good trades because with the Wrath, you get a much quicker trade.
Nicely done there by Evolved, and Demonte, no assist for Spica. He contributed no damage. That is just a solo kill from Evolved.
Yeah, clean solo kill right there. You talked about previous LCS players, Flowers. Well, Evolved takes him down by himself with the Zoe. Uses True Ignite. I didn't see the beginning of it to see the setup, what else he got off the W. Kind of want to see that setup, but here we go.
Monte has made his way back into the lane, though. Evolved with no mana, flashing away to stay alive. Spica covering his retreat. He'll get away. Does have to use his real flash to do so.
Yeah. All right, so Zoe has no summoners of her own. Still can definitely pick those of the enemies up, but no revenge had here for Demonte and Acadian trying to get the clap back. See if they push the wave out and get another reset here. Okay. So it wasn't even like he got a really good pickup. It was just a barrier. Use the barrier for the extra W speed. Gets in line. Lands that Sleepy Trouble bubble in the queue. Spica really wanted... When I do that as a jungler, I'm not trying to steal the kill.
I just want the assist. I want, especially for first blood, it's 200 gold.
Exactly. It's better for the team because a solo kill, it's only going to give you 300. But if you get assists, bonus 150 for the whole team. So the whole team gets 450.
Yeah.
This is greater advantage for the team, even though I also end up getting the last hits.
My friends have question mark pinged me so many times before when I show up and just blue smite the guy and kill him. I'm like, I really wasn't trying to steal it. I was only blue smiting him to get 150 extra gold. Right.
Think of the team.
Think of not just you, but you and also me. And I really need that money.
Yeah, but mostly me.
But especially me. Bottom lane, we're going to see Dignitas. Phoenix and Ole farming up here. They got a little bit of a CS lead over Lost in Treats, utilizing the powerful laning of the Senna. Top side, you were talking about if the Mordekaiser gets ahead of the Ornn. Well, it's a nice CS lead for Dokla right now. And Ornns love laning against AP champions, because when you're laning against an AP champion, you can rush the Abyssal Mask like you see the Catalyst in his inventory for. And that Ornn upgrade for that item is just silly. It gives you 1,800 gold worth of value. 1,800. True. It's a 750 health, 100 magic resist item. True. It's nuts.
I feel like there has been an insane amount. Well, let's take a look at this skirmish.
Damonte taken very low, has to go into the chrono break, and it's Spica who bites off more than he can chew. Echo is so good at turning plays around like that as Phoenix has to retreat down here into the bottom side. There goes the Ornn horn. And Ole has to run away from Dokla's follow-up now. Plays him underneath the turret, nearly able to take him down. The death sentence, true to its name. Not quite yet. Dokla gets himself out. Big Dokes ain't going down just yet.
Gets another grass proc off as well. That was the whole plan. Actually,
yes.
take that one back.
All according to plan.
Teleport and flash use for him down there, though. So Lorlo, who stayed on top side, does get to push the wave in and will have teleport advantage. Dignitas can look for an answer. But here's the counter. Acadian on the Rex side, hovering mid lane at the correct time. As Spica goes in on the bubble Damonte there. It is just Acadian being in the right place at the right time. And you can't even fault Spica for that because they had no vision. This was a left Echo going for that kill. Bottom side though, Big Dokes comes in, bowls him right over, gets the kill instantly, and then going for the dive. It gets a little dangerous when Ole does have flash. You could say, oh, should maybe try and dodge there, but Ornn's really big, has a really big champion model, so without boots, it's really insanely hard to actually dodge that and get enough distance. In the end, doesn't matter, doesn't go down, but it is an answer here for Dig as they get the first dragon.
Cloud Drake in their pocket means some reduced ultimate cooldowns, which a lot of powerful ultimates on the side of Dignitas, so you always love to see that happen there for them. Infernal Drake will be spawning here in 5 minutes, which means we won't get to see 3 Infernal Souls in a row. It'll have to be something else, and we get a 50-50 shot of it being the Therapy Dragon.
I know that's your favorite, the Lover of Oceans.
Which one is your favorite?
I'm an unbiased League of Legends
No,
player.
that's a BS answer. Tell me which one you like the most. You can be honest here. Twitch chat won't judge you. They probably will, but it's okay.
I'll go Infernal then.
You like the Infernal one?
That's because there's more territory to work with. You can see people easier, go for the kills easier. Plus, I just rather have the explosive Infernal Soul. So.
For strictly the gameplay effect only, Infernal is my favorite because champions with no dashes love it when there's less stuff on the map to dash over. So
pretty fair.
TSM will manage to grab themselves a Rift Herald. That one will be on to Spica. We'll see where he's able to drop it to make some sort of a play happen here, grab some plate money for this squad. They are down about 400 gold compared to their opponents. You can see Damonte has Mercury Treads rushed here on his Echo to make the CC duration coming out, particularly from the Zoe, a little bit less, and also have some MR for that same situation. As Dokla just keeps farming it up here in the top side. A little bit behind now thanks to his TP, but you can see him hammering some items together there. And Lorlo is just hanging back, paying respect to the fact that he knows Acadian's back on his Krugs. They don't know where Spica is. He doesn't want to put himself in a bad spot.
Not losing anything out there in the wave. No minion's going to die to it, so no reason to overextend. Personally, though, if Spica did go try and gank him as Mordekaiser right now, I actually think that Laura would have no problem just ulting them up, buying some time. So if your jungler is at your Krugs, you don't have to buy very much time for him to come to. And then even if you don't solo the enemy jungler while you're in the Death Realm, as soon as you guys pop out, have some waiting allies.
Look at that line of vision on the top side of mid lane for Dignitas. I almost thought it was a mini-map error at first because there were 4 wards in a row. There's only 3 now, but it is completely safe for Damonte to play around there for this team. Acadian hanging out in the bottom side while the bottom lane moves up to clear the tri-ward. In case TSM tries to engage, he's immediately there for the backup. But TSM don't want anything to do with it. They know their jungler's not around here just yet. Spica heading towards that bottom side now as Evolved will see Acadian. Pings coming out from both sides there, alerting each other to their presence. And Spica makes his way towards the bottom lane. Now a lot of damage coming out. There's the auto attack. Treats gets the kill with the ignite, but it was lost. Shot from Calibrum from way downtown that made it possible.
And since Spica is there with the Eye of the Rift Trail, pops it open, they're going to cash in on those plates, and they're just going to burn this one down. See if there's any sort of counterplay here. Dignitas try and make a teleport play.
And there you go. A lot of damage coming out onto Lorlo immediately, but Lorlo says, not a 1v3. This is a 1v1. Get over here, Lost. Lorlo grabs the kill onto him, and now Dignitas has responded in full force. Treats is down as well, and Spica, he'll try to do what he can. He's not quite able to get Acadian, but damn, was that close.
Yeah, they're going to do more than just try and answer here for Dig. It's the teleport difference from topside. Remember earlier, Dokla used the teleport down there on Ornn and was able to get the kill and the dive. Lorlo's going to do the same before Dokla's teleport comes back up. Damonte going to use his teleport to go cover the lane so they don't lose out on any minions. And you see in the mid lane, they also swapped over Phoenix after he died to grab those. So Dig making several rotations here so that they don't lose out on any minion waves in the aftermath of sending so many people bottom. I think that's one of the big things to point out with teams like this, because it starts out, it is clean for TSM. Trees goes in, gets a full lockup, has the ignite on them, and they just blow up Phoenix. But then pushing down here, they don't respect top lane teleport difference. Olay is gonna fish for a hook here. They don't get it, but boom, top lane channeled here. And you see on the river as well, early rotation from Echo, whereas Zoe not even making the move. Damonte heads down for the roam. Lorlo with a good ultimate here on Mordekaiser. He knows he's gonna be able to take the 1v1 there, does get the solo, and then they clean up the extra kills, chasing around the alcoves.
It is kind of concerning, though, for Mordekaiser players. The match that happened, FlyQuest versus Team Liquid in LCS earlier this year, where sometimes if you put a Felios in the death realm, it doesn't work out for you, but this time it worked out. Damonte running away now.
Good check, my friend.
TSM Academy have control over the bottom side river. Ornhorn gets sounded off, but honestly doesn't get a whole lot. I mean, you get some damage onto Damonte, but for a big team fight tool like that, you're fine with this if you're Dignitas. See if they want to continue pressing forward, trying to contest this Infernal Drake. Spica with control. TSM taking it down to half. Dignitas have just moved up. This is one of those TY for leash moments. Yes, it is. Dignitas, they take the Drake. And over the wall comes Damonte. He's going to be protected by the Lantern. Doesn't need to use the Chrono Break here. And they also get the kill on Spica to boot. This play just comes up Dignitas.
Yeah, it's really hard to go for smite fights when one team has Mordekaiser, because you cannot smite when you get sucked into the Death Realm. So as long as the Mordekaiser is looking for the enemy jungler, and Lorlo immediately gets his Mordekaiser ultimate off, that's going to be a one-way street for Spica. Dignitas real happy. They get the dragon, also getting the kill afterwards. Let's take a look at the timing, because the range on Mordekaiser ult isn't very long, but Lorlo is able to suck him in, and Acadian does get the really good smite there. Then in the aftermath, they're able to chase him off as well. Lantern gets Damonte back out, so he actually didn't even have to use the ultimate either.
2-0-2 for Acadian's Rek'Sai, 0-3-0 for Spica. Pretty big jungle difference this game. Dignitas happy to have their man doing everything around the map here, helping these plays pop off. As you can see in the top side, Leandri's Torment now completed for Lorlo on the Mordekaiser, so he'll be doing that much more damage to everybody that gets stuck within that swirling storm of a passive. Bottom lane, nobody's off to a particularly phenomenal start. 1 death versus 2 deaths, Mana Moon plus Serrated Dirk for Phoenix. Still messing around with those Essence Reaver pieces for Lost.
I would say that Lost and Treats had a very good start for me. And then, yes, there was the Ornn roam first and then the Mordekaiser roam second, which turned into more, but I thought Lost and Treats had a very good opening lane phase for themselves. Let's see if it actually turns into anything around this Rift Trail, though. TSM going to start this one up. They gave up the dragon in the last fight, but they want round 2 on neutral objectives.
Mordekaiser ulti is not ready yet. Damonte goes over the wall, throws out that W. Can he make it happen? There comes your Moonlight Vigil, root down onto 3. Treat's gonna be there on the front line. Ole's the one taking all the aggro here and now. Dokla now stuck alone. The rest of Dignitas looking to burst him out. Lorlo's put him into the Death Realm and chasing him over the cliff. Shelly's taken so incredibly low and is finally going to fall. Treats goes into the stasis as Dignitas will not be able to find themselves a kill, but it does look like they've got away with a Rift Herald.
Yeah, actually, Lorlo ulted Dokla on Ornn, but Ornn had just flashed over the wall. So Dokla wasn't scared at all. He's on the other side. No way Mordekaiser can get over there. So he ends up getting away scot-free. Rift Herald was picked up, though. Phoenix, the one holding the eye right now, so they can actually send him to the side lane, try and grab the turret himself. But currently stationed in the mid here with Olay protecting. Lantern for safety, as always.
Now, the first Rift Herald, although she did get 2 plates for TSM, ended up being a bit of a trap because they weren't able to get out in time. They couldn't see the teleport coming, as you mentioned, and it was quite a big turnaround there for Dignitas Academy. I want to see now if Dignitas can have better use of their Rift Herald, as no turrets have still been taken. Plates fell a while ago. It's 16.5 minutes into the game now, but the first turret gold bonus is still up and available, and Dignitas have a very easy opportunity to claim it.
See if they can actually get it in motion here. Lorlo hovering really far behind his turret because they don't have any vision on Spica. Just waiting to receive the wave rather than pushing out. Damonte, on the other hand, pushes out topside. Looks for a possible roam.
Is it better to give than to receive, or to receive than to give in wave pushing?
It's for sure better to give, because then you get to go do something else for your team. And if you're quote-unquote giving in the wave pushing on side lanes, oh, never mind.
Uh-oh, no time for philosophical ponderings. It's time to kill Zoe, and Evolve pops there in the mid lane, and that means it's time to summon up the Rift Herald. Phoenix brings that one, and that means that this turret will likely go down. Shelly should knock off most of the HP on her own. There you go, down to about 15%, and that means Dignitas can finish it off. Nice speed.
And they also still have Damonte split pushing on topside on the Echo, so he can keep that minion wave into the turret and have teleport for the dragon. This is a really good chain of events for Dig, and really good timing that they go for that pick onto Evolve, who's going to have to walk back from base right now. 15 seconds left here on the dragon. Topside turret under attack with a big minion wave going down there. They end up getting that one as well.
5 seconds to go. Acadian hanging out by this bottom side river. Dokla's got control over the pit, though, clearing out the TSM vision, and TSM are immediately onto the Mountain Drake themselves. Dignitas have to move in quickly if they want to contest this. Lorlo's already making his way through, and if Spica gets ulted, it's just as you said. There's no way he can smite secure. Lorlo goes after it, but Spica's able to dash away in time. TSM right back into the pit, gonna be stolen away by Acadian once again. The jungler for Dignitas Academy being the X factor in this game.
And right before he goes down, too, the fight's still continuing as TSM try and chase him down. Damonte does get the lantern, though.
This could be a good fight for TSM Academy. Damonte and Olay in full retreat. Phoenix going to be looking to heal them up, but he's so low himself, he can't go back in any further. Olay will fall, so it's 2 kills going the way of TSM, but a Drake for Dig.
It is really scary as a jungler, too, having to choose between smiting the dragon early for health when you're about to die and saving it for the secure. Look at Acadian's health here. He gets so low. He's just getting bashed around, and he ults back in on Rek'Sai with almost no health left. Flyby does get the smite to heal back up, does then get the dragon kill as well. And if it wasn't for that, it would have been a big win for TSM. Because they're still able to chase Dig out. They get the kill onto Acadian, and they get the chase down here through the jungle as well. Velios ult does land into the Gravitum, which is able to snare Olay long enough for Evolve to catch up.
Well done by Acadian there. Really, really making things happen for Dignitas. Puts him on soul point too. 3.5 minutes, so just shy of 24. We'll be seeing that potential soul come through. Mountain Soul means a persistent shield, makes him much more resistant to poke, so Zoe will have a rougher life if Dignitas is able to secure that one there for themselves. Mordekaiser with the Stinger in inventory, working on the Nashor's Tooth. I talked with Jad about this yesterday, how it's fun to watch him swing the mace really fast and go bonk, 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 bonk. But it's not fun if you're on the side of TSM, because then when you get stuck in that death realm, you are surely about to fall.
Keep your distance. All right, top side. TSM trying to trade objectives. Think this is very wise considering what just went on around that dragon. They are able to get that top outer turret for themselves. See if this extra control ward around Baron turns into anything. Acadian's been found by Treats.
Treats has used his ultimate, but now he has to dash away to safety. Dignitas reinforcements have arrived, and TSM won't really find much out of the use of that ability. Acadian using his own ultimate there to buy him some extra time, make sure he doesn't put himself in a bad spot. And both sides walk away. Nobody's dead on this one. Everyone goes back to farming up. Phoenix will pick up his red buff. You can see members from both sides rotating back in the mid lane to get the waves pushed out. And Phoenix collects himself a soul. What's our soul count up to on Senna this game?
Let's take a look here. Phoenix sitting on 37, it looks like, in the corner of the screen.
37. So
we have a screen protector up here, so it blocks.
Yeah, it's really hard to see on the corner.
I'm going to say 37.
That's why I asked you.
3 more, baby.
3 more, and he manages to get himself up to
the extra
600 range. Has 550 base, just like every other marksman.
Let's talk about what they can do with their team comp right now, though. They've got Mordekaiser, one of the best split pushers at the moment, since he's got 2 kills, and nobody on the enemy team can answer the Mordekaiser. So I would say he was going to go bottom, but he's actually going top right now. Bottom, the furthest one obviously away from Baron, so then you use your bottom lane split push pressure to draw them into you, and you look for the pincer movement. It makes it a lot easier to set up those hooks on Thresh and the W for Echo. But Dig have actually decided to send Mordekaiser top, so maybe they'll do some splitting down here around bottom, go for a little bit more pressure on TSM, who on this control ward.
TSM also stole the blue buff away from the side of Dig, so they won't have that mana regeneration for Demonte. They look for a potential play onto Ole. They get his flash, but nothing more.
Regardless of what side Lorlo is on, though, the Mordekaiser is still unanswerable. You go to gank him, he ults somebody, he buys so much time for his team that the team will get an objective while he's in the death realm, and he'll still probably go at least 1-for-1. And nobody can answer him in the one-on-one on the TSM side because they don't have a draft that has any sort of duelist or split push champion. So it makes it very easy for Dig to continue to split. They're actually collapsing now after prepping the minion waves. Demonte's below.
Demonte providing the pincer attack, and Catavolve has found himself in a really bad spot. He's already sent back to the fountain. Ole is the return kill. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Dignitas now looking to take the fight even further. Lorlo there on the front line looking to chase Spica through the death realm. Dokla going to be taken very low. Phoenix grabbing the kill on that one. Demonte's chrono break keeps him alive and allows him to walk away. It's a 3 versus 4. TSM lost the fight, but lost, importantly, has so many chakrams. He's still at full HP. The Aphelios can be the driving force here, and the Drake is spawning in 2 seconds.
Should be TSM's to take here. Acadian's going for a steal, though. Teleport comes back out. Can he get in there?
Acadian over the wall. Could this be it? No, it's not. He tries to flash and make it happen. But Spica will keep that soul out of Dignitas' clutches for at least 5 more minutes. Lost will pay the price, and Treats will be the next one to go.
Baron.
A double kill over to Phoenix should spell Baron.
That's got to be Baron there. Yes, you have to do everything to try and stop the soul for Dig, but they can't get out afterwards. Teleport comes through. Phoenix lands the snare on Senna, and that chases down 2 kills for Dig. They don't get their soul, but they do get the Baron buff here. It would have to be some miracle steal. Zoe would have to make a rush over here insanely fast and get some damage through this group of Dig players. Well, he's here now. Maybe he can sneak something.
There's no Ornhorn to use. Demonte goes in, he finds a stun. Dignitas, their health bars are dropping incredibly low. Acadian goes in after Spica, looking to take him down. Demonte grabbing the kill onto Evolve. Lorlo's still going to be barely kept alive off the side. Back in the river, the fight's going to be a 3v1, and Dokla's taken down. Phoenix unstoppable. Dignitas doing great. It's a 1-for-3. TSM loses the fight, but they keep the Baron away from Dig.
Can't spread out the stops enough. Treats does get them.
Lost, stunned up. Treats stunned up. TSM taken down. Phoenix grabs another for himself. Treats will try to be the last man standing here, but Demonte is in hot pursuit. Dash over the wall keeps Treats safe.
The goal there for Treats was to try and get scattered recalls. So he was trying to wait long enough that everyone else recalled, but he could just stop the Ornn to one person. so they can try and get that kill 2v1, but Dig had their recalls synced well, and they all cancel them, turning for the kills. Speaking of turns, you always want to turn off the Baron when they come to rush at you like this, and the enemy jungler is up there. Acadian is able to land the Prey Seeker on the Spica, so he can jump out of the pit with his ultimate, and then he goes finish up the 1v1 kill. Meanwhile, down there in the middle of your screen, the rest of Dig clean up the extra kills onto TSM, and then they go for these recalls. As you know, they do get stopped, causing another death there for Lost in the end, as everybody cancels and they turn.
Dignitas now 5,000 gold up. The next Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes here. That's another chance at Soul for them. They could also set up vision around the Baron. All right, if you're Dignitas, what's your call here, Kobe? What do you want to do?
I want to send the Mordekaiser to the side once again. So the problem with that is that he doesn't have teleport, and the enemy team does have Ornn Rakan, which is really good hard engage. So your answer to a split, if you're TSM, is forcing it on the 4 people. Damonte has teleport, and you can see the Echo split pushing down bottom. So they can teleport Damonte in and go for this fight. Need some vision on Baron. TSM are trying to force that teleport out right now.
They've got the Baron down to half HP. Phoenix and Ole coming in from the side. Sleepy Trouble Bubble not going to hit the mark. TP coming in. Ornhorn finds nothing. Charm comes through onto Lorlo. Dawning Shadow fired off. Shields onto the Dignitas members. Dokla there on the front line, goes unstoppable, keeps himself safe. A lot of damage coming in from Evolve, but he takes a lot as well. Nearly out of mana, the Zoe's out of the fight. Dignitas seem to have won this one. They take priority over the mid lane, and they'll push onto the tier 2. Damonte even stealing away the blue to add insult to injury.
And look at this, they're just forcing them away from the defense of their mid tower, while Lorlo and Phoenix push up that minion wave. They've got priority on the push here, and they get most of the turret.
Most but not all. The objective still stands for TSM, who will make that defense, but considering pressure is being applied mid and top, it's still Dignitas in the driver's seat. I like the attempt from TSM to try to force that play, but Dig responded in time.
And their goal for TSM was to get the teleport off of Echo. They can't handle split push right now, so their only answer is to try and hard force on something, and they do pull off the Baron. They don't lose anybody's life, and they got one of those critical teleports off of Dig. Now Dig, without that map mobility, you know, this does give TSM a much better chance of fighting back, because their greatest strength with their team comp, again, comes back to the Rakan Ornn engage. If they can find one of those Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, you always like one of those, picking up a high value target.
Ornn item checkup, it's Abyssal Mask and Sunfire Cape that have been upgraded. Both of those are huge 700 plus health items when they're upgraded into their Ornn version, so Dokla is a brick wall for the side of TSM. Also the Molten Edge for Lost means he'll be doing even more damage on this Aphelios if he gets the time to free fire in a team fight.
Damonte's behind him, he's flanking.
Damonte has dropped down the parallel convergence. Here it comes. Acadian and Damonte looking to make the moves onto Treats. Rakan can't get himself away, and he's picked off. Phoenix goes godlike as Damonte has to dash away. Acadian's in the stasis, trying to flash out, trying to tunnel out. He's going to stay alive, but he is finally taken down as Dokla goes over the wall. It's a double kill for Lost, and this is what I'm talking about with free firing time. If the 80 carry is left alone, the fight can go the way of TSM.
TSM, they're able to fight their way out of that flank and flashing over the wall. Big Dokes is able to chase down the kills. He gets Acadian, they get Lorlo, they get the Dragon, they stall the Soul again, but can they get out?
Can they escape with it is the question. Dawning Shadow annihilates Lost. He is wiped off Summoner's Rift, and Spica could be the next one to go. Phoenix is racking up these kills all over. Damonte looking to dash forward here yet again, continuing to chase Dokla. No need though, it's Dignitas with control over the mid lane.
And Baron. This once again is another case. TSM, they make a big play to stop the Soul going over to Dig, but they lose 2 members in the aftermath, so Dig once again will claim the Baron buff and try to crack inside the base. If TSM can keep doing this, keep stalling the Soul and defending the Barons though, and getting those 5-on-5 fights where they actually get to structure them, you have really good front line. They could fight their way back into this if Dig are not careful.
The front line is so important here. We'll talk about it after we take a look at the replay.
All right, so starts out, Acadian goes in. They try and get Damonte to flank, and they do get the knock-up stun combo treats down, but that is just a recon. Acadian then out in the open. Dogla times the ultimate on knock-up right there, but the heal from Senna kept him alive, so he had to flash over the wall. Then he finishes the job. Aphelios, Lost is able to get it over the wall there. I believe that was the ultimate, as he gets the big explosion that kills off Lorlo and Acadian, and that's how we get to the present day.
And remember that your Mountain Drakes you're stacking up if you're TSM are bonus, armor, and magic resistance. When you have the biggest, beefiest dude in the game on this Ornn, this is the only true frontline tank in this game. Yes, you have a Thresh support, a Mordekaiser that's building an AP Bruiser style, and a Bruiser of a Rek'Sai on the other side. He's the only true tank. And if TSM can manage to get to the point where they have enough Mountain Drakes, he will be impossible to break through, especially when you only have a Senna. Ole's finding himself taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane. He goes to sleep, but the follow-up will not be there. TSM now trying to make sure they don't get caught in yet another pincer attack. Demonte runs away back towards the TSM side, but they won't be able to chase him down. He is Echo. That's it.
Once again, remember, they were split this whole time. They've got the Mordekaiser in top side. Lorlo pushing away, so Dig avoiding the possible fire.
Oh, Evolve trying to get away from Acadian, but the burst is there. The Senna ult not even necessary. Treats trying to run away on the other lane, making sure he doesn't get picked off. And Demonte and the rest of Dignitas are now continuing to push down mid while Lorlo just wails on that topside tier 3 turret.
Yeah, this Baron is going to go to good use for Dig. They're going to get some inhibitor turrets with it, and an inhibitor will be short to follow.
Inhibitor number 1 down, inhibitor turret number 2 down, inhibitor number 2 under fire. The base is evaporating in front of the eyes of TSM Academy. They have to find some way to hold on, but they have no mid laner for 15 seconds. That's long enough for Dig to do some real damage. Nexus turret number 1 is halfway defeated. We'll see if they're able to take it all the way down to 0. Doesn't look like they want to overcommit, and Dignitas heads out.
Gonna get a full reset here. They've got a lot of gold to go spend, and the TSM base is in shambles, so it's an easy reset now for Dig. He must need a little bit more money here for some sort of item completion for Lorlo. But yeah, easy reset for them, and they can just head straight back down bottom side. Now that their super minions flooding in, straightforward Flowers.
This is not looking good for the side of TSM Academy. 10,000 gold deficit. It's so hard to fight into this. Yes, it's alleviated a little bit by the fact that you've got about 5,000 gold worth of Ornn item upgrades in your inventory that doesn't show up in the gold comparison, so that will at least make it feel a little less bad, but they still need to find themselves a really good fight. They still need to deal with a split push threat. Demonte's TP is once again up and running on this Echo.
And they critically have to deal with another Soul Point Dragon with 2 inhibitors down. So there are super minions that are drawing you over to the left side of your base, but with Dragon coming up in 43 seconds, there are just too many threats to actually go over here. Demonte is waiting on the Echo, has teleport, level 16. He's gonna try and keep up that pressure while the rest of the team starts up and threatens the Soul.
Demonte, such a pain in the butt for TSM Academy. This Echo, you can never catch him. He's always just going to be doing whatever he pleases in that side lane. Acadian will steal away the red buff as well, keeping that one out of the hands of Lost. TSM have decided, all right, we're going to march towards the Drake. We can't let him have it. The Soul is too much. Treats is on the front line. Phoenix has the Edge of Night, so that spell block shield is there to prevent some of the engage from the side of TSM. It's Demonte back in the TSM base. It's backs being channeled. Demonte has to be answered. It is 100% necessary. Cat evolved, just evolved, I should say. I'm still used to the cat on there. Is the one to go back and stop him. Dignitas will start up the Mountain Drake, but they don't feel compelled to force anything here just yet. TP's coming in, and Dignitas will own control over the area. Treats will be locked down. The chain CC comes in from Demonte. The damage goes through. Spica gets the disengage with the kick. TSM keeps all their members alive, but they are not able to defend that Soul any longer. It is Mountain Soul for Dignitas.
And the big shields start to come in here. It's going to be very hard for TSM to get their burst kills now. So Lost is going to have to work overtime. Thankfully for him, he's got the Infernum gun, so he can do some AoE, but Demonte's on him, he's dead!
Dawning Shadow comes through. Lost barely hobbles out of the fight. Treats also incredibly low HP. Dignitas looking to go for the jugular on this one. Dokla's frontlining, but not any longer. He is gone. The first casualty of what is surely the final fight of the game. TSM will attempt to try to protect this last Nexus turret, but it's 5 guys from Dignitas pushing all the way into the heart of the base. Lost is done. Spica's into the stasis. He'll follow up shortly thereafter. It's only Evolve, but he won't stop it. Dignitas' undefeated spree continues.
Dignitas Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone.
And
everyone else.
Everybody out there knows that Dignitas Academy is the best team in Academy right now. Like I said, when you're comprised of 5 former LCS players, you expect to be the best team. If you want to get back into the LCS, if these players are hungry to get back onto that main stage, you better go undefeated.
Well, they are doing just what you asked. Strict parent, Captain Flowers. Go undefeated or don't come home, and then they're gonna go undefeated.
99% just means try 1% harder.
There you go.
For TSM, though, they were able to hold on for quite a while. They stopped the Soul from going way early over the side of Dignitas. Could have happened as early as 24 minutes, but they stopped it twice in a row. They did as good of a job hanging on as you could expect, but because Dignitas played well to those split push conditions you were talking about and just sort of stretched them thin, they could get the advantages they needed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they kept on setting up these flank opportunities for themselves with the split push, right? Every time they would push the side waves, they would always look for the kills afterwards. They find some way for Damonte to either flank in or teleport in, and then they try and attack TSM from multiple sides so that they get both advantages from the pushing side waves plus the kills in the team fight, and then turn that into objective control.
TSM tried to manage to get themselves back in with some good team fighting. Evolved, you saw him having some damage on the Zoe. The first blood that he got on Damonte as the solo kill was really impressive as well, making sure that he didn't even need the assistance from his jungler. But speaking of junglers, again, I want to point to the junglers this game because I think the difference in both presence and performance, early smites, Acadian was just the difference maker for Dignitas Academy compared to his counterpart in Spica. Let's go ahead now, send things down to Pastry for an interview from Dignitas Academy's top laner.
Thank you, Flowers. I am here with Lolo. At one point in the game, I was slightly worried. Your mid lane is getting solo killed. It seemed like TSM were kind of fighting the early game nicely. Were you ever worried at all throughout the game?
Yeah, their comp is really good team fighting, so we had to respect it a lot. But this comp we ran today, we practiced so much in scrims, so we really were just used to playing side lanes well, and we just like made sure if they played for first setup, we used our side lanes really efficiently, and I think we showed that a lot today on like every objective, and I'm really happy with how scrims translated to today.
And I did ask Acadian last time I spoke to him on this stage, seems like you guys can't really be stopped. He's told me you were losing scrims. I'm now starting to not believe him. What are the chances that Dignitas just go undefeated this whole season? Because right now, it seems like your team is unstoppable.
Yeah, I think we're all really, really confident. We all trust each other on a high level, but I think we're just still taking the weeks one game at a time kind of thing, and we're not getting overconfident, not getting like a super big head or ego or anything. We're just taking every team and every game with the same amount of respect, so that's our mindset going forward.
And then what about for you? You're on an undefeated Academy team, you have a very successful stream. What does the future look like for Lolo?
My main goal is still to play in LCS. I'm just trying to just up my game. And like this year, I think in particular, I have a lot of good veteran players that have a lot of experience. I'm learning like myself a lot about even more macro than even in the past teams. So it's really just a breath of fresh air for me in terms of just having them like guide me in a way. And I'm also learning a lot and just really happy with the 5 players I'm with this year. So yeah.
So far, so good. Still undefeated. Lolo, thank you so much for having a chat with me. We're going to throw it back to the caster desk to round out the day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as we wrap up the day, let's go ahead and see how the teams stack up as Sunday draws to a close. If you're looking at your standings right now, it's Dignitas alone, undefeated, and separated by at least 2 wins to their closest competition. Immortals and 100 Thieves following up there at 2nd and 3rd. FlyQuest, TSM, Evil Geniuses, Golden Guardians, and Cloud9 making up the middle of the pack there in a pretty big clump. And then Counter Logic Gaming and Team Liquid bringing up the rear. Team Liquid Academy still winless so far in this 2020 split.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do to try and climb up those ranks.
Let's go ahead now, take a look at what games we have coming up tomorrow for you. as it's CLG Academy versus Immortals Academy to kick off the day, followed by FlyQuest A versus EGA. Team Liquid Academy and Golden Guardians Academy will be the last Academy matchup there of Monday's games. Then we head into Monday Night League for the LCS as Team Liquid and Golden Guardians square off, and we finish up week 3 with Counter Logic Gaming staring down Immortals across Summoner's Rift. Should be a fun one.
Definitely some big matchups coming up. I especially like that we have the back-to-back TL versus Golden Guardians, both teams going head-to-head.
Oh, yeah. You got
a relay race.
You got to prove that you're better. Pass that baton over. But that's it for today. Sunday's a wrap now for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night for some Monday Night League. Good night.